Hogwarts, Harley from the Which Way by author Shimo Nuha Lie. Chapter 301-325. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 301 Assassin's Hunt, supplement to yesterday's leave request. The celebration lasted late into the night, directly resulting in many of the little lions of Gryffindor not being able to wake up as usual the next morning. This delighted Professor Snape, as even though the previous day was the first event of the Triwizard Tournament, potion class on the second day could not be later skipped. Therefore, Professor Snape logically deducted 20 points from each sixth-year Gryffindor, citing reasons such as, late for class, undisciplined, and disrespecting teachers. It was a pity that there were too few Gryffindor students in the advanced potion class for 6th years, only 8 in total. Otherwise, just this one class would have allowed him to deduct all the points he had added for Harley that week. But the little lions didn't care, not even bothering to complain or talk back to Professor Snape. After all, the champion of Hogwarts was in Gryffindor, not Slytherin, and it was Gryffindor that brought supreme glory to Hogwarts. No matter how Professor Snape deducted points, or how the Slytherins mocked them, the little lions of Gryffindor believed this was just Professor Snape's and the Slytherins' jealousy and impotent rage. Apart from Professor Snape, other professors showed understanding and tolerance for the Gryffindor students' tardiness. After all, the Hogwarts champion had achieved such a great victory, so it was normal for everyone to be so happy. In Professor McGonagall's words, if the Triwizard Tournament or the current Triwizard Tournament had been held when she was a student, and the Hogwarts champion had achieved such good results, then she would definitely celebrate until midnight, and might even not be able to sleep at night. This celebratory atmosphere lasted for a long time, and Harley became the center of everyone's attention. Every time Harley went to class or the library, there would always be little wizards watching and whispering. And often, some little wizards would come with parchment and quills to ask for autographs. Some had even asked for one when Harley was selected and were now attempting to ask for another. In addition, for some unknown reason, Krum had also been frequently coming to the library to read during this period, always sitting around Harley and her two friends. So Harley was forced to change locations, borrowing a pile of books at once with the note Professor Snape gave her, and then taking them to the room of requirement to study. Besides these ungraduated students, the graduated alumni of Hogwarts were also happy about this brilliant achievement. Sirius and Lupin both sent congratulatory letters, but both were temporarily in dark wizard and werewolf communities, so they could not return. In addition, many magic masters familiar with Harley, especially those who graduated from Gryffindor, also sent letters. Hedwig was exhausted these past few days. Although she wasn't the owl responsible for delivering letters, many times Harley needed Hedwig to help send a reply. Although Hedwig had fully digested the potion of Sequence 7 Psychiatrist and could drink the potion of Sequence 6 Hypnotist at any time, this did not significantly increase an owl's physical strength. So every night when Hedwig returned after delivering letters, she always looked half dead. However, soon everyone's attention shifted from celebrating the victory of the first event to brand new amusement. On the first weekend after the competition, the Daily Prophet published a detailed report on the first event, accompanied by a video filmed using magic. But this was just an appetizer. The next days the Daily Prophet became Rita's exclusive stage for sarcastic remarks. Rita, uncharacteristically, did not attack Professor Dumbledore as she had in the past, calling him an old-fashioned, rigid old lunatic, with every word full of aggression. Instead, Rita heavily promoted the fairness of the two Ministry of Magic judges and other principals, seemingly aiming to flatter the Ministry of Magic and the principals of other magic schools. It wasn't until the middle of the article that Rita showed her fangs. She began to mention Karkaroff's unfair behavior from various angles. And the interviews with Catherine and Miguel were quoted at length. And to ensure the news effect was explosive enough, Rita did not fully adopt the Quill's wording this time. She personally intervened, ensuring that over 90% of the words were spoken by the two interviewed champions themselves, while slightly modifying the remaining 10%, or even just a few words. Just like one of Miguel's original sentences. I think most of the time, the judges are relatively fair. They only show a slight emotional bias when scoring their own students, but it's harmless. And when Rita wrote the news article, she made a slight change, turning this sentence into, I think most of the judges are relatively fair, it's just that some judges also show an emotional bias when scoring their own students. And after this sentence appeared, it was Rita's time to shine. Even Krum's behavior of disliking interviews, frowning and backing away, was not spared by Rita. She secretly captured this scene with a miniature magic camera and placed it in a very prominent position in the newspaper. In Rita's words, this was Crumb, realizing his principal's despicable behavior and being ashamed of it, thus being too embarrassed to face an interview from a righteous reporter. The words in this report made Karkaroff red in the face with anger, openly losing his temper in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. But he was helpless. The other two principals were also very protective of their students and completely ignored Karkaroff. And this was Britain. He had no ability to interfere with the freedom of speech of British newspapers, so he could only rage impotently. However, it was fortunate that this report was only sarcastic, ridiculing him. And he hadn't violated the specific rules of the competition or the laws set by the British Ministry of Magic. As long as Karkaroff himself was shameless enough, he wouldn't be afraid of such useless article attacks. Of course, he also had to endure the daily letters from angry wizards across Britain sent via owl, as well as the occasional howler and malicious letters containing veiled curses or dangerous plant extracts. After all, these were also within the legal scope, and universally legal throughout the wizarding world, so Karkaroff could only bear it. In the following days, Rita would bring this matter up to flog a dead horse once every week, seemingly wanting to maintain its popularity. This behavior seemed futile, but it still gave Karkaroff a somewhat ominous premonition. Harley didn't pay attention to Rita's actions, as professional matters should be left to professionals. At this time, most of Harley's attention was focused on another matter, the warning Ollivander gave about Harley's wand. The night the competition ended, Harley, through the magic mirror, experienced her ancestor Ollivander's memory firsthand. For some reason, although Ollivander told Harley that this memory included the process and location where Ollivander's ancestor obtained the wand core, that memory was eroded and damaged by an unknown force. Harley only got a coordinate from it, a coordinate located in the spirit world. Although Ollivander's ancestor's strength was not impressive, obtaining this coordinate seemed very strange. But such an extremely unique coordinate could only exist in the spirit world, which transcends time and space, gathering the past, present, and future. As for the only remaining part of this memory, the part recording the specific process of making a wand, it was preserved very well. However, probably because this was just an ordinary memory, although Harley saw the form of her wand core, she couldn't feel its extraordinary nature from it. Harley thought for a long time, formulating a series of comprehensive plans, and finally set a time, preparing to resolve this matter. On the second weekend after the first event, on that Saturday night, Harley quietly left Hogwarts Castle. However, at this moment, in Gryffindor Tower of Hogwarts Castle, on a bed in a certain girl's dormitory, there was a girl with the same face as Harley, deeply immersed in a beautiful dream with a serene smile. Harley wasn't sure how long she would need, or even if she could successfully return. So that carefully crafted wand came into play. Harley used it to create a clone with roughly the strength of a sequence 6 peak, to take her place. At the same time, if Harley's main body were to unfortunately perish in this uncertain mission, Harley could also use this substitute wand to resurrect directly in Hogwarts and quickly regain all her strength. Of course, the power of Sequence 3, which was still sealed, could not be recovered, and would even be permanently lost. So Harley's current mission still required caution and prudence. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Harley quickly dived into the spirit world. Harley hadn't carefully observed the spirit world the last time she came. This time, she took a good look at it. At this time, the spirit world, like the spirit world countless years later, was still so mysterious and charming. Various colors of light flowed, emanating a spiritual luster that made one want to immerse oneself in it. However, perhaps because the first was about to awaken, a large amount of power was drawn away by it for its deepest slumber before awakening. Therefore, the spirit world here was not like the spirit worlds of the northern continent and southern continent, where there were so many strange and powerful spirit world creatures. The spirit world here was empty, with only occasional ghost-like presences flying by. And they looked hollow-eyed, as if they no longer remembered who they were. The 7 lights of the spirit world still hung high in the sky. This time, they did not actively come to find Harley. Of course, Harley also didn't think of contacting the 7 lights of the spirit world. She didn't hesitate much and moved quickly according to the coordinate in her memory. However, Harley also dropped several mirrors at suitable locations along the way and set up rituals with concealment effects, as a backup plan for escape in case of an accident. Moving in the spirit world was always very fast. In less than 15 minutes, Harley arrived near the coordinates. This was even with Harley deliberately controlling her speed, otherwise, she could have been even faster. Before approaching the coordinates, Harley quickly stopped. At the location marked by the coordinates, there was a large mountain made of ordinary stones from the mundane world. These stones seemed to have been contaminated, emitting a hazy, spiritual glow. Harley wasn't surprised to see such ordinary materials in the spirit world. While traversing the spirit world of the northern continent, she had even seen many exquisitely crafted stone castles. On one particular stone castle that left the deepest impression on Harley, there stood a beautiful noble lady. However, this noble lady had no head, but she carried 4 heads in her hands. It was this peculiar appearance, coupled with the faintly perceived terrifying angel-level authority, that made Harley, who was then a demoness of despair, dare not approach, and she still hadn't forgotten it to this day. Although somewhat curious about where these ordinary materials came from and why they were brought into the spirit world, Harley had her own matters to attend to and no spare time to investigate. On this stone mountain, there was an inexplicable black cave, precisely at the center of the exact coordinates. Upon seeing the cave, Harley instantly felt her entire spirituality cheer, as if urging her to quickly enter the cave and explore the mysteries it contained. However, as the demoness of Unaging who had fought her way up from low sequences alone, Harley would certainly not be too reckless and plunge headfirst into this unknown location. Harley's figure swayed slightly, and she hid behind a lifeless object suspended in the spirit world, concealing her presence. Afterward, Harley began to constantly move in a large circle around the small mountain, dropping mirrors or wands. Finally, she casually put on her gold-rimmed glasses, and layers of suggestion and hypnosis continuously stacked, ready to take effect at any moment. These preparations allowed Harley to freely display her mythical creature form within a certain period. Unless Harley's spirituality was on the verge of depletion, she would not fall into a state of loss of control. An invisible disease aura also quietly spread, silently enveloping the coordinates. This ability could be said to be the most commonly used ability of a Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction, but Harley rarely used it. After all, it was just minor skirmishes at Hogwarts before. Harley couldn't just throw a disease aura during a dueling training session with Professor Flitwick, could she? But now it was different. Facing such an unknown enemy, Harley naturally didn't need to deliberately control her power as she did during pure magic training with the professors of Hogwarts. After completing the preliminary preparations, Harley directly entered an invisible state and continued to move slowly forward. Calculating that the time was about right, Harley suddenly broke out of her invisible state, with black flame rising behind her. The black flame instantly erupted, pouring into the black cave, seemingly not at all afraid that the mysteries contained within would be damaged. The stone mountain instantly let out a mournful wail and exploded. The spiritual stones rushed outwards under the impetus of powerful forces, moving extremely fast and possessing considerable power. After a spirit body that had inadvertently flown there was pierced by a certain stone, it seemed unable to maintain its form and directly dissipated in the spirit world. Harley also had to construct a wall of shield charm in front of her, covering it with a thick layer of ice, to completely block the stones flying in her direction. At the same time, Harley also caught a glimpse of the true face of the stone mountain. It wasn't a stone mountain at all, but a snake-like creature that had covered its entire body with rubble and coiled itself up. And the previous black cave was the mouth of this snake-like creature. Upon seeing this scene, Harley felt no surprise. Grandpa Ollivander's first half of memories seemed to have been eroded by an unknown force, but only the most important coordinates remained. Moreover, these coordinates were unique to the spirit world, which seemed illogical no matter how one looked at it, revealing an aura of strangeness and conspiracy everywhere. Is it a state of aggregated similar domain characteristics, similar to some extraordinary creatures? Harley stood in the mid-air of the spirit world, calmly staring at the snake-like creature below. This creature, which could tentatively be called a snake, was much larger than any dragon or basilisk, and its entire body was pitch black, exuding demigod-level power related to death, dreams, and the night pathway. This was very similar to some creatures Harley had seen in the southern continent. Those creatures also possessed abilities from multiple pathways, and their materials could be added to potions of different pathways. Harley still remembered a winged, four-clawed, snake-bodied, dog-headed creature she had hunted. That peculiar creature possessed the extraordinary characteristics of the warrior pathway, hunter pathway, and planter pathway, but only had the physical enhancement abilities of these pathways. However, this strange creature did not possess the intelligence of these 3 pathways, had no long-range extraordinary abilities itself, but also couldn't create weapons. This led to Harley kiting it, continuously applying curses and black flame from a distance, eventually grinding it to death. So now, although Harley had never seen this creature before, she didn't feel unfamiliar with the giant snake in front of her. And this giant snake seemed a bit harder to hunt than those creatures on the southern continent. For those creatures on the southern continent that gathered various extraordinary characteristics, they all had one common trait: they weren't very smart. Some might have a bit of intelligence, but not high intelligence, some were rational, but mostly in a state of madness, they had a brain, but didn't like to use it. But the giant snake in front of her was different. Probably due to the influence of the night pathway's extraordinary characteristics related to dreams and rationality, its eyes flickered with savage and mad light, but occasionally, some rationality and cunning would flash through. Coupled with its knowledge of using a scheme to lure people holding wands and setting traps through disguise, it probably had a certain capacity for thought. So Harley was still a little more cautious. Of course, caution was limited. After all, for these creatures with mixed characteristics, the inability to resist mental attacks was always their most fatal weakness. The giant snake seemed to have expelled the black flame that had previously poured into its mouth, and it let out a hiss at Harley. This hiss was exceptionally shrill, like a dull saw cutting through reinforced concrete. But when it reached the ears of ordinary creatures, it carried a strange charm, attempting to pull people into dreams. Layers of green light waves rippled, covering Harley's entire body, forcefully blocking the shrill wail. At the same time, Harley had already determined the giant snake's weakness and launched a counterattack. Bribery. Distortion. Mental endurance weakening. Law of all things no inhuman creatures allowed here. Judgment. Guilty individuals. Action restricted. Deterrence. 5 extraordinary abilities from her gloves were used by Harley in quick succession, directly enveloping a large area of the spirit world. The black flame previously blasted into the giant snake's mouth became an item of bribery for it, forcefully branding the giant snake with the mark of having been bribed, and its power was weakened by several levels. And the mental pressure and stinging pain caused by being marked as a crime further increased the giant snake's madness, while its rationality continuously weakened. The giant snake's mountain-like coiled body had now stretched out, and it continuously thrashed its tail and twisted its body, attempting to alleviate the pain. At the same time, it continuously let out mad roars, seemingly calling for the arrival of night, or perhaps attempting to pull surrounding creatures into dreams. Unfortunately, this was the spirit world, and a spirit world in a very special state, from which the first had withdrawn many powers. In its current not-so-rational state, the giant snake couldn't precisely bring about the night. Especially these attacks targeting the giant snake's mind and rationality were constantly tearing at its rationality and soul. Although Harley's extraordinary items were only at sequence 6 and sequence 5 levels, and the giant snake had strength barely approaching sequence 3, a single attack seemed very weak. However, the frequency of these mental attacks was extremely high, effectively compensating for this deficiency. Moreover, for a creature like the giant snake, whose power came from the aggregation of extraordinary characteristics from multiple pathways, madness had always been a lurking problem in its mind, so its resistance in related fields was extremely weak. At this moment, the giant snake's night pathway extraordinary abilities were at work, attempting to maintain its rationality. But its resistance was still getting weaker and weaker. Harley didn't make a move immediately but remained hidden, lurking in the surroundings. Witches were always the top assassins. Although waiting for the giant snake's power to continuously weaken was a lengthy process, a witch lacked no patience. Of course, during this process, Harley still had to give it another push, to speed it up. Seeing that the giant snake's protection on the mental level was getting lower and lower, Harley gently snapped her fingers. Disease outbreak. Mental plague. Harley had previously planted plague seeds in the giant snake's body, but the giant snake's physical quality was extremely strong. So, the disease couldn't fully unfold and cause damage in a short time. But now, the giant snake's resistance had weakened considerably, and the disease should also take effect. And mental plague was also a type of disease, so under Harley's control, it was successfully hidden within the disease aura and planted into the giant snake's brain along with it. At this moment, the 2 seeds exploded with a roar. Chapter 302. The hunt is over, the source of the wand core. With the simultaneous eruption of the disease seed and the mental plague seed, the aura emanating from the great serpent suddenly weakened, and its condition visibly deteriorated. Although it was unknown whether this serpentine creature, living in the spirit world, possessed lungs like a regular snake, it was clear that the shadow of the Black Death had completely enveloped it, relentlessly eroding its physical form. At this point, blood was slowly trickling from the corners of the great serpent's mouth. It was too weak to hiss, its ma agape, yet no sound escaped. The outbreak of the mental plague further exacerbated the disintegration of its rationality and the wounds to its soul. Harley was now like a skilled artist, meticulously sculpting the great serpent's body, destroying its physical and mental form, shaping it into her desired state. Finally, seeing the great serpent visibly weaken and cease its struggles, Harley chose to elevate her attack, engaging from a distance. Mirror jump. Ice Spear. Black Flame Missile. To guard against any hidden trump cards the Great Serpent might possess, Harley did not directly expose her location or figure. She merely manipulated the magic mirror in her hand, continuously injecting power and extraordinary abilities into it. Sharp ice spears and burning black flame missiles constantly materialized, flying out through the mirrors previously arranged around the giant serpent, striking its body. The giant serpent, already in mental anguish, was caught off guard by this sudden assault, appearing somewhat bewildered. It feebly mobilized the power of the death domain, attempting to block these attacks but with very little success. As time continued to pass, the giant serpent's struggles grew more intense, yet its aura became increasingly faint. It all seemed to be merely a final flicker of life before death. Harley remained cautious, delivering the final blow. Mind Storm. Mind Breath. As the two most potent mind attack abilities from the manipulation mirror were unleashed, breaths targeting the mind spewed forth from the magic mirror. Suddenly, an extremely profound power of night and death surged from the giant serpent's body, and at the same instant, its life aura became much stronger than before. It even knows how to feign death to lower my guard. Too bad it's useless. The power of night and death did not perfectly align with the power of the spectator, thus it could not completely defend against it. Coupled with Harley's continuous use of various witch methods for attrition, the attacks in the mental domain ultimately struck the giant serpent's head successfully. The giant serpent, already pushed to its limits mentally and rationally, had little ability to resist and was quickly eroded. This great serpent originally had a chance to escape. As long as it fled beyond the range of the law of all things, it could easily remove the criminal mark on its body and stabilize its mental state. However, it did not do so, instead intending to complete its hunt by feigning death. Unfortunately, it did not succeed, and now it could not escape. The great serpent's rationality had completely vanished, and its soul was on the verge of dissipating. Harley took a half-step sideways, phasing into a magic mirror. When she reappeared, she was hovering directly above the giant serpent's head. A cold, long blade burning with black flame materialized and violently pierced the giant serpent's head. Simultaneously, the ice blade emanated large quantities of black and dark green light, which now spread throughout the giant serpent's body, firmly locking its spiritual body and spirituality within this physical shell. Harley felt the life aura of the creature beneath her gradually fade, and she nodded in satisfaction. The hunt is over. Rest in peace. After concluding this hunt, Harley did not immediately investigate the connection between this giant serpent and the core of her wand. She methodically sealed the giant serpent's spiritual body, which was extremely weakened, on the verge of dissipating, and only forcibly confined within its body by her dark arts, into the magic mirror. The ice blade in Harley's hand gradually melted into a medium-length boning knife. Harley began to dissect the giant serpent piece by piece, separating its various materials. There were quite a few extraordinary materials on this giant serpent, especially its pair of snake eyes, which contained a large amount of extraordinary materials from the night pathway. After carefully removing them, Harley solemnly laid layers of rituals and dark arts upon them, finally storing them in the deepest part of her pocket. With this pair of snake eyes, along with some other items from the night pathway or similar domains, Harley could brew a potion and extract the extraordinary characteristic from sequence 3 Bishop of Fear within her body. As for the other extraordinary materials, Harley hadn't initially paid much attention, but she was surprised when she saw some peculiar parts. A portion of this great serpent's body was almost homologous with the spirit world. If it were directly taken out of the spirit world, it wouldn't just lose spirituality, but the entire material would directly dissipate. Harley had only seen similar cases of this phenomenon in some extremely special spirit world creatures, so Harley now had some conjectures about the great serpent's origin. She patiently rearranged the rituals, carefully preserving these materials, as they were excellent materials for practicing alchemy. After handling all of these, a sheet of ice appeared out of nowhere beneath Harley's feet. Subsequently, she vanished without a trace, and the ice on the ground rapidly melted, transforming into magic, dissipating into the spirit world. On the mirror surfaces surrounding the battleground, Harley's figure continuously appeared, and she used spider silk to retrieve the nearby magic mirrors and wands directly. Finally, Harley continuously used her mirror traveling ability, quickly returning along the path she came, and re-entered the Forbidden Forest at her starting point. It was now 3 in the morning. The previous battle seemed simple and swift, but if one included the time spent traveling, setting up the battlefield, and cleaning up afterward, it actually lasted nearly 5 hours. Although the Forbidden Forest was vibrant at night, with the calls of fantastic beasts echoing, making it a good time for hunting, Harley did not linger. She silently glided through the forbidden forest, past the encampments of other schools, and finally demonstrated her superb skill in free climbing the castle walls before successfully returning to her dormitory. In a girl's dormitory in Gryffindor Tower, a faint light flashed over a bed. The figure lying on the bed twisted for a moment, and when it finally stabilized, it appeared to have undergone no change. However, the person lying on the bed was no longer the Sequence 6 clone, but the Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair herself. After safely returning to Hogwarts, Harley took out the magic mirror and began to study the Great Serpent through spiritual communication to ascertain its identity. The Great Serpent's true identity was much as Harley had guessed. It was not essentially a snake, but a semi-spirit world creature. The corpse of a snake, which had accidentally drifted into the spirit world, and happened to be eroded by the extraordinary characteristics of both the death and night pathways, combined with the power of the spirit world itself, eventually formed this peculiar extraordinary creature. During this process, the first happened to begin collecting high-level extraordinary characteristics scattered across various corners of the world. The fallen powerful wizards or fantastic beasts became more and more numerous, while the new generation grew weaker and weaker. And this great serpent just happened to seize this opportunity, wantonly devouring extraordinary characteristics in the spirit world that had not been taken by the first, or absorbing the power of the spirit world, almost exclusively monopolizing the spirit world. However, monopolizing the spirit world was not without cost. Its power composition also made it impossible for this great serpent to leave the spirit world. As for the core of the wand in Harley's hand, it came from another creature similar to this great serpent. However, the former owner of this wand core had nothing to do with what Ollivander's grandfather considered a snake, and it wasn't even snake-shaped. The two had engaged in a struggle in the spirit world, and the great serpent ultimately won. But although it paid a heavy price and achieved victory, it ultimately gained nothing. Because its opponent's corpse fell out of the spirit world, a part of it rapidly dissipated upon leaving the spirit world, while another part fell into a snake's nest. This is also why Ollivander's grandfather believed it was a snake's nerve, as when he collected the material, the snakes were all gathered around this nerve, eager but not daring to approach. What happened next was simple. Ollivander's grandfather used this nerve, combined with top-grade snakewood, to meticulously craft a wand. However, due to being too close to a material that barely reached demigod level, he eventually succumbed to madness. That he didn't directly lose control or die can only be attributed to his immense good fortune. And the giant serpent, severely wounded, also neared the collapse of its rationality, merely wandering the spirit world, continuously devouring various low-level extraordinary characteristics. After recovering from its injuries, a portion of its rationality finally returned, and it remembered the corpse of its old opponent. Although it failed to find its old opponent's corpse, it still tracked down Ollivander's grandfather, the wand maker, based on the aura left by its old opponent. It was precisely because of the erosion of spirit world power that Ollivander's grandfather was able to briefly regain consciousness, but then he died directly. Unfortunately, although the great serpent, with its few remaining shreds of rationality, set a trap, its bait did not attract ordinary small fish, but a terrifying witch. I never imagined you would be such a precious extraordinary material. After Harley withdrew her consciousness from the magic mirror, she casually drew her wand. The wand was slender and sturdy, although it had never been polished, there was not a speck of dust on it. Harley's eyes suddenly widened, glowing with emerald green light that rapidly eroded the wand. Although she had always used it very smoothly, holding such an extraordinary material, barely on par with herself, it was still wise to be cautious. After completing all of this, Harley, busy all day, quickly fell into a deep slumber. December brought strong winds and heavy rain to Hogwarts, interspersed with flying snow. When Fleur complained about the weather at Hogwarts, she always liked to quip that if she were to face a dragon now, she could certainly subdue it more easily. After all, she wouldn't even need to use a weather charm, the heavens had already provided the most suitable climate. And soon, Fleur was no longer complaining about the Hogwarts weather, instead, she began to feel fear. Because she and Hermione finally teamed up to decipher the secret of the golden egg in mid-December. For this, Hermione spent a lot of time seeking out the ghosts of the various houses, particularly questioning nearly headless Nick, while Fleur wrote to Louis XVI of Beauxbatons. However, the former stated that the sounds produced by the ghosts playing music at his death day party had no meaning whatsoever, being merely improvisational. Louis XVI, on the other hand, believed that the sound was more likely that of a guillotine blade completing its task. He even tried to recommend his newly developed guillotine to Fleur, believing that trying it out personally would surely unlock the golden egg's mystery. And even if it didn't solve it, there would be no loss, at least after death. one could join the Headless Hunt and tour the world performing for ghosts, instead of being confined to Hogwarts like nearly headless Nick. The two were forced to shift their focus, beginning to search for various creatures that could emit piercing shrieks, such as banshees and hags. Finally, on the second Friday of December, while the three were in the room of requirement poring over material, Hermione wanted to relax after tiring of flipping through documents from the restricted section. And her way of relaxing was to peruse a very ancient, voluminous document, a comparison of fantastic beasts from the same species in different environments. Initially, Hermione hadn't specifically considered merperson, but rather continuously gathered information, researching the broad categories of fantastic beasts and magical plants. However, this inadvertently excluded merperson. Although merperson and centaur, among other creatures, did not accept this view, considering it an insult from wizards, arrogant wizards didn't care much. Therefore, these humanoid creatures were categorized as humans, under the laws of various ministries of magic. To comply with legal regulations, fantastic beasts and where to find them, did not include them, and other documents Hermione consulted also adhered to this rule. Only this book, being too ancient, still categorized merperson under fish. In this document, Hermione found various types of merperson and discovered that merperson living in cold freshwater lakes were ugly, and their songs in the air manifested as piercing shrieks, but in the water, they became beautiful songs. This also surprised Hermione, as according to the information she had previously read, merperson songs were very melodious. The latter half of this chapter provided an explanation. Merperson living in warm oceans were beautiful, and their voices in the air still manifested as melodious songs. This is also the source of the Ulysses story in the Muggle, Homer's Odyssey. The siren's songs he heard were actually the songs of merperson in warm ocean waters. And the Jauron, recorded in the ancient Oriental Muggle readable Fantastic Beast book, Classic of Mountains and Seas, were actually these beautiful merperson. As for why merperson from cold freshwater weren't recorded by Muggles, they were. Who do you think the so-called water ghosts refer to? Chapter 303. Let's go take a bath in the prefect's bathroom. Although she hadn't had the chance to research the specific meaning of these songs, Fleur's face had already turned pale. Regardless of the exact nature of the competition, the merperson song had now appeared in the hints. This indicated that at least a very important part of the competition was related to merpeople. And while merpeople could surface, they mostly stayed at the bottom of the Black Lake. So the champions would at least have to undergo some kind of test by the lake, or even dive directly into the water. In this cold weather, even just being splashed by the icy lake water would be enough to suffer. And if they had to dive in, Fleur genuinely felt the organizers were planning a murder without accountability. Looking at the thick book spread out on the table, then at the two golden eggs beside it, Fleur couldn't help but swallow. Should we go to the bathroom now, get a basin of water, and listen to the specific content of the song in the golden egg? We don't need to rush, Harley shook her head. I just thought of a good place. I got the password and exact location of the prefect's bathroom from Angelina and them before, but I haven't used it yet. Speaking of which, I've never been to the prefect's bathroom. They say it's extremely luxurious, even having a hot spring-like bathing pool. We can go there to listen to the meaning of the merperson song in the golden egg. The effect will definitely be good. Besides, last time you invited me to Bobatons for a hot spring, I haven't even thanked you yet. Listening to Harley's words, Fleur couldn't help but recall her experience at Bobatons last time, and her face instantly flushed. Hermione glanced at the two with a hint of suspicion, but couldn't find anything wrong. So she refocused her attention on the golden egg she was holding. Then let's go to the prefect's bathroom tonight. You two figure out the competition tasks early so you can prepare in advance. I'm fine with that. We'll leave at 9:30 p.m. That way, we might even be able to get back and sleep before 1. Harley made the final decision. If it's really too late, I can also accompany Fleur to stay in the room of requirement. My blanket can be magically extended to cover 2 people. At 9:30 p.m., Harley and Hermione appeared on the 6th floor on time. The 4th door to the right of the confused glass thread statue on this floor was the Hogwarts girls' prefect's bathroom, directly opposite the boys' prefect's bathroom, which was the 4th door to the left. And the passwords for both were quite interesting. The boys' prefect's bathroom password was always fresh pineapple, while the girls' prefect's bathroom password was always crisp pear. According to some unknown rumors, these two fruits have always been Hufflepuff's favorite fruits. And the painting at the entrance of the Hogwarts kitchen is the most obvious evidence. After so many years, the green pear in that painting is still the doorknob. So when she built the bathroom, she specifically chose these two fruits as the passwords to enter. However, Fleur arrived a little late, and she brought a little tag along. For some reason, Gabrielle also came with Fleur. Sorry, Fleur immediately explained apologetically after dispelling her disillusionment charm. I thought Gabrielle was asleep, but I didn't expect her to be awake at all and to have quietly followed along. I only found her after I entered through the door you left open, so I could only allow her to come along. Why didn't you take me when you went to bathe, big sister? Gabrielle pouted her little mouth. Beside them. You make me follow Madame Maxime every day, but you always stick to Sister Harley. Sister, you've changed. You don't take me to anything fun anymore. It's okay, Gabrielle can follow if she wants. Seeing that the half-Vila sisters seemed about to start a lecture here, Harley quickly smoothed things over. Let's go in quickly. You two hurry and solve the golden egg puzzle. The Hogwarts prefect's bathroom was indeed luxurious, even somewhat extravagant. Ordinary students' bathrooms were like Muggle bathrooms, with toilets inside and washbasins outside. The bathrooms in the various common rooms also had larger separate spaces with showers for students to bathe. Other than that, there was nothing else in the bathrooms. But the prefect's bathroom was different. Under the ceiling, a luxurious chandelier with lit candles cast a warm glow into the room. The floor and walls were made of pristine white marble, and the circular sunken bath in the center of the bathroom was also entirely constructed of flawless marble. This bath looked very much like a swimming pool, especially with a diving board on the side, which made one very suspicious of its purpose. Not far from the bath was a window, but the window glass was enchanted. Looking out, one could admire the view of the forbidden forest. If someone on a broomstick tried to look in from the outside, they would see Madame Hufflepuff holding her wand, staring at them menacingly. And if that person remained unrepentant and tried to quietly open the window, they would be drenched with a large bucket of vinegar, and the smell of vinegar all over them would be magically fixed. Unless they mastered a counter charm, the vinegar smell would not disappear for 3 days. The window was closed at this time, and the white linen curtains, matching the walls, were drawn. A large pile of soft white towels was neatly stacked in a basket next to the window, while an empty basket nearby was for used, dirty towels. And by the edge of the bath, there were approximately 100 or more golden and silver taps. The handles of these taps were also inlaid with different colored gems and carved with animals symbolizing the 4 houses, fully demonstrating Hogwarts' affluence. The only thing that made people curious was why so many taps were prepared here. Even if the 12 female prefects and the head girl did not overlap, and adding the 4 Quidditch team captains of the 4 houses who happened to be female at the same time, there would only be 17 people in total. Harley seriously suspected that even if all these people came to this bathroom at the same time, could they use so many taps simultaneously? After much thought, Harley strongly suspected that when the prefect's bathroom was built, the wizard in charge of its construction took kickbacks. Wait, the person in charge of building this place was Hufflepuff, and the money also came from Hufflepuff. Then never mind, it can only be said that Hufflepuff was truly great. She must have intended this to be a public bathroom for everyone, but later generations mistakenly distorted her meaning. However, Harley would soon understand the ingenious use of these taps. After locking the door and placing all their clothes in the baskets on the rack near the entrance, the 4, wearing only bathrobes over their swimsuits, sat by the edge of the bath. Harley was initially reluctant to wear a swimsuit, but Fleur insisted it was better to wear one, and Hermione, unusually, agreed with her, so Harley could only comply. Following the guidance of Senior Angelina, Harley patted a brick next to the bath. Immediately, a magical gleam flashed. Water instantly gushed into the previously empty bath, filling more than half of it in less than 5 minutes. Gabrielle excitedly jumped directly into the water, and despite Fleur's attempts to stop her from the side, she curiously turned on several taps on the nearest wall. From the first tap, pink bubbles as big as footballs rapidly sprayed out, dancing in midair. Another tap sprayed out crystal clear, jasmine-scented foam, so buoyant that Gabrielle could even float on it. Some taps even sprayed out milk scented with honey and lilies. Who was the genius who thought of preparing milk baths for girls? Looking at these luxurious facilities, Harley thought she should come to bathe every day, and bring Hermione and Fleur along too. After all, more milk baths are very good for the body. Harley sat on the edge of the pool, her fair little feet gently playing with the water. Her body suddenly swayed slightly, and she gracefully slid into the water, leaving only the golden egg and wand by the pool, and a complete bathrobe that had been shed at some unknown point. Fleur also gently glided into the water, like a merperson, just as she did at Beauxbatons. Her silvery long hair spread out on the water's surface, reflecting the candlelight, appearing to shimmer with silver light. Hermione also wanted to enter the water like her two friends, but unfortunately, as soon as she extended her calf into the pool, she suddenly felt someone grasp her feet. From beneath the water, someone suddenly exerted force, pulling Hermione directly into the water. This startled Hermione. She didn't even have time to think and tried to struggle. However, Harley emerged from under the water and pulled the somewhat flustered Hermione to the surface. Hee, last time at Beauxbatons, Fleur ambushed me like this. It's just a pity your reaction wasn't as quick as mine, her MI1. Harley smiled mischievously, while pressing her face against Hermione's, and her hands, not behaving, used a low-level version of the special technique she had learned from the noble young ladies in Backland. To compare with Disease General in a certain sequence 900 lady, I think you all understand, so I won't elaborate here. If Fleur wasn't here, and especially with Gabrielle, who is just 9 years old, certain actions would be truly inappropriate. Harley could have demonstrated a high-level strategy on the spot. As for why Harley dared to be so bold, it can only be said that after more than 3 years of acquaintance, Harley, this old Sea King, knew what she was doing. Hermione struggled fiercely, finally breaking free from Harley's mischievous grasp. She glared at Harley indignantly, but in the misty environment, that glare was harmless. Instead, it could be called an excited glare for the culprit. All four had entered the water, with most of their bodies submerged. Except for Gabrielle, who kept playing with the taps, Harley, Hermione, and Fleur comfortably leaned against the edge of the pool, enjoying the slightly warm water. Suddenly, 2 bubbles were pushed onto Fleur's face and burst directly. Gabrielle giggled mischievously, making a face at her sister. Such a fun place, and Big Sister didn't want to bring me, wanted to come secretly. Big Sister is so mean. How could Fleur tolerate this? She immediately swam over, wanting to properly educate her younger sister. But Gabrielle opened more taps, and used bubbles to continuously block Fleur's advance. For a moment, the entire bath was full of bubbles, echoing with silver bell-like laughter. After several bubbles landed on her face in succession, Fleur seemed genuinely a bit angry. She took a deep breath and plunged straight down. Before Gabrielle could react, she was directly lifted out of the water and suspended in midair. She still tried to struggle, but couldn't resist at all. Fleur stared at Gabrielle in her arms, her voice slightly annoyed. Gabrielle, I don't educate you for a while, and you start being naughty, don't you? You want to be spanked again, don't you? Although Gabrielle's expression management was excellent, instantly becoming pitiful, Fleur's expression remained serious. After all, Fleur had the most say in what Gabrielle's personality was like. Finally, after a small punishment, Gabrielle reluctantly received Fleur's forgiveness. At Hermione's reminder, the three finally got down to business. Harley's golden egg was brought into the water. After taking a deep breath, Harley, Hermione, and Fleur all dived down. The golden egg was opened underwater, and what came out was no longer a sharp, piercing sound, but a melodious song. Seek us, in our most iconic place. Earth, forest, and lake conspired to take your dearest treasure, and you must reclaim it. The stargazer guards, the Holy One holds the key, and the singer possesses the map. As you search, ponder carefully the direction you take. The stargazer's stars will not guide you, the Holy One's light will not illuminate you, only the singer's song is your first landmark. You have 24 hours to find and reclaim your most cherished treasure. After listening to the song, the four quickly surfaced. Gabrielle, seeing her sisters inhale and dive, imitated them and plunged to the bottom. What does this mean? As soon as she emerged from the water, Fleur eagerly asked. I'm more concerned, does this mean we don't have to go into the water? After all, earth, forest, and lake, it sounds like the lake's proportion isn't that big, right? Perhaps we only need to obtain certain items by the lake. Of course, not. Harley mercilessly shattered Fleur's illusion. What are you thinking? This riddle is actually very simple. Before Harley could continue, Fleur hit her hard with a pool volleyball-style charge. Don't say it. Let me think about it myself. Hermione, a step behind, also glared at Harley angrily. When her gaze shifted slightly to the object beside Harley's face, her eyes suddenly widened even more, and her anger grew even stronger. No comparison, no harm. Damn it. Chapter 304, Gabrielle took on everything. Let me think. First, the singer should refer to the merperson living in the cold freshwater of the Black Lake. Fleur was the first to make a judgment. What about the Pure One and the Stargazer? The Stargazer, probably a centaur. Hermione frowned. There's an entire tribe of centaurs living in the Forbidden Forest, and centaurs love observing constellations so much, which also perfectly matches the forest mentioned in the second line. Then the merperson corresponds to the lakeside, so the earth should correspond to that unknown Pure One. Fleur pondered carefully, unconsciously twirling a strand of her long silver hair that had drifted to her ear. Are there any other tribes in the Forbidden Forest? And are they at least intelligent magical creature tribes or humanoid races? Let me think. Thestrals, hippogriffs, acromantulas, and the fire crabs and manticores that have been relocated. No, fire crabs aren't very intelligent, they need to be excluded. The more Hermione calculated, the more absurd it felt, and Fleur also slightly opened her mouth. Is Hogwarts, Forbidden Forest that absurd? Are there no normal, less dangerous creatures? You can't blame me for that. Hermione's cheeks, whether from soaking too long or some other reason, flushed red. Hagrid never brings normal magical creatures to class, so the most dangerous ones are all I can think of first. Wait, I think I remember there are also some extremely friendly animals in the Forbidden Forest. Pure unicorns. Hermione slammed the water surface, causing water to splash everywhere instantly. Gabrielle, who had been eagerly listening to the three of them chat, was caught off guard and splashed in the face. Hermione quickly apologized, grabbing a towel from the edge of the pool to help the little girl dry her face. At the same time, she didn't forget to summarize. Unicorns are sacred and pure. They are even so pure that they only favor the purest of maidens. Nonsense, is that pure? Isn't that just a pervert? And unicorns possess extremely powerful magic, belonging to the top tier among all magical creatures, and can truly be called darlings of the earth and nature. So the conclusion is already very clear. Harley finally spoke. You've all finished your deductions, so let me summarize. The second task is probably that the organizers will take one of our precious treasures and hide it carefully, as a sign of completing the second task. The Stargazer, symbolizing the Forbidden Forest, is the centaur, responsible for guarding our treasure. And the Pure One, the unicorn, symbolizing the earth, holds the key, which perfectly corresponds to the lyrics. Fleur said with certainty. Our treasure might be locked somewhere, and only the key can open that lock. As for the singer, the merperson, symbolizing the lake, they probably possess a map of the Forbidden Forest. Hermione recalled the first line of the lyrics. And the most iconic place, mentioned in the first line should refer to the gathering places of these three tribes. This is also where a map would be needed. Although the gathering places of these three tribes are not a secret, very few wizards intentionally learn these locations. In other words, our complete route is probably to sneak into the Black Lake to find the map, Harley said softly. Then come ashore, find the key located in the unicorns, gathering place in the Forbidden Forest, and finally go to the centaurs, gathering place to retrieve our treasure. As for the competition time, it's probably 24 hours, and the final score will certainly be higher the faster one is. The three then took Fleur's golden egg and listened to it again. The lyrics in both golden eggs were identical, requiring no further discussion. After solving the riddle, Fleur first wanted to celebrate, but then realized something and suddenly turned pale. Although dragons were also very dangerous, Fleur believed she could come up with a solution even without others' help. After all, her hypnotic magic was an innate talent, very stable and reliable. But a competition lasting 24 hours, requiring passage through various environments, was quite difficult for Fleur. After all, her stamina was truly insufficient, a hard flaw among hard flaws. When she participated in the Magical School Potion Championship, Fleur also memorized the map in advance and chose the shortest route. Moreover, the magical garden was a treasure meticulously managed by the Extraordinary Potioneers Association, with not too many dangers inside. At most, only magical plants like poisonous tentacles or exploding snap could cause harm to wizards. Even then, she was utterly exhausted, let alone the even more arduous course and harsh environment now. The Black Lake in this weather had extremely low water temperatures, which could quickly deplete the strength and warmth of anyone entering the water. And the Forbidden Forest had a diverse range of magical creatures, far more dangerous than the magical garden. Don't worry, there's still plenty of preparation time. I've already planned out a few feasible methods. Harley comforted Fleur. Now let's enjoy this warm pool water, we'll discuss other issues tomorrow. Harley, have you finished discussing serious matters? Gabrielle, who had been waiting for a long time, asked pitifully with a distressed little face. I've been playing with bubbles here for almost half an hour, can you sisters play with me? Of course, Big Sister has finished her serious business. Harley put the two golden eggs back on the shore, then stretched, fully extending her curves under Hermione's envious and jealous gaze. Everyone was at Hogwarts, eating the same food, and always together. I'm older than you, so why is your talent so good? Darn it. Let's soak for another 20 minutes and then get out. Wizard physiques are better than Muggle ones, but you can't soak for too long. Harley saw Fleur was still tense, couldn't help but chuckle strangely, and suddenly pushed a few bubbles that had floated near her onto Fleur's face. Fleur snapped back to reality, her face showing annoyance, and she retaliated. The previous tense atmosphere disappeared, and the entire washroom was filled with a joyful aura, although Hermione and Fleur both wanted to finish their showers quickly and go to bed, to wake up early tomorrow morning for the library. Moreover, it was already so late, and witches didn't need to spend a long time on makeup after showering, so it should have been very quick. But after all, there were 2 people dragging their feet in this washroom, causing trouble from time to time. So the shower lasted until 12:40 in the morning. After thoroughly showering, Gabrielle aside, everyone else was flushed, and their hands, wiping away sweat with towels, seemed a bit weak. When Harley's hands glowed with black flames, constantly stroking the other's long hair, considerately helping the other 3 witches dry their hair. This spacious washroom was already half filled with various colorful bubbles emitting strange fragrances. And since it was so late, Beauxbaton's carriage certainly couldn't be returned to, so Fleur and Gabrielle could only choose to stay overnight in the room of requirement. And Harley certainly couldn't let her guests stay there alone, so she naturally needed to stay and accompany them. Hermione also didn't want to disturb the fat lady, who was already asleep, and after showering, her whole body felt soft and she didn't want to move at all. Getting back to the 8th floor was already her utmost effort. So Harley simply had the room of requirement transform into the shape of the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, with 1 bed for each of the 4, perfect. Of course, the beds could be moved, with a wave of a wand, it could be easily done. And since they were all witches, there wasn't that much fuss. When the beds were small, pushing them together to increase usable space was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? The next morning, even though they had gone to bed very late yesterday, Gabrielle woke up early from her bed. However, the little girl had excellent manners, although still a bit hazy and not fully awake, she remained quiet. She looked around and, upon realizing she wasn't familiar with the surroundings, remembered that she hadn't spent the night in the Beauxbaton's carriage and recalled the events of last night. Gabrielle immediately became interested, tiptoed over her sister, who was sleeping on the outermost side, and stepped barefoot onto the floor. She peeked here and there, carefully examining everything in the room, but quickly lost interest. After all, this was just a temporary dormitory conjured up, without much decoration. Finally, Gabrielle chose to return to bed. She quietly climbed over her sleeping sister and lay down beside Harley. With a serious and solemn expression, she meticulously counted Harley's eyelashes. However, the little girl soon found that eyelashes were hard to count. So she changed her target and began counting the times Harley's chest rose and fell with each breath. Harley had already noticed the little girl when she approached her. However, Harley didn't stop her, choosing instead to feign sleep. As Gabrielle was concentrating all her attention, she inadvertently looked up and met Harley's suddenly open eyes. Gabrielle jumped, falling back onto her bottom, almost tumbling off the bed. Fortunately, Harley's long hair instantly spread out, forcibly catching Gabrielle and lifting her from the floor. This commotion also woke up Fleur and Hermione. After understanding what had happened, needless to say, Gabrielle was thoroughly reprimanded by Fleur. The 4 quickly ate breakfast, and Harley had to escort the Delacour sisters back to their carriage. Madame Maxime seemed to have woken up very early and was standing by the window, staring intently outside. Clearly, she had already discovered that a certain pair of half-Vila sisters had quietly snuck out last night and hadn't returned all night. Upon seeing that Harley was escorting Fleur and Gabrielle back, Madame Maxime visibly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing it wasn't some little rascal who had enticed her favorite student to stay out all night, and sisters together at that. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it to the Delacour couple. After Madame Maxime's interrogation, Fleur barely escaped a scolding. After all, it was for the purpose of solving the Golden Egg's secret, for the honor of Beauxbaton's, and Madame Maxime expressed her understanding. However, Gabrielle, who had snuck out, suffered the consequences. Ultimately, she bore the brunt of it all. And no sooner had she been interrogated than Fleur returned to Hogwarts. Although Harley could provide a very effective method, Fleur still wanted to make her own plans first. After all, it was a rare opportunity to participate in such a grand Triwizard tournament, so she ought to learn something from it, shouldn't she? So Fleur continued to frequent the library, not forgetting to drag the kind-hearted Hermione along. Time passed imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only 1 week left until the Christmas holidays. In the last Transfiguration class of the semester on Thursday, Professor McGonagall concluded the most difficult course of the entire term, Animagus Transfiguration. After collecting all the guinea pigs that had been transformed into guinea fowl into cages, Professor McGonagall did not immediately dismiss the class. She calmly surveyed all the students in the classroom and cleared her throat. As you all know, after this week's classes conclude, it will be the Christmas holidays. And the original Triwizard Tournament had a traditional event, which was to hold a Christmas ball on Christmas Eve, from 8 in the evening until midnight. This is also a great opportunity for us to interact with our foreign guests. You can invite them to dance with you. Of course, the Triwizard Tournament has also inherited this tradition from the Triwizard Tournament, and there won't be too many changes. So the ball will proceed as usual, and by custom, it will only be open to students in their 4th year and above. Of course, if you wish, you may also invite younger students, though I personally would prefer you not invite little wizards who are too young. At this point, Professor McGonagall scanned everyone in the class with a serious expression, and everyone held their breath. Don't be so tense, it's a joyous occasion, isn't it? Professor McGonagall suddenly smiled. You can wear your most beautiful robes, and of course, other styles of formal wear are also acceptable. Invite the person you most wish to invite, and on that evening, relax yourselves, and ease the fatigue brought on by studying. Listening to Professor McGonagall's words, the students couldn't help but giggle. Lavender and several other girls vigorously covered their mouths with their hands to prevent their voices from escaping. Not knowing what good things she was thinking of, Lavender turned her head and whispered to Parvati. Professor McGonagall glared at the two of them, but uncharacteristically did not stop this behavior that clearly violated classroom discipline. Amidst a flurry of whispers, someone raised a hand. Professor McGonagall, are there any restrictions on who we can invite as dance partners? No, Professor McGonagall shook her head. As I said earlier, you can even invite younger little wizards if you wish. Chapter 305. Our country has its own national conditions, come girls don't be shy. Suddenly, Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff raised his hand and asked loudly, then. Professor McGonagall, may I? I have a male friend who wants to know if we can invite boys to the Christmas ball. When he asked this question, Macmillan's face wore a silly smile mixed with anticipation. Harley couldn't help but secretly give Macmillan a thumbs up. She loved a good teammate who knew how to initiate a play and provide the perfect assist. Hearing Macmillan's question, many people around them burst out laughing. Dean and Seamus laughed with extremely consistent frequency, both leaning back and forth, making one wonder why they found it so amusing. But jokes aside, many Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors were actually looking at Professor McGonagall with hopeful anticipation. After all, Macmillan's question was a very serious one, a traditional art form of the Great British Empire. Ancestral laws cannot be abolished, and Great British traditions cannot be discarded. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated such a question and hadn't prepared for it in advance. However, after carefully recalling the rules and the historical traditions of the Great British Empire, Professor McGonagall nodded. Of course, Mr. Ernie Macmillan, it's your freedom, and we won't interfere. Professor, you should say it's my friend's freedom. Macmillan was nodding contentedly when he suddenly remembered something and loudly interjected. I'm asking for my male friend, he really wants to know. Loud laughter erupted in the classroom again, and Justin nudged Macmillan's lower back, asking in a low voice. Who is this friend of yours? Why don't I know him? It's you, of course. Macmillan glared at him fiercely, immediately pinning the blame on Justin. This time, it was Justin's turn to be bewildered. He thought for a long time but couldn't recall ever asking Macmillan to inquire about this for him. To be honest, he actually did want to ask, so Justin didn't say anything in the end. As a result, in the eyes of others, Justin had tacitly agreed. Several girls mentally crossed Justin off their lists and added Macmillan back on. One wonders what Justin and Macmillan would think if they knew about this. All right, my mistake, I apologize to you, Mr. Ernie Macmillan. Professor McGonagall blinked, as if seeing through everything. Let's move on from this topic. Now, as someone with experience, I want to give you some advice. Hearing this, the laughter in the classroom quickly subsided. Everyone sat up straight, listening intently to Professor McGonagall, unwilling to miss any information. You'd best choose your desired partners as soon as possible, and don't hesitate, extend the invitation directly. Professor McGonagall coughed twice. If you remain indecisive and only invite someone close to the ball, you'll find that all the good girls and great boys have already been invited by others. Laughter returned to the classroom, growing even louder. Everyone looked around at their classmates. Many boys immediately cast their gaze towards Harley and Hermione in the first row, or more precisely, towards Harley. Harley was a champion, and her looks were even more exquisite than that Beauxbaton's half-Vila. Her aura, a blend of nobility and elegance, was interspersed with a few hints of unknown charm and allure. The Daily Prophet had also published many photos of Harley in the past. In the photos, whether she was wearing a snow-white long dress with white stockings and high heels, appearing delicate and graceful, or dressed in a black neutral wizard robe with her hair tied in a ponytail, looking heroic and vibrant, she inspired longing in many people, including these little wizards. And during the previous reception for guests from other magic schools, Harley's elegant black formal robe paired with long white gloves became the eternal, white moonlight, in the hearts of many little wizards. To be able to invite such a beautiful girl to dance, it felt like a win no matter how one looked at it. There were even a few Hufflepuff and Gryffindor girls who also cast their gazes over, their eyes full of anticipation. After all, Great Britain has its own national conditions. Come girls, don't be shy. One more thing, Professor McGonagall said at the end of her talk, specifically directing her gaze at Harley. Harley, I must remind you that according to the traditional custom of the Triwizard Tournament, the ball will be opened by the champions and their partners. Which means, Harley, you cannot miss this Christmas ball. And for the honor of Gryffindor and Hogwarts, I hope you prepare well and learn to dance in advance. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything more, but quietly waited for class to end. The bell for class dismissal rang quickly, and the little wizards excitedly packed their things, not forgetting to chatter about the previous topic. And Professor McGonagall's words spread throughout Hogwarts with astonishing speed. Before this, many little wizards had vaguely learned information related to the Christmas ball, but no one had received the most accurate explanation. Now, after Professor McGonagall took the lead in endorsing the idea of the Christmas ball, Hogwarts immediately became excited. For the upcoming Christmas ball, the little wizards began to show off their unique skills, with the most obvious change being their appearance. Although it was still 10 o'clock in the morning, the common rooms and various washrooms were crowded with people. The wizards, for the first time, began to pay attention to their image. Messy representatives like Seamus and Dean, who originally washed their feet every 2 days, their hair every 3 days, bathed once a week, and shaved once a month, now wished they could clean themselves thoroughly from the inside out. Many boys even started to take special time to style their hair, applying hair gel, pomade, and a touch of perfume. The witches also rushed back to their dormitories immediately, spending more effort than before on their appearance. School uniforms were no longer an option. Who would wear such old-fashioned and unoriginal clothes? Would you? I certainly wouldn't. The girls rummaged through their trunks and carefully selected their second most elaborate outfits. As for why it wasn't their most precious, most elaborate outfit, it was, of course, because the best one was to be saved for the Christmas ball. All at once, Madame Pomfrey's infirmary and Professor Sprout's office had long queues. Many people who had previously been reluctant to use the potion made from diluted bubotuber pus to remove pimples on their faces were now not resistant at all. As long as it made them more beautiful, even if it was cockroach extract, the little wizards would gladly endure it. And the inter-class scuffles that Filch constantly complained about and for which professors deducted points daily, as well as the phenomenon of rushing out of classrooms to the Great Hall immediately after class, which professors detested, disappeared after the second long class. As long as it made them more beautiful, even if it was cockroach extract, the little wizards would gladly endure it. And the inter-class scuffles that Filch constantly complained about and for which professors deducted points daily, as well as the phenomenon of rushing out of classrooms to the Great Hall immediately after class, which professors detested, disappeared after the second long class. It was clearly lunchtime at 12 o'clock, but not many people rushed to the Great Hall. Everyone started walking steadily, some even tried to walk like Filch's Madame Norris, attempting a cat-like stride. And the little wizards' voices also became softer. Even when conflicts arose, they engaged in polite passive aggression, only occasionally spewing one or two elegant traditional national essences. There was no other reason for this. The main point was to be a gentleman and a lady. The main point was never to damage one's image. But this wasn't enough. Just as Professor McGonagall said, taking the initiative was the most important thing. One couldn't just foolishly wait for someone to invite them. In that case, excellent wizards and witches would have already been invited by others. As is well known, only by taking the initiative can one gain the upper hand. So, while the situations of others were unknown, Harley received over 20 invitations during her short meal, some from boys and some from girls. Very good, this is very British. However, Harley naturally refused all of them. She certainly wouldn't accept invitations from those wizards. After all, Harley kept the method of playing the demoness of pleasure firmly in mind. This had become an instinct etched into her bones, something she would never violate, even if it meant death. She, the demoness of Unaging Harley, was forever indifferent to boys. As for some of the girls' invitations, Harley was actually a little tempted, as these girls were indeed beautiful. But it was only a fleeting temptation. Harley still coldly and ruthlessly refused them. After all, she already had a target in mind to invite. This was the demoness of Unaging Harem King's first attempt at this, nurturing, strategy, and now it was harvest season. While these wizards and witches came to invite Harley, Hermione sat silently to the side, seemingly concentrating on cutting her lamb chop. In every respect, she had no reason to say anything. But Hermione inexplicably felt unhappy, some words just had to be said. Yet, when Harley refused these people, Hermione always felt inexplicably happy. When the two went to the library to meet Fleur, Hermione said in a slightly envious voice. "You're so popular, Harley. No one has invited me." Harley chuckled softly, and, using her height advantage, quickly pinched Hermione's nose. "What are you thinking? My Hermione is so excellent, she definitely won't be short of invitations." "Really?" Hermione pushed Harley's hand away, simultaneously giving Harley a suspicious look. "Why do I feel like you're deceiving me?" "Of course, it's the honest truth," Harley said with a smile, because. Harley hadn't finished speaking when a boy suddenly appeared, blocking their path. It was Krum. At this moment, he was wearing his Quidditch uniform, adorned with medals he had won from various championships. Although he had only played for 3 years, Krum had already won many league championships or major inter-Nordic country competitions. So, those medals covered the entire upper half of his uniform. Clearly, in Krum's heart, this was his most treasured garment. Behind him followed a large group of boys and girls, many holding parchment and quills, seemingly ready for autographs. But many others had empty hands, simply staring intently at Krum. The looks in their eyes seemed to want to devour Krum. They probably all had a common goal, to hope they could invite Krum to be their Christmas ball partner. However, after seeing who was in front of Krum, many people suddenly realized something. Harley faintly heard a few sobs from the crowd. Clearly, some witches or wizards had already concluded that they couldn't possibly invite Krum. After all, in their hearts, no one could resist Krum's charm, and Harley was no exception. After stopping in front of Harley and Hermione, Krum took a deep breath. He asked loudly in his not particularly fluent but clearly carefully practiced English. "Miss Harley Potter, may I invite you to the Christmas ball?" As he spoke these words, his eyes were fixed on Harley's emerald green eyes, his expression very focused. Hermione, standing beside them, didn't even register in his vision. Harley was first startled, then a polite smile appeared on her face. "Mr. Victor Krum." Harley didn't rush to refuse immediately, but asked with interest. "May I ask why you thought of inviting me?" Krum glanced around the crowd, his voice softening a bit. "Because I feel that almost everyone in the entire Hogwarts often casts their gaze upon me. Only you, and Miss Delacour, Miss Granger, and a few others, don't pay as much attention to me. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but in fact, I don't particularly like people paying too much attention to me. I only wish to bring joy to everyone with my Quidditch skills, but I don't like everyone spending too much time and wasting too much energy on me for it. And a beautiful lady like you, who doesn't pay excessive attention to me because of my fame, truly inspires my longing. So, Miss Harley Potter, would you accept my invitation to be my partner and attend the Christmas ball with me?" But Harley smiled and politely shook her head, pouring a bucket of cold water on Krum directly and decisively. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Krum. I cannot accept your invitation. After all, I already have someone in mind to invite." "Is that so? I see, I was presumptuous." Hearing Harley's words, a look of disappointment inevitably appeared on Krum's face, but he still politely bowed slightly. However, Krum did not leave immediately. His gaze smoothly shifted to Hermione next to him, and he asked the same question as before without hesitation. "Miss Hermione Granger, may I invite you to the Christmas ball with me?" Chapter 306. You call this slow growth? Then am I growing backwards? Happy Chinese Valentine's Day. When Krum invited Harley, Hermione's face still held a complex expression that was hard to describe. But when she heard Krum turn to invite her without hesitation, the expression on her face changed immediately. Hermione's expression at this moment was a mix of surprise, displeasure, and even a hint of disdain and anger. She shook her head decisively and, in a firm tone, unceremoniously rejected Krum. "I'm sorry, Mr. Krum, but I already have someone I intend to invite. So I cannot accept your invitation. Furthermore, I must say, your behavior of inviting other girls in front of me, being rejected, and then immediately inviting me is truly unpleasant." Saying this, Hermione glared fiercely at Krum. "I apologize, I was inconsiderate. Please allow me to apologize to you." Crumb was clearly surprised to be rejected again, having been double rejected. He quickly recovered and apologized softly. Of course, this time his apology was not as sincere as when he apologized to Harley earlier. Hermione didn't dwell on it, feeling it would be beneath her. In the end, Crumb could only leave disappointed. As he walked away, Harley faintly heard him mumbling, "Sigh, all the pretty girls are taken. What's the point of being an international star then?" However, his fervent fans around him seemed happy that Crumb hadn't succeeded in finding a partner. After all, as long as Crumb didn't have a dance partner, they still had a chance. In this regard, everyone's attitude was surprisingly unified. Watching Crumb's retreating figure, Harley couldn't help but shake her head. Hermione's huffy voice sounded beside her, "That Crumb is too awful. He actually invited you in front of me, and then invited me in front of you. What does he mean by that?" Harley chuckled softly. He probably overestimates his reputation, thinking he can succeed everywhere just by relying on it. Hermione's resentment over Crumb's previous actions quickly dissipated. Her curiosity returned to Harley's unfinished words. "Harley, what were you going to say earlier?" "I suddenly don't want to say it now," Harley said with a mischievous grin. "I plan to choose a suitable time and place to tell you. Of course, if you're willing to beg me, I can tell you now." "HMPH, if you don't want to say it, then don't," Hermione rolled her eyes. "I don't even want to know." The two of them, avoiding glances, quickly made their way to the library. Unexpectedly, though the castle was bustling with people today, the library was unusually empty of students. But thinking about it carefully, it was very reasonable. After all, most students had rushed to get dressed up, and now they were probably gathered in the Great Hall and various common rooms, desperately showing themselves off. Fleur was sitting alone in a corner of the library, reading a book about outdoor exploration. On the table in front of her, a stack of thick materials, marked with bookmarks and notes, was already spread out. Harley and Hermione naturally went over. The three of them didn't discuss anything, but tacitly cooperated and started working. They worked until almost 5 in the afternoon before putting down their pens. Fleur stretched and asked with interest, "Why are there so few people in the Hogwarts library today? Is it because the holiday starts the day after tomorrow, so everyone doesn't want to come to the library today? Didn't you hear the news that's been spreading like wildfire around Hogwarts today?" Hermione asked, a little surprised and curious. "What news?" Fleur was taken aback and shook her head. "I've mostly only attended Charms class, Transmigration, and Defense Against the Dark Arts recently. The rest of the time I'm either in the room of requirement or in the library. So it's highly likely I don't know the news you're talking about." Hermione was speechless for a moment, then quickly explained everything to Fleur. After listening, Fleur nodded thoughtfully, instinctively looking at Harley. "Harley, who are you planning to invite?" Hermione's breathing suddenly became a little hurried. Fleur didn't notice it, but Harley heard it clearly. "Who am I inviting?" Harley deliberately repeated the question, drawing out her words. "Why, that would be..." "Shish, it's a secret for now." Saying this, Harley put a finger to her lips, accompanied by a playful smile. Hermione's breathing returned to normal, while Fleur felt a bit annoyed. To stop mid-sentence like that was truly irritating. She reached out to pinch Harley's cheek, but Harley skillfully dodged her, so she could only give up. The three quickly put the books back in their original places and left the library. The Gryffindor common room in the evening was even livelier than during the day. After all, during the day, many students had classes, and quite a few were gathered in other corners of the castle. But now, due to the Hogwarts curfew, the common room was filled with over a quarter of the wizards in the entire school. And today, for once, there was no night wandering in Gryffindor. After all, how many people would you meet night wandering? It's not even certain you'd meet anyone. If that's the case, how could night wandering be as important as staying in Gryffindor for matchmaking, or inviting a dance partner? Moreover, staying in the common room meant they could get all the gossip immediately. Just a moment ago, the Weasley twins and their brother Ron had a minor, unexplained skirmish. It seemed Ron had taunted them about not being able to find dance partners. As a result, the two of them immediately showed off their affection to everyone in the common room, successfully inviting Angelina and Alicia. Ron, in his shame and anger, stormed back to his dormitory and quickly became the subject of the Little Lions' late-night laughter in Gryffindor that evening. Of course, Harley's gossip was also among the highest quality in this field of gossip. No one was surprised that Crumb invited her. Who wouldn't, when Harley was so excellent and her looks were perfect? And Harley's direct rejection of Crumb also made many people feel a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she rejected Crumb for their sake. One must always dream. If it came true in a dream, wouldn't that be a huge gain? However, opinions differed on the matter of Krum turning to invite Hermione and being decisively rejected by her. Regarding why Hermione received an invitation, the most common view was that Hermione and Harley were good friends. So, when Krum couldn't invite Harley, he decided to use Hermione as a substitute. Based on this premise, many girls covertly mocked Hermione for not knowing what was good for her. Did she really think that just because she was good friends with Harley, she could elevate herself a few notches? Of course, mixed with this jealousy was a hint of envy. If Krum had come to invite them, very few could guarantee they would have been able to decisively refuse. 2 days later, on the last weekend before the Christmas holiday, students had their final opportunity to visit Hogsmeade this semester. This time, in addition to the first and second year Little Wizards of Hogwarts, students from the other 5 magic schools also came out in full force. Although the schools had informed them to bring formal robes before coming, everyone still needed to purchase some necessities. On one hand, it was to prepare more for the Christmas ball, and on the other hand, it was because the Little Wizards had consumed too many necessities during this period. Filch even complained that the corridors already smelled of perfume. Fleur was also very much looking forward to this trip to Hogsmeade. Last time, to prepare for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament, Fleur had given up the opportunity to go to Hogsmeade. Now, she was going to have a good time under the guidance of Harley and Hermione. A certain wealthy witch, who preferred to remain anonymous, had already withdrawn all the income sent by the Extraordinary Potioneers Association. And with a grand gesture, she declared, "This witch will cover all the expenses for this outing." Early in the morning, a long queue formed in the Hogwarts entrance hall. Although the biting wind and bitter frost outside were harsh, the little wizards preferred to huddle with their necks tucked in, still remaining in the long line. Filch was checking the list, verifying the little wizard's eligibility to go to Hogsmeade. This was one of his few opportunities to exercise authority, so even though he knew the list by heart, Filch still meticulously checked every name. However, when he saw Harley and Hermione, he simply smiled and waved, not even bothering to look at the list. There was nothing he could do. Harley and Hermione were known as good students at Hogwarts. Moreover, the two of them never caused Filch any trouble, and when they saw Filch struggling to clean and trying to remove some stubborn marks, they would even proactively help with magic. Although as a squib, he was very jealous that little wizards could learn magic, and this even led to an indescribable resentment. But for Harley and Hermione, Filch had none of these negative emotions. Outside the castle, the Delacour sisters had been waiting for a long time. Students from the other 5 schools had already departed, leaving only the 2 of them still standing in the snow. The 4 casually found a carriage and headed straight for Hogsmeade. Along the way, Gabrielle was exceptionally excited. Last time she went to Hogsmeade with Madame Maxime, she only visited the most basic 3 broomsticks. Madame Maxime hadn't taken Gabrielle to those places that sounded very interesting, such as Honeyduke's, Zonko's Joke Shop, the Hogshead Pub, and the Shrieking Shack. So now, even though Hogsmeade was still some distance away, Gabrielle had already recited the route countless times. The carriage finally slowly entered Hogsmeade and stopped by the side of the street. Harley was the first to push open the carriage door and step onto the thick snow. Hogsmeade was covered in silver at this time, and the usually colorful shops had all uniformly turned snow white. Various decorations had already been placed at the entrances of each magic shop. Aside from the Christmas trees, the Christmas atmosphere had already been set. First, go to Gladrag's Wizardware to buy some extra decorations, then to the 3 broomsticks for butterbeer, and next is the big Christmas candy shopping at Honeyduke's. The little wizard seriously counted on her fingers, repeating the route once again. Fleur dismissively flicked her forehead. "All right, Gabrielle, you've repeated it at least 50 times. Who told you not to bring her to play last time?" Harley said with a laugh, taking Gabrielle's small hand from Fleur, to prevent her from getting lost. After all, Hogsmeade was bustling with people at this time, and there might be a few dark wizards mixed in who specialized in shady dealings. Half Vila, in a sense, were much more valuable than pure blood Vila. The 4 of them browsed Gladrag's Wizardware, purchasing many small decorations and imported Muggle perfumes and other cosmetics, before heading straight to the 3 broomsticks. The pub was crowded, and Harley spent a lot of effort to find a spot in a corner. When she went to buy butterbeer, Madame Rosmerta, the proprietress, was all smiles, and the drawer beside her was already piled high with galleons. She even, for the first time, sold Harley a bottle of fire whiskey at the normal price, which was at least half cheaper than the price the unscrupulous owner of the Hogshead Pub had offered Harley. After just 1 cup of butterbeer, Gabrielle was already restless. She looked uneasy, her gaze constantly flitting towards the window, towards the nearby Honeyduke's. However, Fleur wanted to test Gabrielle's patience, and Harley and Hermione also found Gabrielle's demeanor very cute, deliberately wanting to tease her. So it wasn't until the little wizards was on the verge of tears that Harley finally stood up and suggested going to Honeyduke's. Upon hearing this, Gabrielle was practically overjoyed. She immediately grabbed Harley's hand, completely unwilling to let go. Honeyduke's was even more crowded than the Three Broomsticks, as its products were always the top choice for Christmas gifts. Harley, as usual, prepared a large quantity of fizzing Whizbees for Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore loved honey and sweets so much that fizzing Whizbees, paired with the hand-knitted wool outerwear set she made herself, would be better than all other gifts for Professor Dumbledore. Gabrielle scurried around the shop, taking a little of almost every candy. Besides the truly anti-human candies like cockroach clusters, she even took some blood-flavored lollipops and fudge flies. Needless to say, her actions naturally caused Fleur to frown repeatedly. Gabrielle, take less. You're already 9 years old, and your teeth haven't fully grown in yet. So you should eat less candy. Hermione subconsciously asked, that's not right, I remember girls are supposed to lose their baby teeth between 6 and 7, aren't they? And even for witches, it's the same, because my tooth losing time didn't change much. Because we are half Veela, Fleur said indifferently. Veela live much longer than ordinary wizards. Although being a half Veela makes our bloodline impure, we still have a great advantage in terms of lifespan. However, this also means that our physical development will definitely be slower. Listening to Fleur's words, Hermione nodded, realizing she had learned something new. But when her gaze swept over a certain spot, she suddenly froze, and then a hint of vexation appeared on her face. If that's what you call slow development, then am I growing backward? Chapter 307 Hermione, will you go to the Christmas ball with me? From the start of this Hogsmeade trip, Hogwarts was fully immersed in the Christmas holiday. However, there was still a week until Christmas, so everyone had ample time to continue preparing for the Christmas ball. Of course, in a sense, this was not a good thing for Harley, as she had to endure endless bombardment. Students seemed to treat inviting Harley as a side quest in some game, successfully inviting her meant defeating the boss. And this boss was unique, only beatable once during the entire Christmas period. Thus, the phenomenon Harley least wanted to see appeared. Boys and girls began to come in groups to invite her. Especially some who had more devious ideas. After their first failed attempt to invite Harley, they probably thought Harley had rejected too many people and would quickly forget them. So, after a day, or even just half a day, they would pop up again to extend a second invitation. This severely increased Harley's workload, truly making her feel helpless. Besides, what was the meaning behind those little wizards from first and second year inviting her? Did she look like a pervert shouting? Harley desperately wanted to issue a solemn statement. Even if she was a witch, she wouldn't stoop to such a level of moral depravity. Only 3 days into the holiday, with 4 days left until the Christmas ball, Harley estimated she had already rejected over 300 people. And when the other two champions, Miguel and Tsuchimikato Haruaki, also came to invite Harley, the atmosphere became even more lively. After Harley finished rejecting Tsuchimikato Haruaki at the dining table and picked up her knife and fork, which she had put down countless times, Hermione beside her chuckled. Harley, how many people have you rejected now? I don't know, I haven't counted, Harley said casually, cutting her steak. But it doesn't matter. Ever since I started receiving so many fan letters every week, I've already gotten used to this kind of thing. After all, I'm just that popular. Listening to Harley's words, Hermione couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. She knew very well that she hadn't received many invitations and wasn't popular, yet Harley was still twisting the knife. Damn it, so who exactly do you want to invite? Hermione seemed to ask casually, but the anticipation in her eyes was unconcealed. Also, what was it you wanted to say that day? The Christmas holiday has been going on for so long, are you still unwilling to tell me? What I wanted to say that day. Harley deliberately ignored the first question, or rather, chose to combine the two questions into one answer. Actually, what I wanted to say was very simple. What I wanted to say that day was. She swallowed the last bite of her meal, neatly placed her knife and fork on the table, and gently wiped her hands with a handkerchief. Then she suddenly stood up and said loudly, Miss Hermione Granger, I would like to invite you to be my dance partner. Would you be willing? Hermione instantly froze, her knife and fork clattering onto her plate. Harley's voice wasn't particularly loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the noisy Great Hall. The Great Hall quickly fell silent, and all the little wizards looked in surprise at the Gryffindor long table. Even the professors at the faculty table watched with interest, subtly anticipating something. Hermione's breathing suddenly became shallow, almost inaudible. After a long while, her eyes became a little watery, then she covered her mouth in surprise and nodded vigorously. Harley, I will. CPS, very important. Instantly, cheers erupted in the Great Hall. Fred and George led the way, standing up from their seats to applaud and shout, even throwing a few party poppers into the air. The party poppers burst instantly, but this time, pink smoke filled the air, along with a shower of golden streamers. The image of a lion reappeared in the smoke, but this time there were two. Many students also clapped along, some even instantly transforming into Tarzans, emitting incomprehensible howls. From the perspective of all the boys, this was probably the best outcome. Although they were rejected, no one else succeeded either, right? Harley would attend the Christmas ball with other girls, so their rejections wouldn't be so embarrassing, right? However, many girls gritted their teeth. Damn it, why didn't Harley invite them? They were clearly much prettier than Hermione. By the Slytherin long table, Crumb felt a strange melancholy. The girl he liked most invited the girl he liked second most to the Christmas ball, and neither of them was taken by other boys. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Nevertheless, he politely clapped, offering his blessings. At the faculty table, Professor McGonagall's applause was the loudest. Her precious jade cabbage hadn't been snatched away by other wild boars, what a delightful good thing. As for internal squabbles between cabbages, Professor McGonagall felt that even though she was old, she could accept this traditional Great Britain art form. And while Professor Snape's applause was very light, the expression on his face was particularly joyful. Excellent, truly excellent, this situation was what Professor Snape most wanted to see. Moreover, Hermione was a Muggle-born genius witch, with impressive achievements in potions, reminiscent of someone from years past. For a moment, Professor Snape felt his soul was satisfied, as if a long-held wish had been fulfilled. Professor Dumbledore watched the scene with a smile, but there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. He seemed to recall someone, a certain summer, that unforgettable summer that would haunt him for a lifetime. After a long while, Professor Dumbledore couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful." That afternoon, the news that Harley and Hermione would attend Christmas together spread throughout the castle at an extremely fast pace. Everyone found it incredibly surprising, yet it made a strange kind of sense. After all, this was the Great Britain, and no matter what happened on this land, people wouldn't be too surprised. However, besides Harley, very few people had successfully secured a dance partner so far. Especially those highly regarded excellent students, such as Hufflepuff Prefect Cedric, Durmstrang's Crumb, and Beauxbatons, Fleur. There was basically no news about them yet. Of course, this was normal. After all, the Christmas ball dance partner invitation situation was like a breath-holding contest. Most people were hiding it, unwilling to announce the news until the last moment before the Christmas ball began. That evening, Hermione seemed curious about some aquatic creature's information, so she went to the library without even eating dinner. Harley, on the other hand, went to the Great Hall alone to have dinner and planned to bring a portion for Hermione. As she reached the entrance of the Great Hall, Harley ran into Fleur, who was alone. "Good evening, Harley," Fleur greeted with a smile, then cut straight to the chase. "I can't believe I only missed lunch in the Great Hall today, and you've already found a Christmas dance partner. It's best to strike while the iron's hot, you know," Harley shrugged. "I can't wait until everyone else is taken before I start inviting, can I?" "Oh, why not?" Fleur tilted her head slightly. "When I went to the champagne bar in France with my father, I often heard the wizards there say, if you want to pursue a girl and she doesn't have a boyfriend. I mean, if you want to invite someone to be your dance partner, and she doesn't have one yet. Then your competitors might be everyone who admires her and has invited her. But if she already has a dance partner, then your only opponent is her dance partner. After all, a flower may have an owner, but I'm here to loosen the soil." Many little wizards watching with interest instantly froze. What kind of profound wisdom was this? It seemed to make a lot of sense. Everyone immediately understood, and many quickly left the crowd, ready to take action immediately. However, Fleur's words weren't over, and she once again pushed the atmosphere to a new climax. "So, Harley, may I invite you to be my dance partner?" This time, it was Harley's turn to be stunned. She had previously wondered why Fleur was telling her so many twisted, great truths. It turned out the main event was yet to come. Fleur wanted to poach Hermione's partner. And Harley was not only surprised by this. She also felt a little emotional. Even if she were to invite someone, shouldn't she be the one to initiate? What was the situation with Fleur actively inviting her? Fleur's situation was different from Hermione's, and she hadn't spent much time with Fleur either. And even if she was now the demoness of despair, her method of playing Sequence 6 was extremely special. If she wanted to, her appeal to certain specific groups would be very strong. But Harley mused that she hadn't activated her ability on Fleur. As for Harley accidentally activating her ability and unintentionally affecting Fleur, that probability was almost zero. After all, she was a proper person and didn't want Hogwarts to become the Demonist sect's Hogwarts branch or the Rose School's hedonistic faction's Hogwarts chapter. However, Harley reacted quickly. Sorry, Fleur. I probably can't directly agree to you, as I've already invited Hermione. May I ask, why did you choose to invite me? Of course, it's because I didn't see any other suitable candidates, Fleur said, proudly raising her neck. Just within Beauxbatons, there isn't a single boy in the entire school that I find suitable. My requirements are actually not high at all. My dance partner's magic level should at least be on par with mine, right? But no boy at Beauxbatons can meet this standard. As for the situation in other schools, to be honest, it's pretty much the same as Beauxbatons. Only you are the most outstanding, so I thought of inviting you. At this point, Fleur couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Alas, it's a pity I was a step too slow. If only I had known, I wouldn't have eaten in the carriage with the others at noon. That's something that can't be helped. After all, time isn't so easily reversed, Harley said, smiling as she comforted Fleur. However, if you're really short on a dance partner, I could introduce you to someone. Harley hadn't finished speaking when someone suddenly rushed out of the crowd. It was Ron Weasley. In front of everyone, he mustered his courage and asked in his loudest voice. Miss Delacour, I've liked you for a long time. May I invite you to be my dance partner? Fleur didn't even glance at Ron, as if a sea cucumber had appeared at her feet. Ron also seemed to realize what he had just done, and his face instantly turned ashen. The surrounding crowd instantly burst into laughter. Everyone seemed to see a toad trying to eat swan meat. Coming to his senses, Ron didn't want to stay for even another second, and he rushed out of the crowd without looking back. He ran towards the stairs, stumbled once but immediately got back up, leaving behind the shouts of his friends Seamus and Dean, and the jeers of others without a backward glance. Who was he? After hearing the noisy jeers from around them, Fleur finally looked up and casually glanced at Ron's comical retreating figure. Is he a student from your Hogwarts, or from another school? Hogwarts, Harley said flatly, Gryffindor's Ron Weasley. I'm quite familiar with the Weasley family, especially close with the Weasley twins, who are the fourth and fifth children in their family. I even sponsored them with startup capital. But I'm not familiar with Ron at all. After all, his grades are average, and he once bullied Hermione, even making her cry. Fleur nodded. That's truly detestable. People who can make Hermione cry are rare. By the way, who were you going to introduce to me earlier? I've found you a dance partner. Harley smiled mysteriously, then whispered something into Fleur's ear. Listening to Harley's words, Fleur was first surprised, then a gentle smile appeared on her face. I hope you're not tricking me. After listening to what Harley said, Fleur smiled enchantingly, instantly captivating the surrounding onlookers. However, Fleur didn't pay attention to those self-proclaimed admirers who had gathered, but continued chatting with Harley. As for the earlier Ron Weasley, Fleur was completely uninterested, dismissing him from her mind after learning how he made Hermione cry. Instead, the impressive pranksters, the Weasley twins, and their joke business greatly piqued Fleur's interest. Especially after hearing that Harley had sponsored Fred and George with a large sum of money for their business and learning about a few of their products, Fleur exclaimed. Those twin brothers should really come to Beauxbatons. Professor Marie would surely love students with such alchemy talent. The two chatted and laughed as they passed through the crowd, heading towards the Gryffindor long table. Chapter 308 Isn't this a kind of bull-headed person, Bushy? Today's 10,000. A few days before Christmas, the professor began the important task of decorating the castle with great fanfare. Considering the presence of guests from other schools this year, the decorations were particularly meticulous. First, the Great Hall. Hagrid personally cut down 12 sturdy pine trees from the Forbidden Forest to serve as Christmas trees. Professor Flitwick cast numerous spells on them, ensuring they stood steadily in various corners of the Great Hall. At the same time, under Professor Flitwick's charms, these pine trees were further enlarged. The top of each Christmas tree bore a star, intricately carved with the emblem of a different school. The Christmas trees were also adorned with various candies, crystal balls, and small toys. Harley even clearly saw crosses hanging on them and really wanted to ask if the professors were serious. Fortunately, a certain vampire professor, whose presence was usually extremely weak, left Hogwarts due to an urgent matter after giving Harley one last alchemy lesson before Christmas. Otherwise, Professor Babbling's reaction to this scene would be unknown. Wait, this vampire seemed to decorate his coffin lid with pure silver crosses. In that case, Professor Babbling probably wouldn't have any objections, and would even be happy to conjure some bat patterns on the crosses. Directly beneath the walls where the house banners hung, Professor McGonagall conjured 4 ice sculptures, each representing one of the 4 houses. These sculptures were like diamonds, utterly unmelting, and sparkled brilliantly in the Great Hall. This was Fleur's suggestion. According to her, Beauxbatons always filled its Great Hall with such ice sculptures at Christmas. Harley thought it was an excellent suggestion and offered it to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall also seemed to have awakened some extraordinary trait, as her attitude towards this matter was unusually proactive. She even took out some precious materials from her collection, seemingly having tampered with these ice sculptures in some way. And as she admired these ice sculptures in the Great Hall, her face showed a sense of relief, as if a long-held wish had been fulfilled. Besides the Great Hall, other areas were also freshly decorated. The professors conjured many icicles on the stair railings that wouldn't melt due to environmental changes, yet felt warm to the touch. The armor in the corridors was also adorned with Christmas decorations, with small gifts hanging from the tips of the spears held in the armor's hands. Although no students were going to classrooms, the professors still decorated their own classrooms, making them even more colorful. The quarters of the other magic schools were also redecorated. For example, the lanterns on the Beauxbatons carriage were replaced with Christmas-themed ones, and Ilvermorny's cabin was painted snow white. However, Durmstrang's recently repaired black ship looked completely unchanged, and in this festive environment, it appeared even more sinister. This led many Hogwarts students to lament that the scoundrel Principal Karkaroff was truly a boring person. As for Mahoutokoro and Castellobruxo, one of these magic schools is located in Brazil, and the other in an East Asian island nation. They simply do not have the custom of celebrating Christmas, so their quarters remained as usual, without any decorations or changes. On the last day before Christmas, students gathered in the Great Hall for breakfast. Considering the Christmas ball, apart from some very rule-abiding first and second-year little wizards who left, everyone else chose to stay at Hogwarts. Especially the first, second, and third-year little wizards, they all had the same idea. Even if the school doesn't allow me to attend the Christmas ball, with so many people, can you really keep track of everyone? Filch, that squib, will definitely not be able to stop everyone then. There will surely be some who slip through the net. Based on this idea, the Great Hall at Hogwarts was as lively as ever at this time. Everyone chatted while reading today's The Daily Prophet. During this period, in response to the Ministry of Magic's call, the Daily Prophet had been reporting on the Christmas atmosphere in the wizarding world, occasionally interspersed with stories of foreign friends' Christmas life at Hogwarts. Today, however, Rita personally penned the article on the front page of the newspaper. She first continued, as usual, to respond to the Ministry of Magic's request, executing the broad strategic policy, and further enhancing the beautiful atmosphere of Hogwarts. But then, Rita's writing took a turn, suggesting that Hogwarts' beautiful atmosphere was merely superficial. Beneath the deepest layers, unknown dangerous currents were actually hidden. To substantiate this, for the first time, she included in the article the 3 parchment slips bearing Harley's name that had emerged from the Goblet of Fire. Initially, due to various factors, Professor Dumbledore for safety, and others from the perspective of their own interests and the school, all agreed not to publicly announce this matter. The Ministry of Magic, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, tacitly remained silent. Now, Rita had directly exposed this matter in the newspaper. This information was, of course, given to her by Harley, but Rita dared not directly state the specific source of the news. She could only subtly imply that she had gathered the relevant information through special channels. At the same time, Rita also meticulously described the script on the 2 extra parchment slips, including their specific content, color, and writing style. The description was so detailed, it was as if she herself had seen these parchments. And considering there were no photos, Rita could elaborate freely. Under her pen, the letters forming the words written on those parchment slips seemed to come alive. In Rita's own words, these words were like the tracks left by demons crawling across the earth, or contracts signed between devils and humans. On the parchment slip bearing Azkaban, the word contained the wails of death. And on the other parchment slip, which only read Harley Potter, the lettering was as chilling as fresh blood, and the author even suspected it was real wizard blood. They exuded an infinite aura of fear. When the author witnessed these words, I even felt my soul being drawn in. It must be said, Rita has always been adept at sensationalizing news. She racked her brains, pulling out all the stops, to forcibly create a rather terrifying atmosphere this Christmas. At the same time, she used this terrifying atmosphere to accuse someone of intentionally trying to harm Harley in the Triwizard Tournament through curses. Rita also linked Harley with Hogwarts and the British wizarding world. She put forward her view, arguing that the unknown culprit using Azkaban as a prefix for Harley Potter's registration was clearly slandering the British wizarding world and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, intending to tarnish their honor and reputation, which was utterly despicable. The Ministry of Magic was naturally displeased. After all, if the peaceful and beautiful environment I worked so hard to create is ruined by you, who will take responsibility? Upon seeing this newspaper early in the morning, many officials began contacting various editors at the Daily Prophet, demanding they find a way to retract the article. But the public in the wizarding world didn't care. As a group of wizards with high productivity, who are therefore not busy and are often bored at home to the point of developing new quirks. Many people's daily lives involved constantly inventing new ailments for themselves, thereby helping Street Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries test its medical standards. Lockhart simply stole some memories, meticulously polished them, and wrote a book, which then became a sensation throughout the wizarding world. And certain singers repeatedly singing, "A Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love," were even hailed as classics, sung for decades. Now, Rita's article, encompassing elements of horror, suspense, and relatability, was simply the new favorite of these wizards. After the initial fear subsided, the reactions of parents are irrelevant for now. In any case, those wizards without children currently in school wrote to the Daily Prophet headquarters, demanding Rita update quickly, threatening to send howlers and curse letters if she didn't. And after parents sent a few howlers to Professor Dumbledore to question him and express their stance, they also joined the ranks of those urging for updates. After all, these wizards had strong nerves. When the Slytherin air attacks occurred at Hogwarts, many little wizards wrote letters home. But their parents didn't react much, at most sending a few howlers to the Ministry of Magic and Professor Dumbledore, and that was it. There wasn't much reaction to such a great danger back then, so how dangerous could it be now? Update quickly. Who cares about the children's safety? I want to see some fun. Seeing that there was money to be made, the newspaper's sales, which had almost stagnated, once again shot up. The Daily Prophet directly waved its hand, shielding Rita from the Ministry of Magic's pressure. Don't worry about all that other stuff, what makes money now is what's real. In the face of galleons, Merlin himself would be useless. And when the little wizards saw this report, they only treated it as a very funny joke. Now, in Hogwarts, whenever those 3 parchments are discussed, everyone unanimously agrees that the mastermind behind them will be disappointed. He probably didn't expect that Harley, a 14-year-old witch, would be so formidable. Not only was she not in danger, but when facing the dangerous dragon, she won first place in the Triwizard Tournament's first task and is also the biggest favorite to win the championship. As for this conspiracy that was brought up again, everyone only discussed it briefly before casting it aside. What the little wizards cared about most now were their Christmas presents tomorrow morning, and the most important event tomorrow night, the Christmas ball. On Christmas morning, Harley woke up early. She had to get up. Hedwig was standing by her bed, nuzzling her cheek with her small head. Harley's bed was already surrounded by gifts, even piled up to Lavender and Parvati's beds on the other side of the room. Harley didn't disturb her sleeping roommates, not even Hermione, who had chatted with her until midnight and was now still deeply asleep, wrapped in her blanket. She quietly sat on Hermione's empty bed and began to unwrap her gifts. Needless to say, most of the gifts were from various inexplicable fans and Hogwarts classmates. Harley was much more experienced now. She no longer thought about returning gifts to these people after receiving them. After all, some of them weren't even wizards from Britain, and she didn't know them, so how could she return their gifts? Most of these gifts were chocolates and various candies, all of which Harley put into a special bag and sealed. After all, the wizarding world is a mixed bag. There are always some scumbags who intentionally put love potions or other various potions in candies before sending them to Harley. Even worse, the Ministry of Magic's laws can't control this. However, Harley wouldn't just throw away these candies. Instead, she used them for experiments, trying to separate the various potions from the candies and attempting to decompose the potions. If it were potions Harley brewed herself, she would definitely be heartbroken over the galleons. But if it were potions brewed by others, Harley could only exclaim, the feeling of getting something for free is truly wonderful. And watching other people's potions gradually revert to their original forms in her cauldron, shedding their mysterious outer veil, and revealing the deepest, most authentic appearance of the potion. In a sense, isn't this also a form of cuckolding? Not really. The gifts from the masters she knew were much more interesting. They either sent brand new, purely handwritten notes, or some magical items, charms, or potions semi-finished products. Don't underestimate these semi-finished products, their magical value is probably higher than all the previous candies combined. Among the Professor team, Professor Snape sent Harley a large gift package containing a pile of bottles and jars. Those bottles were enchanted to ensure the potions inside always remained in the most suitable state for consumption. Labels were thoughtfully attached to the bottle walls, and Harley gasped as she read the names on them. These bottles contained either Felix Felicis, Polyjuice Potion, or many other precious potions. Moreover, these potions had two significant characteristics: they were extremely precious and could be used in combat-related situations. Looking at the potions in front of her, Professor Snape must have spent a fortune. Professor McGonagall gave Harley a magic book made of papyrus, with all its contents handwritten in the oldest Latin. Clearly, this book had a long history and was one of Professor McGonagall's prized possessions. Professor Flitwick gave Harley his new thoughts on the weather charm. Evidently, Harley's magic against the dragon greatly inspired Professor Flitwick, leading him to develop more content in this field. He also handwritten a greeting card to encourage Harley, even explicitly suggesting that he hoped she would fully develop her charms talent and return to Hogwarts in the future to serve as the charms professor. Professor Sprout's gifts were the most inconspicuous, just a few small packets tied with clean handkerchiefs. But in reality, the contents of these unassuming handkerchiefs could frighten an ordinary wizard. Venomous tentacula, devil's snare geranium, strangling shadow vines, all plants that are extremely deadly to ordinary wizards. Harley couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, one should never underestimate any professor. Dean of Hogwarts. Looking at Professor Sprout, who seemed ordinary and dressed like an old farmer, who would have thought that she could effortlessly scatter a handful of killer plant seeds, rapidly cultivate them, and flexibly control these plants. The gift from Sirius and Professor Lupin was briefly glanced at by Harley before being set aside. The two of them, perhaps still harboring mischievous intentions, had sent Harley another set of purely ladies' ornaments and suggested that Harley wear them to the ball. To this, Harley could only say, "I've received the items, but you can take back the sentiment. And you know what, they'd look quite good on my dance partner." Fleur gave Harley an exquisite silver necklace, enchanted with Vela magic, making anyone accompanying her subtly smell the unique fragrance of a half Vela. After reading the greeting card, Harley immediately put on the necklace, and a black flame ignited in her hand, incinerating the packaging completely. The greeting card, however, was tucked into the very bottom of Harley's pocket, absolutely not to be seen by Hermione. As for Hermione, her gift had already been given last night, so Harley didn't need to unwrap it. Finally, there was Professor Dumbledore's Christmas gift, which was routinely placed at the very bottom of all the presents. However, this time the gift box was very small and flat. When Harley opened it, inside was a ring and a roll of parchment. The ring had a black gem attached to it, but there was a crack on the gem, as if it had been split in half by a sword. It was the ring Harley and Professor Dumbledore found in the old Gaunt family mansion during the summer after her third year. Harley remembered that this ring had been made into a Horcrux by Lord Voldemort, and a large amount of dark arts was attached to it. She had even sealed it herself back then. It seems Professor Dumbledore had completely dealt with it and given it to her. On the parchment were a few sentences. "Harley, this year I have prepared 2 Christmas gifts for you, one of which is quite special. So please be sure to choose a suitable time during Christmas to come to the headmaster's office, where I will personally present it to you." After reading it, Harley raised her eyebrows. She really hadn't expected Professor Dumbledore to be so mysterious this year, and the gift so special. This instantly piqued Harley's curiosity. A rustling sound suddenly came from the bed opposite Harley's, and a head peeked out. "Good morning, Merry Christmas," Hermione greeted, still half asleep. "Merry Christmas," Harley responded, tossing the ring back into her pocket. No matter what this thing was for, she still had a week to ask about it, so there was no rush at all. Today, she had more important things to do. Chapter 309, Black and White Interweave, Grand Debut 10,000 completed per day, ask for monthly ticket. As usual, Christmas morning was gift opening time, and not many little wizards managed to get up. But Hogwarts was exceptionally lively this morning. This was because Fred and George had been relentlessly promoting various activities they had held at Hogwarts during their previous time there. These activities were very interesting for the wizards, who lacked entertainment in their dull lives, and naturally attracted many little wizards. So, after breakfast, a massive snowball fight was held outside Hogwarts Castle. Considering that the Triwizard Tournament was being held this year, not many students left the castle. Therefore, this was probably the largest snowball fight Hogwarts had seen in many years. After all, the Triwizard Tournament was an event for only 6 people, but there were over 1,000 people in Hogwarts Castle right now. Especially the students from other magic schools. They had given up their normal magic studies at their schools and traveled all the way to Hogwarts, only to be spectators. These students were even forced to admit that they were not as good as their school's champions. Originally, everyone could still have some fantasies, believing that their talents were undiscovered and unappreciated. But now, magic had torn open the veil in their hearts, revealing the bloody reality. That doesn't seem quite right, does it? There should at least be some activities to make them happy and feel a sense of participation in their trip here. So, students from the other 5 schools each formed 5 teams, while Hogwarts voted to select 4 students from each house, forming a Hogwarts representative team. Of course, the champions did not participate. After all, they had enjoyed enough honor this year, it was time for others to experience it too. The 6 teams faced off on the field of the first competition event. These teams divided the competition area into 6 equal parts and attacked each other by magically controlling snowballs. Whoever couldn't withstand the snowball attacks first and was forced to leave the field would lose. And naturally, the last one remaining on the field would be the winner of this snowball fight. Fred and George also took the opportunity to advertise, announcing that their joke shop was sponsoring the competition, offering each member of the winning team some joke products, such as a box of Tung Toffee or a bag of Canary Creams. The scale of this event was so grand that even the professors were startled. Professor Flitwick volunteered to be the referee, eagerly coming forward. However, he chose to borrow his flying broom from Roger, his house's Quidditch team captain, and officiate from midair. Otherwise, Professor Flitwick was genuinely afraid he would be buried directly by the heavy snow. The competition lasted an entire morning, and in the mid to late stages, many students couldn't resist their inner desire and actively joined in. So, in the end, the competition turned into a free-for-all, with no clear winner. But who cared? It was Christmas, wasn't the point just to have fun? After enjoying lunch, the students didn't roughhouse as usual but returned to their dormitories in unison. After all, there was a grand ball in the evening, and the little wizards needed to do their final grooming and rest a bit to conserve enough energy. Harley pulled Hermione to the room of requirement early, locked the door, and began assisting Hermione with her makeup. After all, she had once disguised herself as a beautiful maid to a noble lady in Backland to get close to certain high-ranking nobles. Of course, there were absolutely no indescribable events between her and those noble ladies afterward. Harley dared to guarantee it with her reputation as a witch. Even with assistance, Hermione still took a full hour to get completely ready. When she stood up, even the well-traveled Harley was stunned. At this moment, Hermione was wearing the silver-white gown that Sirius had brought for her to have custom-made, the entire gown woven from unicorn hair combined with silver threads. The bottom of the gown was additionally decorated with light lavender blue fabric and adorned with many pure and sparkling gems. Around Hermione's neck was a pure silver necklace, inlaid with rubies that had been meticulously polished into identical shapes through magic. A smooth, flawless silver gem was positioned in the very center of the necklace, perfectly set, slightly above the depression where Hermione's 2 collarbones met. Harley personally adjusted the position of this gem, replicating it almost one according to her memory. She had once witnessed the most dazzling miss of the spectator pathway in Backland wearing a clavicle chain in this manner when she disguised herself as a noble lady to attend a charity gala organized by the Church of the Night due to a wealthy merchant's donation. Harley still couldn't forget that stunning impression. At that time, the pearl on the Miss Spectator pathway's clavicle chain was located in the depression where the 2 collarbones met. Under that clever adornment, the lines of her neck were softer, and it added a few touches of purity, mixed with a hint of allure. However, Hermione's height was still slightly inferior compared to that noble lady, and the 2 necklaces themselves were not identical. So, in the end, the position of this silver gem was slightly higher. Of course, this was just right for Hermione, although it lacked a few hints of allure, it gained a bit of softness and elegance. And Hermione's messy hair, after being washed and styled by Harley, became smooth and lustrous, tied into an elegant bun at the back of her head. Hermione also wore an exquisite crystal coronet on her head. This was a treasured item that Sirius had found in the House of Black's vault, its predecessor being a complete and pure crystal. The then head of the House of Black, after obtaining this crystal, spent a fortune hiring the most renowned carving master of the time to meticulously sculpt it, and then commissioned numerous jewelers to embed rubies on it, thus producing this flawless coronet. This crystal coronet also had magic attached to it, specifically designed for balls. In the hot summer, it could keep the wearer cool even when wearing a formal gown, while in the cold winter, it exuded waves of warmth. The blemishes on Hermione's face also disappeared. After Harley's half-hour of meticulous facial makeup, Hermione's dark circles, which had appeared due to late-night studying, vanished, and her slightly rough and dull skin became delicate and lustrous again. Truly perfect, as expected of my Hermione. After circling Hermione once, Harley couldn't help but sigh softly, while putting all the makeup items back into a small box. Hermione's face quickly became hot and flushed. She opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't speak. After a while, she looked at Harley with concern and asked softly. "Harley, what about you? You're the star of the show tonight. It took so much time just to get me ready, do you have enough time left for your own makeup?" "Of course, no problem," Harley chuckled softly, and elegantly snapped her fingers. On the snowy white ceiling of the room of requirement, a fading phenomenon seemed to suddenly appear. Strips of white descended from the ceiling, almost reaching the floor. But it wasn't the ceiling fading, it was the witch's silk. Harley closed her eyes tightly, stood straight, and stretched her body fully. The silk flexibly wrapped around Harley's wrists, feet, and slender waist, spreading rapidly. Harley's body seemed weightless, suspended in midair by these delicate silk threads. A few strands of silk hooked onto key places, pulling gently. The golden-red wizard robe made of satin fabric on Harley's body quickly flew up, revealing her graceful figure in snow-white, full flesh. Snap! A crisp snap echoed in the room of requirement, and the silk danced skillfully, pulling various clothes towards her. Harley's underwear was quickly replaced with a style more suited to the ball gown she was about to wear, while the original pieces floated lightly onto the long table. The black deep V formal gown, for which Sirius had paid the most, was gently hooked by a few strands of silk and floated down from the sky. However, this gown had already been modified by Harley herself, becoming more dignified. The skirt was embroidered with lace and ruffles, making it look more luxurious. The deep V part was also remodified, only revealing a portion of Harley's collarbones. The black gown, as if by magic, perfectly adhered to Harley's body in an instant. Harley's gown was not adorned with too many jewels. After all, with the witch's temperament, forcibly pairing it with colorful jewels would only seem to pollute its purity. The pair of white silk gloves were also worn by Harley, no longer concealing their spiritual radiance. A silk swing suddenly appeared in the room of requirement, and Harley lightly sat on it. The long gown, which had been floating in the air as if unrestrained by gravity, draped down, revealing her slender calves and fair, jade-like feet below. A pair of white high heels had appeared on the ground at some point. Harley gently tapped her toes, and the shoes flew up one after another, hanging from her tiptoes. They swayed with the rhythm of the swing, exposing only her graceful ankles and flawless heels. Seeing Hermione's gaze, which was subtly dazed, Harley chuckled softly, lowered her propped-up leg, and slipped her jade-like feet back into the high heels. She didn't bother with further embellishment, as she didn't need makeup. Nor did she wear more accessories, simply donning a black gemstone necklace around her neck, adding a touch of mystery and elegance to her appearance. Finally, Harley's long black hair grew rapidly and coiled around the two wands on the table in the pocket that had been enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. With so many items wrapped within it, her hair gently flicked, automatically forming a bun on Harley's head, identical in style to Hermione's. As for the items, they mysteriously vanished. After all this was done, the spider silk quickly dissipated, revealing the ceiling once more. Harley also opened her eyes, revealing her emerald green gaze. She took a step forward, curtsied slightly, and extended a hand to the now dumbfounded Hermione. "My dear Miss Granger, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting you to the ball tonight." Hermione had just snapped out of her daze. She raised her hand somewhat hastily, but felt inexplicably much calmer after taking Harley's hand. Harley didn't rush her, simply watching Hermione with a serene smile. Under Harley's gaze, Hermione gradually regained her usual composure and grace. She nodded, a confident smile appearing on her face. "Of course, Miss Potter." Outside the Great Hall, a large crowd of students had already gathered. Everyone was no longer wearing uniform black Hogwarts robes, but had changed into colorful formal robes. The girls, in particular, wore various treasured pieces of jewelry, trying their best to showcase their beauty. The Great Hall doors wouldn't open until 8, so everyone, holding their dance partners' hands, lingered and looked around. Some people hadn't found their partners yet, so they kept pushing through the crowd, making the foyer even noisier. And in one corner, an argument even broke out. Malfoy first taunted Ron Weasley, scoffing at Ron for wearing his grandmother's clothes to the ball. Ron retorted, likening Malfoy's partner, Pansy, to a pug, suggesting Malfoy's brain might be a bit off. Fred and George, who had just ganged up on Ron in the snowball fight that morning, rushed over at the sound and now stood behind Ron. Moreover, they didn't think such behavior would make them look bad in front of their dance partners. After all, Gryffindor targeting Slytherin was a bonus. Besides, if one were to count carefully, the elegant traditional Great Britain national essence output from Angelina and Alicia's mouths was probably even higher than theirs. This made Malfoy very uncomfortable, as Crabbe and Goyle, who followed behind him, weren't as skilled in verbal sparring, preferring physical attacks. The two sides almost came to blows, adding a touch of excitement to the upcoming Christmas ball. But just then, the noisy foyer gradually quieted down. Both parties in the argument had to put away their wands and look around. After all, this silence seemed to indicate that everyone had noticed something shocking one after another, causing them to fall silent. Fred was about to ask Ron if he had noticed anything unusual, or if Professor McGonagall had arrived, when he saw Ron staring blankly at the staircase, his mouth wide open, almost drooling. He casually gave Ron a hard jab in the side, lest Ron lose Lavender Brown, the dance partner he had finally managed to find. At the same time, he and George followed Ron's gaze and then, in a silent understanding, both gasped. The luxurious marble staircase leading to the second floor had been enchanted by the professor, covered with ice. However, although the ice was smooth, it was as stable to walk on as the original marble. And now, two beautiful girls, arm in arm, elegantly descended the staircase, heading towards the foyer. With each step Hermione took, her silver-white gown gently swayed, its jewels sparkling with dazzling luster. The necklace around her neck shimmered, and the crystal tiara on her soft, long hair glowed out of thin air, adding a touch of luxury to her. At this moment, Hermione was like a blooming lily, fully displaying her beauty. But the girl beside Hermione was even more beautiful than Hermione, instantly becoming the center of everyone's attention. In the eyes of all the students, Harley was otherworldly beautiful, as if a goblin had just stepped out of the British legend of Avalon, or rather, the legendary Lady of the Lake. Her emerald green eyes, slender eyelashes, delicate nose, rosy lips, her individual features surpassed those of most people in the world. And when all these came together, it could truly be said to surpass all the beauty in the world. A pair of white silk gloves on Harley's milky, jade-like skin, paired with her black gown, made it seem as if Harley was walking through a sea of flowers with every step. The two walked side by side towards the great hall doors. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a wide path, and simultaneously held their breath slightly, as if subjects were presenting themselves to their queen, or rather, a deity. Just as the two reached the great hall doors, the doors opened. Professor McGonagall, wearing an old-fashioned red tartan tweed robe adorned with unattractive thistle flowers, emerged. It must be said that Professor McGonagall's taste likely remained in her own era. However, Professor McGonagall didn't care at all. Her gaze went directly to Harley and Hermione, to her two most cherished and beloved students. Upon seeing their attire, a hint of admiration and a touch of tenderness appeared in Professor McGonagall's eyes. In these children, she seemed to see her own vibrant self from the past, her Muggle first love, and her late husband. Harley, Hermione, wait a moment, Professor McGonagall nodded to the two. Let the other students go in first, the champions enter last. Harley and Hermione obediently stood behind Professor McGonagall, arm in arm, quietly chatting about something. The other students lined up and went inside. Soon, the oak doors of the castle also opened. The principals of the other magic schools entered with their students, and after nodding to Professor McGonagall, they proceeded directly into the Great Hall. However, the champions consciously remained, waiting nearby. Krum stood beside a tall 7th-year Slytherin girl, whom Harley didn't remember much. Like Krum, the girl's expression was a bit gloomy. Krum, however, was amazed by Harley and Hermione, and a little upset that he hadn't successfully invited a partner. As for the girl, she was purely unhappy due to the poor relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin, plus jealousy of Harley's and Hermione's beauty at that moment. Tsuchimikato Haruaki chose to invite a girl from Mahoutokoro. Because of the disastrous first task and the language barrier, it was difficult for him to invite someone from other schools to be his dance partner. Both were wearing traditional Mahoutokoro kimonos and were curiously looking around. Miguel and Catherine had surprisingly become partners. Clearly, both had high standards and weren't easily impressed by ordinary little wizards. After quite a while longer, Professor McGonagall's expression was subtly impatient, when the last champion finally arrived late. Fleur, holding up her dress with one hand, hurried over. In her other hand, she was leading a tall girl wearing a white gown. By this time, all the other students had already entered the Great Hall, leaving only Professor McGonagall and the champions outside. And everyone present, except Harley, had their mouths slightly agape. Because Fleur's dance partner looked so much like a 17-year-old Harley. Thanks to Juwei Yanhu and Kie Shi for their generous donations. As a WBG fan, I said I would work 10,000 words a day to celebrate after WBG won the bubble match and entered the S Championship. I was too busy a while ago, but now I finally have time. Also, the author has worked 10,000 words, so please give some monthly votes. Chapter 310 Let's Dance. Miss Delacour, who is this person next to you? Which school is she from? Although as a professor at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall didn't need to inquire about the champions' partners from other schools, she couldn't suppress her curiosity. After all, the witch next to Fleur, who looked to be around 17 years old, was truly eye-catching. She wore a luxurious white gown, adorned with golden threads, and intricate patterns were embroidered at the bottom of the robe. Her long black hair was tied into a ponytail, perched at the back of her head, highlighting the witch's vitality and spiritedness. Moreover, the witch's attire was extremely clean, she wore no makeup and almost no necklaces or rings as decoration. She simply wore a necklace with a diamond in the center, and a small mirror was ingeniously embedded above it. If Harley was a thorny black enchantress, then Fleur's partner was a pure Tiantian snow lotus. But none of that was the main point. The main point was that the witch's facial features and appearance were not just very similar to Harley's, but exactly the same. Shish. Professor McGonagall, it's still me. But this is my private secret. Harley and the witch's lips simultaneously opened and closed imperceptibly, their voices precisely reaching Professor McGonagall's ears. It's just a small magic trick, nothing worth mentioning. Professor McGonagall was immediately amazed. She had heard that during the time of the four founders, there was magic similar to doppelgangers, but she never expected to see it now at Hogwarts. Although the other champions and their partners hadn't heard the truth, they were still greatly surprised and quietly whispered among themselves. Hermione gripped Harley's arm tightly, occasionally glancing nervously at the young woman beside her, as if Harley might disappear at any moment. Professor McGonagall, I don't think who my partner is matters, does it? Fleur smiled elegantly and said openly. After all, I haven't violated any of the Christmas ball's rules. Yes, you are right, Miss Delacour. Professor McGonagall nodded crisply. This is your freedom, so I won't ask any more questions. It's getting late, let's go inside. By then, the other students had already settled in the Great Hall, chatting excitedly. And the most common topic they discussed was Harley and Hermione from earlier. Everyone shared a consensus on this. Damn, not inviting Harley earlier was a huge mistake. And Hermione, how had they not noticed before that Hermione, with her two large front teeth, messy brown hair, and appearance of a complete bookworm, was actually so beautiful. When the champions entered the Great Hall, a round of enthusiastic applause immediately erupted. Harley and Hermione, walking in the first row, received the most enthusiastic applause and the most attention. If Professor McGonagall hadn't been leading the way, Harley suspected Fred and George would have hired people to set off cannons on both sides of the path. Fleur and her partner's entrance also caused a stir of discussion. Clearly, everyone noticed the striking resemblance between Fleur's partner and Harley, but no one knew the truth. Gabrielle knew something, but in order to attend the Christmas ball, she was forced to make a 3-chapter agreement with Fleur, which included not discussing her sister's partner with others. So she could only sit bored at the table, listening to the various incorrect guesses of a few Beauxbatons students next to her, secretly chuckling. Finally, the champions sat at the table at the very front of the Great Hall. The teacher's long table that should have been there had disappeared, replaced by a huge round table, large enough for 8 judges, 6 champions, and their partners to sit around. As for the other professors from Hogwarts and the professors from other schools who were essentially assistant teachers, they sat at another round table. By now, the judges had all arrived, and Professor Dumbledore sat at the head of the long table. He wore a deep purple robe, and around his neck was the scarf Harley had just given him, woven from wool and unicorn hair. Clearly, Professor Dumbledore loved the scarf very much and was unashamedly showing it off to Madame Maxime next to him. Madame Maxime was evidently very familiar with Professor Dumbledore's playful attitude, so she merely rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. The other principals were dressed similarly to their champions, mostly wearing their school's distinctive attire. It wasn't until everyone was seated that the judges had a chance to carefully observe the champions present. Upon seeing Harley, they were all struck by her beauty, and a few principals whose occlumency wasn't up to par even lost themselves for a moment. Professor Dumbledore, however, remained unmoved, his expression showing no change whatsoever. More than one principal noticed this detail, silently lamenting in their hearts. He truly lives up to his name, Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of this century. His occlumency and control over his mental state have reached such a level that he remains completely unfazed by such astonishing beauty. Of course, what Professor Dumbledore was thinking was not as complex as they imagined. However, what Professor Dumbledore was truly thinking remained unknown to others. And upon seeing Fleur's partner, the principal's eyes widened instantly. "What's going on?" Karkaroff asked gruffly. "Who is Miss Delacour's partner?" "I don't think she's obligated to tell you, Karkaroff." Before Fleur could speak, a cold voice cut in. Madame Maxime glared fiercely at Karkaroff. "She is my student, and as long as I confirm her partner is acceptable, that's all that matters. And I can fully guarantee, on the reputation of the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic's principal, that Fleur's partner is completely within the scope of the Triwizard Tournament's regulations." Karkaroff's subsequent words were immediately choked back by Madame Maxime's statement. He seemed somewhat unconvinced and wanted to say something more. But after comparing his own physique with Madame Maxime's, Karkaroff wisely stuffed those words back into his mouth. He was a little scared. What if he retorted a couple more times, and Madame Maxime wouldn't just pick him up and tear him apart? Harley sat down, her arm linked with Hermione's, while Fleur sat on the other side. As soon as Hermione sat down, she curiously looked at the witch next to Fleur and quietly asked in a voice only the four of them could hear. "Fleur, tell me, who exactly is this?" "It's Harley," Fleur said with a smile. "Didn't you recognize her?" Hermione's eyebrows raised slightly, and she repeated uncertainly, "Harley. But isn't Harley sitting right next to me now?" "Hermione." The witch spoke, her voice identical to Harley's. "I remember telling you that I have quite a few peculiar innate magical talents, some of which even you don't know about." Harley did not deliberately lower her voice, and everyone else at the table heard her words. Immediately, the champions and judges had varying expressions, some looked surprised, while others frowned deeply. No one doubted the claim of innate magic. After all, the wizarding world is so vast and wondrous, some are born transfiguration masters, and some can master legilimency without studying. However, what everyone was concerned about was the impact of this peculiar magic on the competition. After all, the Triwizard Tournament does not restrict innate magic, and everyone had already witnessed Harley's strength in the first task. If there were two Harleys like this, it was terrifying to imagine what might happen. Among everyone, Crumb's expression was the most melancholic. Harley could even create another version of herself through innate magic, but she still wasn't willing to have one of them attend the ball with him. It stung. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, then continued to press. "So, this is a clone-type magic you created. And the one next to me is the original. Or, is the one next to Fleur the original?" Hermione deliberately drew out the end of her sentence, revealing a dangerous undertone. Hearing this, Fleur also seemed to suddenly realize something and stared intently at Harley. "No, this isn't my clone." Harley shrewdly avoided this deadly trap, denying it from the source. The other witch also said softly, "These are both me, there's no distinction of superiority or inferiority, nor is there any talk of one being a clone and the other the original." Hermione and Fleur narrowed their eyes slightly, found no loopholes in the words, and eventually chose to let the matter go. After resolving this deadly issue that could explode at any moment, Harley finally had the leisure to look around. The Great Hall now looked different from how it had at noon. Its walls were covered in shimmering silver-white frost. The ceiling now displayed a star-studded night sky, and hundreds of garlands made of mistletoe and ivy hung from it. Hundreds of long candles were placed among these garlands, their flames gently flickering under the brilliant starlight, emitting a captivating glow. The 4 house tables had disappeared, replaced by 100 large tables lit with lanterns, with more than a dozen students seated at each table. In front of each student was a gleaming plate and cutlery, with a small menu beside it. Other than that, there was nothing on the tables. This greatly puzzled the little wizards, who were accustomed to buffets, and many students, especially the little badgers, turned their gaze to Professor Dumbledore. However, Professor Dumbledore quickly demonstrated. He carefully looked at his menu, then very clearly said to the plate in front of him, "Pork chop." A large pork chop immediately appeared, and everyone else suddenly understood, following suit. It must be said, the new trick Professor Dumbledore pulled this year was quite good. It would be even better if the dishes he designed were as good as this ordering concept. Harley strongly suspected that Professor Dumbledore had referenced some traditional British Muggle university cuisine when designing the menu. For example, one dessert on the menu was sweet and salty chicken tart. Harley had eaten chicken legs and egg tarts, but she had never actually eaten a chicken tart. And this one was sweet and salty, which sounded very delicious and creative. However, Harley hadn't ordered yet when Catherine, out of curiosity, ordered this dessert directly. The finished product almost blinded Harley, making her glad she hadn't ordered it. Because what appeared in front of Catherine was a small egg tart, with a large chicken leg embedded in it. Good heavens, was this a chicken tart? How literal. Besides this, Professor Dumbledore also slipped in various other personal concoctions, such as sizzling honeycomb with cockroach clusters, fried potato strips with creamy flies drizzled with strawberry jam, and butterbeer with blood-flavored lollipops soaked in it, plus honey. The key was that he also gave these concoctions fancy names. For example, why should butterbeer with blood-flavored lollipops and honey be called a Bloody Sweet Mary? After a few attempts, everyone only dared to order dishes with straightforward names, such as roasted Tibo warthog and roasted slitherwing squid. The dinner only lasted for an hour, but the students didn't complain about the short time. On the contrary, everyone tacitly ate only 5 to 6 portions, and the few students who wanted to eat more were all dissuaded by their friends. For example, Ron, who wanted to stuff another chicken leg into his mouth, was sharply poked in the waist by Seamus, who whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Ron, have you forgotten we're going to dance soon?" After dinner time ended, Professor Dumbledore stood up. Everyone looked at him with a shared understanding, their eyes filled with irrepressible excitement. Professor Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and the tables instantly flew to the walls, leaving a clear space in the center. Professor Dumbledore then conjured a high stage, nestled against the right wall, upon which sat a drum kit, several guitars, a lute, a cello, and several organs. A group of wizards emerged from a small door at the back of the Great Hall. Their hair was particularly thick, and their black robes were deliberately torn and ragged. It was the Weird Sisters, a very famous band in the wizarding world, very popular with young wizards. However, older wizards didn't particularly like them, especially pure-blood wizards, who felt that the Weird Sisters' attire and songs did not conform to the glory of wizards. This attitude was similar to that of Muggle parents discovering their child liked hippies. Professor Dumbledore, however, rather liked the group. They reminded him of his youth. The Weird Sisters crowded onto the stage and picked up their respective instruments. The lights in the Great Hall quickly dimmed, leaving only the dance floor brightly lit. Harley gracefully stood up, bowed slightly to Hermione, and extended a hand. "My dear Miss Granger, tonight, may I invite you to dance with me?" "Of course," Hermione replied with a smile, "but I hope it's not just tonight, and not just one dance." Saying this, Hermione took Harley's hand and stood up. "Of course, I'd be delighted." Harley pulled Hermione's chair back, and the two, holding hands, walked towards the center of the dance floor. The other champions also realized what needed to be done now and all stood up. It was time for the champions' opening dance. Chapter 311 Who Do You Think I Am? Karkaroff. Harley held Hermione's hand, and the two made their way to the center of the dance floor, to the lead dance position. The Weird Sisters began to play their instruments in unison, and a cheerful melody gradually filled the Great Hall. The first song, "Let's Dance Tonight." Harley stood in the male position for the ballroom dance, gently holding Hermione's right hand with her left, while her right arm was wrapped around Hermione's waist. Feeling Hermione's slightly stiff body, Harley's left hand slowly stroked the back of Hermione's right hand. Harley turned her face to her left, towards Hermione's right shoulder, and whispered comfortingly, "Don't be nervous, Hermione, just relax. Don't forget all the training we did these past few days, and how excellent you were then. You just need to follow my rhythm, I'll control everything. I am a dance master, after all." "Yes, you certainly are a dance master." Hermione bent her middle and ring fingers of her right hand slightly inward, resting them on Harley's right shoulder, and her left arm touched Harley's right arm, forming a single unit. At the same time, she didn't forget to tease, or rather, to relieve her inner tension through words. "But I don't remember you ever learning to dance. At least according to your previous descriptions, the Dursleys' house probably wouldn't have hired a dance teacher for you. I learned it by reading a few books. That's called talent." Harley casually made up an excuse, and the two began to dance in sync with the music's beat. Harley's steps were light yet steady, actively leading Hermione's rhythm. And Hermione completely followed Harley's lead, adapting to her guidance, unlike when they first practiced dancing in the Room of Requirement, where she acted according to her own habits. Although she made several small mistakes, Harley easily covered them up. As the music progressed, Hermione's body became more natural, her vitality gradually released, and her nervousness completely disappeared. Seeing Hermione's movements become increasingly fluid, Harley began to lead her in graceful spins. Occasionally, she would only hold Hermione's right hand, releasing her right arm from around Hermione's waist. And Hermione would cooperate by pivoting on one foot, spinning on her axis. Her silver-white long dress also flared with her will, like a lily bud with light purple frills slowly blooming. Around them, other champions and ordinary students were also dancing, but the difference was obvious. Many students who had not yet entered the dance floor cast their gazes to the very center, their eyes full of envy. When the song ended, everyone had completely let loose and was dancing freely. The champions could now choose to rest. Crumb was the first to leave, and although the Slytherin girl next to him wasn't too pleased, Crumb was clearly indifferent to his dance partner and didn't care much. The other champions who danced particularly poorly also chose to leave early, while Fleur insisted on staying on the dance floor. After all, she had also practiced with Harley for quite some time beforehand. When Harley asked Hermione if she needed a break, Hermione didn't stop. Instead, she leaned in and whispered to Harley, "Keep going, I can still dance." The two danced for nearly 30 minutes straight, remaining the center of attention throughout. After all, Harley was leading Hermione in the most standard noble ballroom dance, a result of her repeated studies. Harley first learned to dance when she was sequence 7, and she continued to keep up with the times, even at the sequence 3 demoness of Unaging level. During one visit to Backland, the capital of the Lowen Kingdom, Harley spent a long time learning the most practical dances of the time from a former court lady. Moreover, she secretly used some Beander abilities to thoroughly learn both the male and female ballroom dance steps without any impact. It wasn't until this private tutor was hired away by other wealthy merchants that Harley ended her studies. She frequented the balls of the great nobles. Participating in a Christmas ball now would be effortless, wouldn't it? Finally, as the third song ended, Hermione's face was flushed, and sweat streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Want to rest for a bit?" Harley asked Hermione again with a light chuckle. At the same time, she conjured a handkerchief from somewhere and gently wiped the sweat from Hermione's face. This time, Hermione didn't try to be strong. Instead, she nodded vigorously and forced her already weak legs to prevent herself from falling into Harley's arms. Although she didn't mind, and even somewhat longed for such a situation to occur. But Harley was a champion, and she had to maintain her good image. Harley's hand remained clasped with Hermione's, and the arm around Hermione's waist also exerted a slight pressure, making Hermione feel much more at ease. The two walked out of the crowd and found a table nearby to sit down. Harley tapped the table and said loudly, "2 iced lemonades." Under the influence of magic, 2 glasses of freshly squeezed lemonade with ice cubes quickly appeared on the table. Hermione picked up one of them, leaned against Harley's shoulder, and watched the other students still dancing. It must be said that this grand ball, in a sense, was also a paradise for fun seekers. From professors to students, you could see all sorts of interesting scenes that you wouldn't normally see at Hogwarts. For example, Hannah, at Harley's suggestion, invited Neville after failing to find a dance partner. However, Harley seriously doubted whether Hannah would want to secretly smother her after this ball, when she wasn't paying attention. After all, Neville would step on Hannah's foot almost every 2 or 3 steps, but Hannah was no slouch either, often retaliating. Although her stomping frequency was less than a tenth of Neville's, still. Hannah was wearing high heels. Just one stomp, and Neville would grimace, unable to keep up with the rhythm for a while, which then led to a second stomp. And Fred and George, their dancing posture was less like ballroom dancing and more like sparring with bludgers. Fortunately, their partners were Angelina and Alicia, 2 seasoned Quidditch players, so they could keep up with the twins' antics. But Harley, watching from the side, truly couldn't bear it anymore. Most of the surrounding students were like the groups mentioned earlier. While not as exaggerated, they clearly lacked proper training. There were also professors dancing in the ballroom, but the professors weren't much better than the students. For instance, Hagrid, though he mustered the courage to invite Madame Maxime to dance with him, everyone around collectively groaned, wishing he hadn't succeeded in his invitation. Some even wanted to slap themselves, wondering why they hadn't actively stopped Hagrid when he went to extend the invitation. After all, when these 2 wizards, unskilled but massive in size, tried to spin in the dance hall, they almost cleared out a small area around them. And Professor Moody was even more exaggerated. Although he and Professor Sinistra, the astronomy professor, danced acceptably, his magical eye was not so cooperative. During the dance, the magical eye rapidly rotated 360 degrees, indiscriminately monitoring everyone in the Great Hall. More importantly, when Professor Moody swayed, a wand and a dagger actually fell out of his pocket. "Oh, sorry," Professor Moody grumbled, picking up the 2 items from the floor. As he bent down to retrieve the items, the magical eye rotated even faster, as if fearing someone would hit Professor Moody with a killing curse while he was stooping. "Oh, Alistair, why are you bringing these items to the ball?" Professor Sinistra couldn't help but ask. "To guard against potential dark wizards, of course," Professor Moody said with a serious expression. After all, we all know that Harley's entry slip was abnormal, so there must be a dark wizard in the school. And a Christmas ball, a large event with very lax security, is undoubtedly their best opportunity to act. Professor Sinistra didn't say anything more, but judging by her expression, she seemed to regret accepting Professor Moody's invitation. Look at everyone else's dancing skills. Don't you feel incredibly lucky to have been invited by me? Harley suddenly looked at the little witch beside her. What are you talking about? Hermione's nose wrinkled slightly. Being able to invite such a beautiful, intelligent, and lovely witch as me, it's clearly your luck. All right, it's my luck. Harley nodded. By the way, it seems some girls over there want to invite me to dance. Should I go dance with them? You absolutely can't. Hermione's attitude instantly became much tougher. A glass of mead. Although little wizards were forbidden to drink alcohol, during the Christmas ball, Professor Dumbledore still made an exception, purchasing several large barrels of mead from the Three Broomsticks. This infuriated Aberforth, who cursed Professor Dumbledore for a long time at the Hog's Head pub. At the same time, he didn't forget to retrieve his so-called aged cellar stock, top-grade mead, priced at 10 times that of ordinary mead, back into the cellar, awaiting the next unsuspecting customer. Hermione put down her lemonade, drained the glass of mead, and almost choked herself. Harley truly found Hermione somewhat adorable and kept patting her back to help her catch her breath. A moment later, Hermione's face was even redder than before, and she mumbled incoherently. I'm drunk, you're not allowed to leave. Harley couldn't help but chuckle. Who are you trying to fool? Back in France, didn't you drink enough of Professor Slughorn's wines? And the fire whiskey I bought this semester, it's in the room of requirement. Only the two of us and Fleur can enter that room, and Fleur is usually accompanied by me when she goes in. So where did all that fire whiskey that mysteriously disappeared go? Hermione's face was still as red as before, showing no signs of abnormality. But she angrily punched Harley and glared at her fiercely. I wonder if I should follow my own wishes at this moment. To still anger me like this. How hateful. However, Hermione wisely chose to stop talking, and Harley didn't continue to tease her. After this song ended, Fleur also led her dance partner off the dance floor, looking completely exhausted. But Harley was still full of energy, even having enough to tease Fleur about her stamina, saying it was already a tenth of her own skill. Phew. Fleur let out a long breath after sitting down, looking at Harley with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Harley, you have such good stamina. You dealt with both me and Hermione and don't even seem tired. Of course, since both of them are me, our physical fitness is equally good. Harley faced this bad witch who wanted to trick her with a completely natural expression. Exercise more, train more, and you can also have a good body like mine. Tisk. Seeing that Harley still answered so flawlessly, Fleur could only click her tongue and concentrate on drinking her butterbeer. As the four beautiful witches sat there, the crowd around them grew silently. Many little wizards who had finished dancing unconsciously drifted in their direction, whispering something. It seems they all want to invite you, Harley. Hermione ran her fingers through Harley's long hair. By the way, Fleur, aren't you going to accompany your sister? Accompany her for what? Fleur said indifferently. Someone didn't have a dance partner, so I already told her to watch Gabrielle for me. Besides, it's so safe here, could there really be dark wizards? Watching the growing number of students around them, Fleur stood up. Harley, want to go dance a bit more? Of course. Harley also stood up, taking Fleur's arm. I'd be delighted. Hermione tugged on Harley's clothes, indicating that she felt it was a bit too stuffy here and wanted to go for a walk outside. Harley nodded, stood up, and walked hand in hand with Hermione, side by side, out of the Great Hall. This greatly disheartened the students nearby. Darn it, they hadn't even waited for Harley or Hermione to regain their energy before they left the Great Hall. Especially Crumb in the crowd, the gloom on his face deepened a few shades. Harley and Hermione headed straight for the open space outside the castle. On a patch of grass there, a grotto had appeared out of nowhere, flickering with the starry glow of fairies. I wonder where Hogwarts found these fairies, Hermione yawned. I remember these cute little sprites haven't appeared in the Forbidden Forest for a long time. Who knows? Harley stopped in front of the lawn, watching a fairy constantly fluttering its wings among a cluster of magically conjured roses. The two carefully admired these unusual roses. They were colorful, blooming even in the cold winter. And a fairy, using a rose stamen as a table, was carefully sipping nectar. Upon noticing Harley and Hermione, this fairy showed no fear at all. Instead, it flew up from the rose and landed on Harley's shoulder. So well behaved, so cute. Harley smiled, gently lifting the little creature from her shoulder and cradling it in her palms. After playing with these fairies and admiring the Santa Claus statues personally crafted by Professor McGonagall, they walked around the area. At this time, large areas of low bushes had been conjured around the lawn, concealing winding paths with occasional large decorations and very ornate stone statues. Harley felt magical fluctuations from these statues. Based on her knowledge of ancient runes, these statues could be magically activated at any time. She wondered why Professor McGonagall had gone to such extra trouble, applying so much magic when creating the statues. Harley and Hermione disappeared into one of the winding paths, simultaneously hearing the splashing sound of water nearby, as if the professors had also built a fountain here. The two walked through the rose bushes, preparing to find the exact location of the fountain. After only a few steps, Harley heard a familiar and comforting voice. It was Professor Snape. "I don't understand why you're making such a fuss, Igor. Severus, you can't pretend this isn't happening." Another voice, frightened and hoarse, was Karkaroff's. He seemed afraid of being overheard, so he spoke very quickly. "It's been getting more and more obvious these past few months. Aren't you worried?" "I'm certainly very worried now. After all, we can't deny he." "Then run away," Professor Snape said impatiently. "Run as far as you can. For old time's sake, I'll make excuses for you. But I'm staying at Hogwarts. After all, I haven't done anything wrong." "You haven't done anything wrong." Karkaroff's voice suddenly rose a few decibels, but then quickly lowered again. "Do you believe what you're saying? Even if you believe it, will he believe it? You're deceiving yourself, Severus. He won't believe you, and you'll die." "Enough." Professor Snape's voice rose a few decibels. "Who do you think I am, Karkaroff? I am Severus Snape. I'm not like you, I am Potions Master Severus Snape. He won't care." Karkaroff wasn't angered by Professor Snape's tone and subtext. He's already somewhat insane, even occasionally unclear-headed. Coupled with being forced to live in hiding for so many years, I can hardly imagine his mental state. Before he finished speaking, the two turned a corner. "Who's there?" Professor Snape abruptly drew his wand, blasting the rose bushes aside. His expression instantly turned somewhat grim, his entire face stern. Screams came from the rose bushes in front of him, and two shadowy figures darted out, their clothes disheveled. "What are you doing here?" Professor Snape asked, knowing the answer, watching the girl who quickly darted past him and the boy who chased after her, then added two more sentences. "Fawcett. Ravenclaw, 10 points deducted for illegally entering the rose bushes and damaging Professor Sprout's beloved roses. And Stebbins, Hufflepuff also 10 points deducted. Also for illegally entering the rose bushes." He turned his gaze in other directions, glaring fiercely at the students there. However, Professor Snape only saw Harley and Hermione walking hand in hand on the path within the rose bushes. The icy expression on his face instantly melted, and the fierceness in his eyes vanished without a trace. But after glancing at Karkaroff beside him, Professor Snape's tone became aggressive again, even more so than before. "And you too, why are you here? If I'm not mistaken, the Christmas ball isn't over yet, is it?" "Report, Professor." Hermione felt it was a bit stuffy in the Great Hall, so I brought her out for a walk. Harley answered seriously. Professor Snape deliberately snorted coldly. "Then get as far away as possible. Can't you see the professors are discussing something? Karkaroff, let's talk over there." "Oh, and Gryffindor, 1 point deducted. For interrupting a professor's conversation." With that, he strode past Harley and Hermione, not even sparing them a glance. His long black robes fluttered behind Professor Snape, as if waving goodbye to the two of them. Karkaroff didn't pay much attention to Professor Snape's attitude towards Harley, hurrying to catch up. "What are those two doing?" After the two professors had walked away, Hermione couldn't help but be a little curious. "I have some theories," Harley said slowly. "In first year, Lord Voldemort possessed Professor Quirrell and drank unicorn blood. Although this brought him a curse, it also gave Lord Voldemort considerable power. And after third year, Peter Pettigrew successfully escaped, probably to find his old master. So if I'm not mistaken, Lord Voldemort is now steadily growing stronger, until he regains all of his power. And 2 of the 3 slips of paper in the Goblet of Fire are probably his handiwork." Hermione's face instantly turned a little pale, but quickly returned to normal. Having been with Harley for so long, she didn't have much fear of Lord Voldemort. It was just an instinctive reaction to suddenly hearing that murderous name earlier. Harley paused deliberately before continuing. "Professor Snape and Karkaroff both seemed to have been Death Eaters originally, at least that's what I heard from my dad's good friends, that is, Uncle Remus and Sirius. However, Professor Snape has always been a spy for Professor Dumbledore, while Karkaroff betrayed and reported his old colleagues, allowing the Ministry of Magic to spare his life. Now that Lord Voldemort is regaining his power, the dark mark on their arms will naturally react. This is probably why Karkaroff is so panicked. After all, he's a traitor. I originally said I'd write 10,000 characters a day during the holiday, but due to special reasons, I couldn't succeed. However, the author always keeps his word, so I will irregularly write 10,000 characters a day from now on, meaning 2 large chapters every day. You see, the author is working so hard, please be sure to offer your monthly votes. Chapter 312 The dance is over. After Harley's brief popular science explanation, Hermione also put the matter of Karkaroff and Professor Snape out of her mind and no longer inquired about it. After all, Harley said that she would find time to tell Professor Dumbledore. Moreover, Hermione also knew that Harley and Professor Dumbledore had already solved the mystery of Lord Voldemort's resurrection, the Horcrux. If she interfered too much, it might even have the opposite effect. The two circled the rose bushes again and happened to arrive beside a huge stone reindeer sculpture. Beyond the stone reindeer, they could see the magic fountain they had been looking for earlier, spouting high jets of water. The water jets seemed to have been enchanted, emitting various colors of light as they flew out, but quickly becoming clear again after falling back into the pool. Harley and Hermione had originally planned to go take a look, but from a distance, they saw 2 blurry giant figures sitting on a stone bench. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were admiring the fountain under the moon, chatting as they did so. As the two appeared in the distance, Harley happened to hear Hagrid's words. Another half-giant, why ask? I'm quite sure we're the same. Immediately after, Madame Maxime stood up abruptly and shrieked, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you? I've never been so insulted in my life. What's in your head? Is it broken? I'm just naturally big-boned. With that, Madame Maxime turned around directly and strode away from the fountain without looking back, leaving Hagrid standing alone. Hagrid was full of confusion, but his expression was mixed with frustration, clearly not understanding what he had said wrong. After sitting for a while, Hagrid walked lonely towards his hut. What happened, Harley? Hermione couldn't help but ask softly. Did we just happen to witness a breakup? No, they haven't even broken up, more accurately, it should be a quarrel. Hagrid and Madame Maxime had a conflict. Yes, and a very serious one. Hagrid made a very fatal mistake. Harley nodded, her voice carrying an indescribable nuance. If this problem is not handled well, it will bring great trouble to him and Madame Maxime, and even to Professor Dumbledore. Honestly, Hagrid often speaks without much thought. If we hadn't happened to stumble upon this tonight, he would probably be in big trouble. I don't think I understand what you're saying, Harley. Hermione was a little confused. Let's visit Hagrid in a couple of days, and you can ask him yourself then. Harley said softly. Speaking of which, we haven't visited our good friend Hagrid during Christmas yet. I also don't seem to have had time to visit dear Professor Snape. It seems these things need to be put on the agenda. Hermione stopped asking further. After all, Hagrid's matter seemed to involve his privacy, so it should depend on his own willingness to express it. As for the topic of Professor Snape, Hermione just assumed Harley had suddenly thought of it and mentioned it casually. But the beetle that had just flown onto a leaf above their heads didn't think so. A vivid look of worry appeared on its face, and it rubbed its front legs, mentally crossing out 2 news items. After sighing for a while about the difficulties of life, the beetle flapped its wings and flew in another direction. Even if Professor Snape needed to be excluded, Karkaroff's words were enough for it to concoct a story and complete its task. Harley and Hermione wandered around, finally strolling to the edge of the Black Lake. At this time, the night sky was clear, the bright moon hung high, and the surface of the Black Lake shimmered in the breeze. Harley conjured an ice boat out of thin air and used a weather charm to control the direction of the wind, propelling the boat forward with the 2 of them. Through the clear lake surface, schools of fish could be seen constantly swimming below, and occasionally a few aquatic dark arts creatures would appear. However, these creatures, seeing Harley from afar and sensing the threatening aura she deliberately emitted, immediately fled in terror, not daring to approach and disturb them. Only the giant squid in the Black Lake, said to have lived for hundreds of years, surfaced. It lazily glanced at Harley, then stretched its body and drifted with the current, enjoying the evening breeze. Harley and Hermione did not disturb it, but sat quietly in the boat, chatting idly. It wasn't until the clock struck 12 that Harley maneuvered the small boat to the shore. At the main entrance of the castle, students from other schools were streaming out, and some dance partners who were Hogwarts little wizards lingered at the door, still chatting about something. The castle door was completely blocked, and it seemed that the 2 would not be able to return to their dormitory for a while. Harley's eyes darted, and she suddenly thought of something. Come on, I'll take you on an unusual path, she said with a mischievous smile, and without waiting for Hermione to react, she picked Hermione up in a princess carry. At the same time, Harley's toes touched the ground, and she ran quickly along the outside of the castle, instantly throwing out a large amount of spider silk when she reached the bottom of Gryffindor Tower. The spider silk wrapped around Harley's waist and long hair, with all three exerting force simultaneously, and Harley occasionally lightly tapped the wall with her toes to gain leverage. Thus, in less than 3 minutes, the two appeared outside Gryffindor Tower. Look, this is our dormitory window, isn't it exciting? The two were suspended in front of a half-open window for ventilation. Harley rubbed Hermione's forehead, gesturing as she spoke. At this moment, Hermione's hands were wrapped around her own neck, her face full of tension, not wanting to look down at all. Hurry up and go in. Hermione's voice carried a hint of a whimper, but also contained an excitement she herself hadn't noticed. It's too scary, I can't last another second. The window was opened, and Harley first supported Hermione's waist, allowing her to land successfully. Harley herself was not in such a hurry to act, but first glanced at the castle below in the moonlight. She clearly saw Fleur and another, herself, waving goodbye, then stepping into the Beauxbatons carriage. And, herself, walked towards the castle, but halfway through, she gently stroked the small mirror embedded in the necklace around her neck, and then completely vanished. Harley felt a slight weight on her body, as if something had returned to her pocket, and only then did she flip into the dormitory and close the window. At this moment, Hermione had collapsed weakly onto the bed. After all, the two had danced for over half an hour and then wandered outside the castle for so long. For someone with Hermione's small build, plus her usual lack of exercise, it was normal for her to be unable to cope. Harley had expected Hermione to be scared and need her comfort. Unexpectedly, after she recovered, her face was filled with excitement. That was so much fun. Can we do it again? Hermione said excitedly. Now it was Harley's turn to be stunned. She could only say that she was indeed a little Lions of Gryffindor, with an inherent love for adventure hidden deep within her. However, Harley naturally refused Hermione's request, as it was already late. Hermione could only give up with a slight disappointment, and after the two had washed up and said goodnight, they fell into dreams. The next morning, students from all schools woke up very late. After all, the Christmas ball had just been held the day before, and many people were too excited to sleep after returning, chatting about various experiences until 2 or 3 in the morning. Hermione also overslept until 8 in the morning, claiming that her whole body ached and she didn't want to get up. She also asked Harley to give her a leg and waist massage to relieve her fatigue. Is Harley that kind of person? Would she accept Hermione's unreasonable, forceful command? She, of course, was very happy too. The demoness of Unaging had specifically learned massage techniques for certain plot points. And Fleur also came to visit the Gryffindor common room almost at 10 in the morning, carrying 2 books, and didn't forget to exclaim with a serious expression. Harley, you were really fierce last night. I was exhausted by the end, but you were still so full of life. Could you please not say such ambiguous things? Hermione rolled her eyes, leaning lazily against the fireplace in the common room. I don't mind, but I'm afraid others will misunderstand. There was hardly anyone in the common room today, so Hermione and Fleur both agreed that there was no need to run to the room of requirement anymore. Is there anything ambiguous about what I said? Fleur blinked her big eyes, which were full of sincerity. I meant that Harley has such good stamina, she danced with me for so long and didn't get tired. And what exactly have you understood, my dear, Miss Granger? Listening to Fleur's tone, Hermione, fuming, forced herself to stand up, intending to give her a small lesson. However, Hermione's legs were still wobbly at the moment, so as soon as she barely stood up, she immediately tumbled onto Harley's lap, who was sitting between the two of them. This left Harley a bit bewildered. I didn't do anything. Definitely a staged accident. Please, by all means, stage more. After a brief playful moment, the three quickly regained their seriousness and began to study the second task of the competition. Fleur truly lived up to her reputation as Beauxbatons' most outstanding student in recent years. Although there was still a significant gap compared to Harley, her individual abilities were also exceptional. Hermione and Fleur had already researched a large number of useful charms together before the Christmas ball, dividing the competition into multiple steps and designing several plans targeting the smaller stages. And now, with Harley not actively speaking, their progress became even more rapid, and the overall plan gradually took shape. This busy period lasted for 2 hours. It wasn't until it was almost time for lunch, and the common room began to fill up, that Fleur and Hermione finally put down their quills. I'm so hungry. Shall we go eat? Hermione rubbed her stomach. I remember I only had a cup of fizzing Whizbees this morning, and I didn't eat much last night either. Let's go, together. Fleur stretched, showcasing her graceful curves. Anyway, this plan doesn't need to be completed in the next 2 days, it'll be fine as long as it's designed before the Christmas holiday. On the way to the Great Hall, the three of them revisited the topic of the Christmas ball from the previous night. As they reached the Gryffindor long table, Fleur suddenly recalled a very important question. "Oh, Harley, your professor for care of magical creatures, Hagrid, how did he manage to upset Madame Maxime? She went out with Professor Hagrid last night, and when she came back, she looked furious and didn't seem to want to say a single word." Hermione also immediately remembered the question she had raised yesterday and turned her inquisitive gaze towards Harley. "Madame Maxime didn't tell you?" Harley raised an eyebrow slightly. Seeing Fleur shake her head, Harley didn't elaborate. "We'll visit Hagrid tonight, then you can hear what happened. But I'll say this up front, from my personal point of view, this entire matter is entirely Hagrid's fault." After lunch, the three headed straight for Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's hut door was tightly locked, and Fang was gnawing at his food bowl, pawing helplessly at the door. Although Fang didn't have a chain around his neck, nor did he wear a muzzle or paw covers, he dared not hunt in the Forbidden Forest at all. As for begging for food in the Hogwarts Great Hall, with Fang's not-so-bright mind and his timid, cowardly nature, which was mismatched with his size, he had no ability to find food at Hogwarts. So, if Hagrid didn't feed Fang, he would probably only be able to dig up some vegetables and insects from the ground to eat. However, Fang was accustomed to this. After all, Hagrid often forgot to feed him when he was drunk, and Fang had always endured it. Nevertheless, Fang still diligently pawed at the door and let out barks, attempting to attract Hagrid's attention. If there's meat to eat, what dog would choose to eat insects or greens? Unfortunately, Hagrid paid no attention to him, or rather, Hagrid might not have heard any of the noises Fang was making. Because Harley vaguely heard the sound of pouring drinks inside the house, occasionally accompanied by loud thuds as glasses or bottles were heavily dropped onto tables and the floor. Upon seeing the three arrive, Fang immediately rushed over frantically. He dropped the food bowl from his mouth, lay down, wagged his tail wildly, and, with his tongue hanging out, looked at Harley and Hermione expectantly, longing for some food. Although she didn't know what had happened, Hermione had long guessed that Hagrid might have forgotten to feed Fang because he was drunk. So she skillfully pulled out 2 large pieces of bacon from her pocket, while Harley walked up and knocked on the hut door. Unfortunately, there was no reply from inside the hut for a long time, only the monotonous sounds of pouring, drinking, and banging on the table continued to repeat. "Hagrid!" Harley continued to knock on the door, shouting loudly at the same time. Invisible sound waves, cleverly amplified by magic, directly entered Hagrid's ears, temporarily pulling him out of his drunken state. The hut door opened, and Hagrid appeared in the doorway. He reeked of alcohol, his beard and hair had returned to their messy state overnight, and he was wearing his extremely worn moleskin overcoat. "It's you." Hagrid mumbled indistinctly, "Happy holidays, come in." This time, the hut was even messier than when Buckbeak injured Malfoy, fully demonstrating the sloppiness of an older, single man. An empty mead barrel lay on the floor, and 2 unopened bottles of fire whiskey sat on the table. Several glass bottles were strewn on the bed. Judging by their labels, they appeared to be specially made high-proof rum. And at Hagrid's feet was a large bucket, filled with ice, chilling several bottles of ice champagne and butterbeer. A strong smell of alcohol permeated the room. Harley felt fine, but Fleur and Hermione instinctively wanted to cover their noses. However, considering they were guests, both had to suppress the urge, enduring the boozy air without even being able to use a bubblehead charm. But Harley provided timely assistance. 2 imperceptible flashes of light appeared, and transparent, mask-like membranes formed over Hermione's and Fleur's noses and mouths. Hermione was the first to enter the room, carefully dodging the bottles and barrels on the floor. Hagrid. Seeing Hagrid in such a state, how could Hermione not know what Hagrid had been doing in this room again? She put her hands on her hips, her voice rising a few notches. "What happened? Why are you like this now?" "I messed things up." Hagrid looked heartbroken. "I don't know why, but Olymp and I had a falling out. I don't know what I did wrong." Harley's face showed an expression of, "I knew it." Just as she expected, Hagrid still hadn't realized what he had done wrong. Hermione was still patiently trying to persuade him, mentioning that Fleur next to them was a Beauxbaton student. Hagrid could tell the 3 of them what happened last night, especially describing what he had intended to express. And if there was any misunderstanding, Fleur also offered to mediate. After all, Hermione was very clear about Hagrid's linguistic abilities. It was highly likely that he had a conflict with Madame Maxime due to his unclear speech. Harley, meanwhile, conjured a chair for herself and sat down, skillfully opening a bottle of fire whiskey for herself. Hagrid, without any reservations, recounted everything he had done the previous night. Initially, Hermione and Fleur kept nodding. After all, Hagrid had made some preparations. Aside from his dancing being truly dreadful, there were no major issues with other dance-related etiquette. When Hagrid spoke of the two of them taking a walk in the open space outside the castle, especially the things he had said. From his mother being Fridwulfa, the most brutal giant in Britain, to his father and mother, until finally, he asked Madame Maxime where she inherited her giant bloodline from. Isn't it obvious? I don't understand why Olymp would deny it. It's just like the missing galleons next to a Niffler's nest or the dead Acromantula next to a basilisk, the answer is very obvious. Hagrid pounded the table, wailing loudly. Olymp has such a huge body, she can only be a half-giant. There's no other explanation. By this point, Hermione had covered her mouth, and Fleur was forcefully suppressing her urge to roll her eyes. If she didn't know that this muddled-headed giant in front of her was a friend of Harley and Hermione, she would have already gotten up and left, let alone tried to explain anything to Madame Maxime. Chapter 313 Look at this pot, it's big and round. Continue to ask for monthly votes. I think we need to sober Hagrid up first. Harley looked at Hagrid, who couldn't help but burst into tears again, and frowned. She drew her wand and pointed it lightly, and a ray of light flashed. Hagrid, who was habitually about to pour fire whiskey down his throat, suddenly stopped, his movements ceasing instantly. The goblet in his hand slipped from his palm, but Harley's spell caught it, placing it steadily on the table. Hagrid suddenly shivered, feeling as if his brain was submerged in ice, and all the strong alcohol was dispelled. He shook his head vigorously, wrapped his moleskin coat tightly around himself, trying to ward off the chill. Seeing Hagrid gradually regaining consciousness, Harley casually cancelled the magic, and her wand slowly lowered. "Oh, it's you guys," Hagrid muttered after regaining much of his awareness, looking at them. It seemed that when he was speaking earlier, he hadn't fully realized who he was talking to. But soon, Hagrid couldn't remain so calm. As the memories of this period slowly returned to his mind, Hagrid's face grew increasingly pale. "Harley, Hermione, and," Hagrid stammered after recalling everything. "Fleur Delacour, just call me Fleur." Fleur smiled, but there was no warmth in her eyes. "All right, Fleur. Could I ask you not to reveal this matter?" Hagrid's eyes were pleading. "I don't want Professor Dumbledore to worry about me, it's nothing major. It's just that I angered Madame Maxime for unknown reasons. I don't want to affect the relationship between Hogwarts and Beauxbatons because of me. Oh, right, if possible, could I ask you not to mention that I'm a half-giant? I personally don't care, but it might cause a lot of trouble for Professor Dumbledore. He's already done so much for me, I really don't want to cause him any more trouble." Harley sighed and walked over to Hagrid, leaning her hands on the table. "Hagrid," Harley's voice became cold and serious, her gaze like a teacher's rod, making Hagrid instinctively avoid her eyes. "I think you probably haven't grasped the key point of this matter, and you don't know why Madame Maxime got angry, do you?" Indeed, I really don't quite understand." Hagrid scratched his head, his hair a tangled mess like discarded wires, his voice filled with confusion. "Is it because I said she was a half-giant? I feel that although it's not very pleasant to say, I was just telling the truth." Hermione on the side had already covered her face, and Fleur had turned her head away. Now Fleur didn't dislike Hagrid as much as before, because she had confirmed a fact. Hagrid didn't intentionally point out that Madame Maxime was a half-giant, he simply wasn't good at speaking, or rather, he didn't like to think. You can intensely dislike a bad person, but you can't intensely dislike a big simpleton. That's the problem, Harley exclaimed in a tone of exasperation, slamming her hand on the table, making the wine bottles rattle and the table legs creak. "Hagrid, don't you know the reputation of giants in the wizarding world? I think you yourself should know better than anyone. Or are you saying you don't know the status of half-breeds? You should know that very well too. What half-breeds can the wizarding world accept? Only half-Veela or half-goblin, right? Where do the other bloodlines in their bodies, besides wizard blood, come from? They come from magical creatures with extremely high appearance, powerful magic, or who hold certain positions of power. Even so, these half-breed wizards are subtly discriminated against by ordinary wizards. Just like Professor Flitwick, although he is a half-goblin and has achieved a very high and respected position through his own efforts, some people still curse him behind his back. Not to mention half-giants like you and Madame Maxime. Considering the crimes giants have committed, the term, half-giant, itself is taboo. Madame Maxime is the principal of Beauxbatons. Although I don't know Madame Maxime's specific life experiences, she must have put in hundreds of times more effort than ordinary wizards. If others knew she was a half-giant, have you thought about what would happen to Madame Maxime? All her efforts would be in vain. Now, have you understood why Madame Maxime would refuse to admit she is a half-giant and directly fall out with you? To ensure Hagrid fully understood what she was saying, Harley spoke very slowly, pausing occasionally. Under Harley's explanation, Hagrid slowly reacted, and his expression became stiff. However, he still instinctively said, "But this is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. And there was no one around at the time, who could have overheard my conversation with Olympe." Harley hadn't said anything yet, but Hermione was already laughing exasperatedly. "Hagrid." Hermione put her hands on her hips, looking exactly like a mini Professor McGonagall. "I have bad news for you. Last night, when Harley and I went for a walk, we just happened to pass that fountain and saw you and Madame Maxime. And your voice was very loud, you weren't hiding anything at all. So Harley and I both heard your last sentence, the one where you admitted you were a half-giant. You called that no one could hear. Fortunately, only we were there last night. What if there were other students? Who said there wasn't anyone else?" Harley immediately retorted, "I have bad news. At that time, I also spotted Rita Skeeter, that reporter from the Daily Prophet who loves to fabricate false news to defame celebrities. It seems she probably heard your conversation too. I don't think you don't understand what that means, do you?" Hagrid's face instantly changed from stiff to pale. His lips trembled a few times, but he said nothing. If it was really as Harley said, and their conversation was overheard by the infamous Rita Skeeter, then things would be serious. Even if Madame Maxime didn't admit it, both she and he would definitely be targeted by Rita's sensationalism. And how much pressure would this put on Professor Dumbledore? At this moment, Hagrid's face looked as if he was about to cry. "Harley, then what should we do?" Hagrid stammered, asking. "Oh, right, I have to go inform Professor Dumbledore, I can't let him get implicated." "Sit down." Harley raised her hand above her head and pressed on Hagrid's shoulder. Hagrid, who was about to get up, was instantly pressed back into his chair by this terrifying force. "Be grateful, Hagrid," Harley said exasperatedly. "I've taken care of this for you. Rita won't be reporting this. I just hope that through this incident, you can learn a lesson and remember the importance of keeping secrets. Also, I hope even more that before you speak or do anything, you will always think carefully." During the subsequent conversation, Harley, drawing on her rich life experience, guided Hagrid from various aspects, occasionally comforting and encouraging him. Finally, hope rekindled in Hagrid's eyes, and he decided to apologize to Madame Maxime after a while. The four of them chatted for a whole afternoon, until Hagrid prepared to keep them for dinner, when the girls' expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly made excuses to leave. At first, Fleur didn't quite understand why Harley and Hermione were so flustered. But when Hermione described Hagrid's signature beef stew with slug meat, Fleur no longer wanted to look back at the small cabin, as if some monstrous beast was hidden there. The three parted ways at the crossroads. Fleur had to go back to pick up Gabrielle, so she wouldn't be able to go to the Great Hall for dinner until later. "Harley, your method of scaring Hagrid with Rita was really good." On the way to the Great Hall, Hermione exclaimed. "I think Hagrid should be much clearer now and will think more before speaking." Harley gave Hermione a strange look. "You think I made it up, aren't you?" Hermione countered. "Of course not," Harley nodded, her tone full of certainty. That night, Rita was there the whole time, and probably heard a lot of their conversation. Hermione's surprised expression suddenly turned as pale as Hagrid's had been earlier. But, there was no one around then. "Wait, that's not the point. The point is, what should we do now? If she really leaks this to the newspaper, what are you thinking?" Harley rubbed Hermione's head vigorously. "I told you, I already stopped Rita. You probably don't know, Rita is an illegal animagus, and her animagus form is a beetle. I've known about this for a long time, and in exchange for keeping her secret, I've forbidden her from slandering me, you, Fleur, or anyone else I'm close with in the newspaper. Otherwise, why do you think she's always subtly criticizing famous wizards in the newspaper, and has mocked almost every living Order of Merlin recipient? But there's never been any news criticizing me, and she often writes articles praising me." Hermione was stunned, she had no idea such a situation existed. However, Hermione also felt a faint happiness in her heart. After all, an illegal animagus was very important information. Harley was willing to share this with her instead of just brushing it off, and that feeling was really good. The upcoming Christmas holiday was extremely peaceful, as if everyone had exhausted their excess energy at the Christmas ball. Only Fred and George were still thinking about researching and selling their various magical items, while the champions spent their time deciphering the secret of the golden egg. Harley wanted to go to Headmaster's office to find Professor Dumbledore and discuss the note in her Christmas gift. However, Professor Dumbledore was not in Headmaster's office. When Harley walked into the empty Headmaster's office, Principal Dillis, who never joked, told Harley that Professor Dumbledore had gone to Austria. She didn't know what made him so busy. He finished the Christmas ball that night, and left with Fawkes in the early morning. Harley didn't dare to think or ask. After all, Professor Dumbledore had so many peculiar quirks, just let him be. Although the students were very reluctant, the Christmas holiday still passed. The little wizards were greatly pained by this, as they had to return to their dull and boring academic life. But soon, everyone no longer felt bored. Because on the very first day after the holiday ended, a depth charge was dropped into the calm waters of Hogwarts. It wasn't that a student had come up with a new prank that infuriated Professor McGonagall. Instead, the first issue of the Daily Prophet after the Christmas holiday published an article written by Rita herself. In the more than a month of build-up, Rita had subtly criticized Karkaroff from various angles, believing that he was targeting the champions of other schools, especially Hogwarts. Rita also seriously analyzed why this was the case in an investigative tone. And at the beginning of the Christmas holiday, Rita exposed in the newspaper the 3 slips of paper with Harley's name on them that were spat out by the Goblet of Fire during the Triwizard Tournament selection ceremony. Today, Rita revealed her true intentions, directly linking the two and accusing Karkaroff of doing all of this. As for why, Rita claimed to have conducted in-depth investigation and discovered a big secret. Karkaroff was once a Death Eater. After extensive investigation and ingenious efforts to locate numerous eyewitnesses from that year, the author has uncovered a shocking piece of information. Igor Karkaroff, the current principal of Durmstrang, a Nordic magic school, was once a Death Eater who followed you-know-who. He was personally apprehended by the former Auror, now the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, Mad-Eye Alistair Moody. After his capture, Karkaroff revealed a large list of Death Eaters in court. Of course, he did not reveal these names out of a change of heart, nor did he wish to repent for the evil deeds he had committed and the people he had killed. He merely hoped to gain an opportunity to avoid Azkaban by betraying his equally infamous friends. He clearly got his wish. Karkaroff successfully escaped trial and left the country directly. And he was once one of the core figures among the Death Eaters, which is why he had so many names on the list. As one of the Death Eaters closest to you-know-who, he easily learned a large number of vicious dark arts and thrived at Durmstrang. The author believes this is a phenomenon that makes one feel disgusted from the bottom of their heart. That the Ministry of Magic could actually make deals with villains and tolerate them leaving Britain to continue enjoying a privileged life abroad. This is a betrayal of the British wizarding world, and the author believes the British Ministry of Magic should reflect. Rita's words were extremely sharp and her descriptions very detailed, as if she had witnessed everything herself. Moreover, in the early stages, wizards in the British wizarding world had already come to believe that Karkaroff was no good, a despicable person who deliberately targeted the Hogwarts champions. Now, with a large amount of negative information revealed, appearing to be well-founded, wizards naturally readily believed this claim. And the accusation Rita leveled against Karkaroff, that he maliciously threw 2 extremely venomous parchments into the Goblet of Fire during the Triwizard Tournament, was also accepted by the wizards. You see, Karkaroff, as a former Death Eater, was forced to flee abroad because Harley defeated their master. He must have harbored resentment towards Harley, wanting to tarnish Harley's and Hogwarts' reputation through these methods, and even harm Harley through the Triwizard Tournament. Everything seemed perfectly reasonable, logical, and without any flaws. Thus, Karkaroff suffered greatly. After realizing that Rita had been slandering him for a long time but he was powerless to stop her, Karkaroff simply adopted an out-of-sight, out-of-mind approach and stopped reading the Daily Prophet. And Karkaroff's temper, as well as his occasional use of dark arts to physically punish Durmstrang students, meant that no one was willing to tell him about this matter this morning. Crumb, the only one who might have told him, was still feeling down about the Christmas ball and wasn't interested in reading the newspaper either. This led to Karkaroff being caught off guard by a barrage of howlers when he went to the Hogwarts Great Hall for a meal. One letter even contained a broken branch of a venomous tentacula. If Karkaroff hadn't reacted quickly, he would probably already be lying in the Hogwarts Hospital Winger St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The other professor also looked on with cold indifference, as no one had a good attitude towards Death Eaters. In fact, the Hogwarts professor had already received many letters, all demanding that Karkaroff be expelled from Hogwarts, or even from Britain. And Headmaster Dumbledore's headmaster's office was piled high with letters. Howlers hadn't stopped all morning. After all, this was Britain, the place where Lord Voldemort once wreaked havoc. On this land of Britain, no one would welcome a Death Eater. It was a pity that the other professor were not Headmaster Dumbledore, nor Minister Fudge, so they did not have this authority. Professor Flitwick, however, was kind-hearted enough to eventually give Karkaroff a copy of the Daily Prophet, so he could understand why he was suffering. This could be considered an act of mercy. Chapter 314 It wasn't your doing, why are you running away? After seeing Rita's article, Karkaroff broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to shout and announce to everyone in the Great Hall that Rita's article was malicious slander, blatant defamation, and that he would sue Rita at the Ministry of Magic. However, Karkaroff felt his legs turn to jelly and couldn't stand up. His throat also inexplicably became hoarse, as if something was blocking it, and he couldn't utter a single word. Because more than 85% of what Rita wrote in the newspaper was true. He was indeed a former Death Eater, indeed showed no remorse, and indeed escaped punishment by betraying his former colleagues. Most of the news in this newspaper was true, with only 2 pieces of information being false. The accusation that he was a core member of the Death Eaters was fabricated. He was merely an insignificant minion, not even a squad leader. The other fabricated accusation was that the article claimed Karkaroff had thrown the 2 pieces of parchment into the goblet of fire. But Karkaroff also knew that these 2 fabricated slanders, especially interfering with the Triwizard Tournament, maliciously throwing in 2 notes, and the crimes targeting Hogwarts and Harley Potter, were now firmly pinned on him. With so much of the article being true, who would believe him if he insisted these 2 parts were false? Based on the simplest logical deduction, with so much true information preceding it, he had every motive and ability, making it impossible to clear his name. Even if the Ministry of Magic did investigate him for this matter and ultimately found no evidence, ordinary wizards would still not believe him. After all, he also couldn't produce any evidence. Karkaroff couldn't help but glance at Professor Snape, but Professor Snape was sitting far away, seemingly unwilling to bother with him. He turned his head and happened to meet Professor Moody's gaze. For the first time, Professor Moody's magic eye wasn't darting around, guarding against a sneak attack from behind, and was looking in the same direction as his normal eye. Both eyes stared at Karkaroff, fixedly staring at him. The sky-blue magic eye was cold and rigid, supposedly devoid of emotion, but now it appeared even more ferocious. And Professor Moody's normal eye gleamed with excitement. Professor Moody's scarred lips curved into a terrifying smile, and he nodded at Karkaroff. Then he gestured to Karkaroff with his hip flask, his lips not moving, but Karkaroff understood his meaning. You're finished. This drink is to you, may you have a good journey. Karkaroff trembled, his face pale, and he subconsciously touched that special spot on his left arm, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes, but more so, a deep fear. The dark mark was becoming more prominent, meaning his former master, whom he had betrayed, was gradually regaining power. Snape looked smug and completely unwilling to respond to him. And now this happened. In that instant, Karkaroff made up his mind. After breakfast that morning, Karkaroff disappeared. According to the Durmstrang students, Karkaroff was supposed to teach them, and even Krum, who had the right to research his competition projects independently, had been called by him. But before the class even began, Karkaroff excused himself, claiming a stomach ache, and slipped out of the classroom. However, his destination was not the washroom, but to flee while no one was paying attention to him. This news spread throughout Hogwarts like wildfire in a single morning. And the next morning, the Daily Prophet directly reported Karkaroff's escape, not fearing that he might suddenly reappear and aggressively refute them. Rita immediately struck while the iron was hot, directly escalating the intensity for Karkaroff starting from the headline. Shocking. A Durmstrang Death Eater principal escapes in the morning, abandoning his students. Is it a distortion of human nature, or a moral decline? And in the report, Rita even wrote the now famous Rita formula. Before you, previous Triwizard tournaments were safe. After you came, this Triwizard tournament is not safe. After you leave, future Triwizard tournaments will become safe again. So the question is, if the Triwizard tournament is unsafe, whose problem is it? The author will not elaborate further here, but I believe every reader has a scale in their heart. The Durmstrang students were originally almost indifferent to this matter, as Principal Karkaroff's reputation at Durmstrang was not good. He always looked down on students from ordinary backgrounds, often harshly criticizing them, even verbally abusing or physically punishing them with charms. Conversely, Karkaroff highly praised pure-blood students from noble families, or wizards like Krum who, despite being from ordinary families, had great fame. This led to ordinary Durmstrang students hating him, while students of noble birth also looked down on him. Regarding the principal's escape, everyone simply sent a long-distance letter to their school and their families, not thinking of making urgent contact. But the matter did not end there. Something headache-inducing happened to the Durmstrang students. It wasn't until evening that they discovered Karkaroff had shamelessly swept away all the funds Durmstrang had prepared for this Triwizard tournament before his escape. Many students, including Crumb, also noticed that the arrangements in their dormitories seemed to have been disturbed. Combined with the fact that there were no signs of forced entry on their cabin doors. It was obvious that Karkaroff had easily invaded their dormitories using his principal and captain authority, attempting to grab a bit more before leaving. Fortunately, considering Durmstrang's inherent dog-eat-dog atmosphere and Principal Karkaroff's usual mantra of, students are responsible for their own valuables, the school is not responsible for losses, the students' vigilance was always high. So Durmstrang students always carried their valuables with them. It's unknown if Karkaroff was furious when he found nothing, wishing he could go back in time and slap his past self for not wanting to take responsibility. And to avoid his malicious actions being discovered, Karkaroff had specifically tried his best to restore the student cabins to their original state. He even cut off the emergency communication lines between Durmstrang itself and the ship to buy himself more time. The Durmstrang students could only go together to find Professor Dumbledore, and after finding Professor Dumbledore absent, they turned to look for the Vice Principal. When Vice Principal McGonagall received the Durmstrang students' request for help in contacting Durmstrang itself, her face was filled with disbelief. Could this be something the principal of a famous magic school would do? It was simply outrageous. But then, considering Karkaroff's identity, it seemed plausible. One could only say, he truly lived up to being a former Death Eater. Undoubtedly, Karkaroff's actions added fuel to the fire. Now it wasn't just British wizards cursing him, but also newspapers and ordinary wizards in the wizarding world of those Nordic countries. After all, the reporters merely suspected him in the newspaper, no evidence had even been presented, and the officials hadn't said anything yet, and he just ran away. Moreover, before leaving, he deliberately took all the money, and even tried to steal from the students, only to fail. If you say you have no problem, who would believe it? Durmstrang Institute urgently published a statement in the newspapers of the wizarding world across the Nordic countries, announcing that the school's board of governors had jointly dismissed Karkaroff from his position as principal. The ministries of magic of several Nordic countries also issued a warrant for his arrest, with charges including violating his assurances, re-engaging in terrorist activities, framing students from other schools in the Triwizard tournament, and theft of money and property from Durmstrang Institute. Newspapers in various countries were filled with overwhelming coverage of this news, eager for the whole world to know about it. Karkaroff is definitely taking the blame for this. Harley was alone in the room of requirement, reading the latest issues of various international newspapers she had specially ordered. From the moment he ran away, he couldn't shake off this blame. Hedwig on her head was reading even more carefully than Harley, though she was mainly diligently studying Rita's methods of manipulating emotions. "Did you learn anything?" Harley asked, stroking Hedwig's feathers after finishing the entire article. "I feel like I have a deeper understanding of the psychology of ordinary wizards." Hedwig narrowed her eyes, craned her neck, exposed the feathers beneath her beak, and deliberately rubbed Harley's free hand with them. "Prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain. Once wizards have a bad impression of Karkaroff, whatever dirt others throw at Karkaroff, ordinary wizards will believe it to be true. After all, Karkaroff, as a Death Eater, did so many bad things, and returning to his old ways now perfectly matches people's preconceived notions of him. I have to say, wizards are truly scheming and their relationships are complex, unlike us owls, who are so simple. There's no helping it, this is how humans are, this is how wizards are." Harley stood up. "It seems you've gained more insight into the complexities of the human heart, and the psychologist potion has been mostly digested. Once the auxiliary materials ordered from the potion shop arrive, I will begin brewing the Sequence 6 Hypnotist potion for you. Now, are you returning to the common room, or staying in the room of requirement alone? Hermione's arithmancy class should be over. We're about to go to Ancient Runes class. To the Ollery." Hedwig flew down from Harley. "I'm going to continue training my various psychologist abilities and counsel the other owls." The calendar pages turned, and it had been almost 2 weeks since school started. Professor Dumbledore finally returned. When Harley received the parchment from Professor Dumbledore and hurried to the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore was leaning back in his chair, meditating with his eyes closed. "Good morning, Professor. You're back from Austria." Harley greeted him proactively, while scrutinizing Professor Dumbledore. She really hadn't expected Professor Dumbledore to show no significant changes. Is this the state an old man who has spent 3 weeks with his old lover, friend should be in? This isn't logical. Setting aside all illogicalities, there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. But Harley didn't dare to ask, nor did she dare to think too deeply. She was just an innocent, pitiful, and weak ordinary little girl. How could she have the ability to manage the rich and fantastical emotional life of the world's greatest white wizard? However, Professor Dumbledore rolled his eyes, completely abandoning his image. Harley, the way you say that, it's as if I've been in Austria all this time. In fact, I only stayed in Austria for 6 days, and mainly to prepare for the International Confederation of Wizards meeting that will be held during the summer holiday. For the remaining 10+ days, I visited Sirius and them, and then spent almost a week in Azkaban. So the time I spent with Gellert over Christmas was truly not as much as you imagine. I can see that you have a very rich life experience. Harley's expression didn't change in the slightest. So Professor, why did you ask me to come tonight? Is there something you need? Professor Dumbledore coughed twice, and followed Harley's lead to move past the topic. I heard from Dilys that you came looking for me during the Christmas holiday, correct? Yes, I visited the headmaster's office once. Harley nodded. But wasn't it you who asked me to come? You left a message in my Christmas gift, asking me to make sure to visit when I had time. So Professor, what is that rather special Christmas gift you mentioned on the parchment, the one that only you can personally give me? Professor Dumbledore did not answer immediately, but instead clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them. A strange atmosphere brewed in the room. Even Fawkes, who was eating herbs, sensed the unusualness in the room and poked his small head, still clutching herbs, out of his nest. After a long while, Professor Dumbledore seemed to have made up his mind before slowly saying, Harley, do you remember when we discussed the animagus form of magical creatures? Of course I remember. Harley raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be? That's right, the second Christmas gift I prepared for you is related to that. Professor Dumbledore confirmed Harley's guess. And in a sense, it's also related to the key location of the second task. Harley gave Professor Dumbledore a suspicious look, feeling that this old man was about to pull some tricks. As she expected, Professor Dumbledore coughed twice. To match the hint method given for the second task, I won't tell you the answer directly. I will provide you with some key information, and you will need to comprehend it yourself. I once mentioned that I, Gellert, and Tom all have our own unique insights into life, or death. But the difference is, Gellert gained his own rules of death through certain special items and in the process of pursuing certain wizard myths. As for Tom, I'm not entirely sure. After all, his life has too many mysterious and dark experiences, and I cannot fully trace their origins. However, I can roughly guess that his unique insight into death is inseparable from his own soul fragmentation, and it may also involve some secrets deep within Azkaban. My visit to Azkaban this time was to explore those secrets. But I haven't fully deciphered them yet, so I won't tell you for now. As for myself, Professor Dumbledore paused slightly, building suspense, before continuing. Through certain items and locations related to death, combined with the phenomenon of Fawkes's rebirth, inversely comprehended the opposite of death, which is my own unique rule in the domain of life. You can see that we all relied on a certain external force. And your understanding of death must be very special. After all, your own situation is not normal. The fragmentation of the soul fragment within the Horcrux led you to gain so many special abilities and unique insights. So I'm going to provide you with the locations I've found, hoping they can help you. As for those death locations, they completely overlap with the 3 most important locations in the second task. As for where the key to finding and opening them lies, I won't tell you. However, I have already given you the keys. You have at least 2 keys, and each key can open the door. When you complete the second task, you can certainly explore them to see if you can gain new insights. Professor Dumbledore, having been a riddle teller for so long, always liked to be vague and secretive. Harley was quite speechless about this method. Wouldn't it be better to just say it directly? As for the keys Professor Dumbledore mentioned, Harley also had a guess. One of the keys was probably the Christmas gift Professor Dumbledore gave her, which was the resurrection stone on the former Riddle's Horcrux, the Gaunt family heirloom ring. The other key should be the invisibility cloak she had thrown to the bottom of her trunk for 3 whole years. These 2 items happen to be 2 of the 3 legendary Deathly Hallows, related to death, so it's quite reasonable to say they are the keys to those special locations. Back in the dormitory, Harley pulled out the invisibility cloak she had kept safe. Although it hadn't been used for 3 years, the invisibility cloak was still spotless, feeling like a handful of silver liquid in her hand. Harley held it and the resurrection stone, studying them repeatedly, but couldn't discern anything. What exactly are your functions? Just as Harley pulled out her magic mirror, preparing for further research, Hermione's voice suddenly came through. "Harley, are you in the dorm?" Before Harley could reply, Hermione pushed the door open. "Should we head to the Black Lake now? We agreed to continue training, and Fleur has probably been waiting for a while." "Okay, I'm coming." Harley stuffed the items in her hand back into her pocket and grabbed the special sportswear from her bedside. Chapter 315 Harley. I will attack in mermaid form, with a witch symbol on my lower abdomen. The calendar pages turned, and the second task drew closer. Now, almost every student at Hogwarts had already guessed what the second task was. After all, the 6 champions frequently gathered by the Black Lake to practice diving. If anyone truly couldn't guess the general content of the champions competition, that would indeed be difficult. This conclusion sent shivers down many students' spines, and they silently thanked their lucky stars for not becoming champions. It was now late January, arguably the coldest and most bone-chilling time of year for the Black Lake's waters. Even the most avid winter swimmers among the Durmstrang Bulgarian students dared not venture into the lake in such weather. Yet the champions had to persist in their diving practice, and several of them were witches. It was terrifying. Harley now spent almost every day with Fleur in the Black Lake, swimming for 2 hours daily, and then taking Fleur to explore the Forbidden Forest. Hermione was also happy to join in, as the clever little witch was unwilling to miss any opportunity to improve herself. At first, Harley thought this was a happy thing. Swimming with 2 beautiful women, then taking a walk in the Forbidden Forest afterward, what could be more enjoyable than that? But after just 1 week, Harley no longer thought so. Merlin above, have mercy on me. This continuous training lasted until the final week before the competition, when it finally stopped, as excessive fatigue training could easily lead to underperformance during the competition. On the night before the competition, Hermione suddenly disappeared. However, there was no commotion in the dormitory. Lavender and Parvati simply hadn't noticed Hermione's disappearance. After all, when the 2 of them returned to the dormitory to sleep, either Hermione had already gone to bed early, or Hermione was still outside the dormitory, studying late into the night by lamplight. The daily routines of a poor student and a top student were completely different. How could they possibly interfere with each other? Harley, however, did notice Hermione's disappearance, but she was completely unfazed. After all, Hermione was still wearing the necklace Harley had given her for Christmas. Hidden within the gem of the necklace was a magic mirror enchanted with a shrinking charm. Through that magic mirror, Harley could easily pinpoint Hermione's location and sense Hermione's life status. If necessary, Harley could even instantly jump to her location through the magic mirror. Moreover, after Hermione disappeared, Harley also had a vague suspicion. Hermione was probably the most precious treasure mentioned in the Golden Egg song. I wonder who made this judgment, but it's quite accurate. Harley couldn't help but muse on the morning of the competition. It's probably Professor Dumbledore. After all, he has such a special old flame. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore and I should be master and apprentice, even our choices in certain aspects are so similar. Fleur, however, was not so calm. The day before, when she discovered that her sister, Gabrielle, had disappeared, she became extremely anxious. Fortunately, Madame Maxime comforted Fleur, saying that Gabrielle was feeling a bit unwell and had gone to the Hogwarts hospital wing. Fleur immediately wanted to visit Gabrielle, but she was prevented by Madame Maxime, who cited the late hour and the locked Hogwarts castle as reasons. Finally, she endured until this morning. Fleur climbed out of bed before dawn, not even having time to eat, and rushed straight to the hospital wing to visit her sister. The result was beyond Fleur's expectation. Gabrielle was not in the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey even stated that she had never seen Gabrielle. And when Fleur went to look for Madame Maxime, she discovered that Madame Maxime had also disappeared at some point. This nearly caused Fleur to have a mental breakdown. If Harley hadn't told her the truth, Fleur would probably have written to the Ministry of Magic to report a missing person. However, even knowing the facts, Fleur remained extremely anxious and couldn't even eat. Gabrielle will freeze. Fleur savagely cut the sausage in front of her with a knife, dicing the innocent sausage into countless pieces, as if it were the organizers who had taken Gabrielle. My poor Gabrielle, she has to sleep in the Forbidden Forest all night, and she doesn't even have her favorite Himalayan blue horn sheep cashmere quilt. It was so cold last night. Oh my goodness, why didn't I think that the champions' so-called treasures were people? If I had thought of this earlier, I would have definitely given Gabrielle 2 more sets of clothes. At this moment, Fleur was muttering frantically, emitting such a strong aura of resentment that few little wizards dared to sit near her. Relax, Harley had to say to comfort Fleur. Trust me, the organizers won't let anything happen to those involved in the competition. Even if you don't understand the competition's organizers, haven't you learned about the British Ministry of Magic through the last Quidditch World Cup? Do they seem like people who like to create trouble for themselves? What you should be doing now is reviewing the plan we prepared in advance, and bringing Gabrielle back as quickly as possible. Don't forget, although our plan is to act together, the initial entry points into the water will definitely be different, and the first part of the journey will still depend on ourselves. Listening to Harley's words, Fleur said no more, only absently eating her breakfast while repeatedly recalling all the preparations she had made. Time quickly reached 9 o'clock, and the competition was about to begin. The champions arrived at the Black Lake one after another, and the area had already undergone a major transformation. The large spectator stands prepared for the dragon in November of last year had been moved to the edge of the Black Lake. And in the very center of all positions, the judges' table was placed, with several tents pitched nearby. Ludo was sitting cheerfully at the judges' table, cracking the pumpkin seeds he had brought. Upon seeing Harley and Fleur, he excitedly waved his hand, but his gaze was fixed only on Harley. "Good morning, Harley. How are your preparations for the competition?" "Thank you for your concern," Harley replied politely. "I feel very well prepared, at least, quickly completing the second task should not be a big problem." Hearing Harley's source of confidence, Ludo seemed even happier. "Then good luck, I hope everything goes smoothly for you, Harley." He paused, realizing Fleur was standing next to her, and then added, somewhat deliberately, "And the same to you, Miss Delacour." Fleur gave Ludo a cool nod, saying nothing. The two walked directly into one of the nearby tents, awaiting the official start of the competition. Time finally settled at 9:30, and by then, the area around the Black Lake was filled with students. All 8 seats at the judges' table were occupied, no one was absent. However, the seat that should have belonged to Karkaroff was now taken by Durmstrang's deputy principal, Predrag Bjelic, a wizard born in Serbia. The 6 champions were now standing on the shore, each spaced a considerable distance apart. Ludo once again took on the role of commentator for the Triwizard Tournament. "Hello everyone. Welcome to the venue for the second task of the first Triwizard Tournament. Today, it's still me, Ludo Bagman, providing commentary for everyone. For this, I am deeply honored. Before the competition begins, we have a few small announcements to make. First is the change of judges. Considering that Principal Igor Karkaroff has departed due to certain special reasons, we have no choice but to permanently revoke his judging qualification." A burst of extremely enthusiastic applause immediately erupted in the arena, accompanied by loud jeers. Clearly, everyone knew why Principal Karkaroff had fled. At the same time, I must announce that Durmstrang has once again sent a judge, who is Durmstrang's interim principal, Predrag Bjelic. The applause in the arena immediately quieted considerably, with only the Durmstrang students clapping diligently. After all, the previous Karkaroff had caused a lot of trouble, so the students weren't particularly fond of this successor to Karkaroff. Not booing, and giving sparse applause, was already a testament to the high caliber of Hogwarts students. However, Principal Predrag was not angered by this. Instead, he smiled and waved back at the students. Finally, for the unaware audience, I will briefly introduce the content of the competition. After the applause and jeers subsided, Ludo introduced the final topic. Of course, I cannot go into too much detail here, lest some champions have not fully deciphered the secrets within the golden egg, but instead gain important information through my words, thus interfering with the fairness of the competition. In short, the content of the second task is, the champions' treasures have been stolen by unknown entities, and they must reclaim their treasures. With that, Ludo waved his wand, and 6 light screens, identical to those from the first task, simultaneously displayed images in the sky. 6 different wizards appeared on the screens, all seemingly unconscious and tied to trees. A gasp of surprise rang out from the audience, as many recognized the identities of the 6 people in the images. Harley slightly narrowed her eyes, looking at Hermione's position. It was a tree affected by magic, with a dark trunk bearing special magical traces, clearly in shadow. Harley combined this with the map of the centaur settlement she had explored during her night excursions into the Forbidden Forest, and roughly deduced the forest where Hermione was located. However, Harley still intended to give face to the organizers, primarily Headmaster Dumbledore, and take a stroll through the Forbidden Forest to some extent. Within the next 24 hours, the champions need to first enter the Black Lake, then venture into the Forbidden Forest, and, following the steps in the hints we provided earlier, reclaim their treasures from these unknown creatures. The champions will face unknown trials, so please be extremely careful and cautious. Now I declare the second task of the Triwizard Tournament officially open. Accompanied by 2 fireworks exploding in midair, the images on the light screens in the sky also froze on the 6 champions. The competition officially began. However, no champion immediately entered the water. Everyone was making their final preparations before entering. After all, in such cold weather, would anyone really dare to dive directly into the Black Lake with just a bubble head charm on their head? All the champions completed their first action simultaneously, and the action was the same. Everyone took off their robes. A gasp immediately rose from the audience. Many witches covered their eyes, but deliberately left wide gaps between their fingers, peeking at the champions as if stealthily. As for the wizards, they didn't even pretend, just stared intently. Especially some overly excited little wizards, who simply stood up from the audience, clearly wanting a closer look. Underneath their robes, the champions all wore clothing extremely suitable for entering the water. Clearly, no one was a fool. After experiencing the first task in reviewing Harley's actions, everyone had learned something. Crumb's thick robes concealed only a pair of swimming trunks, revealing the Bulgarians' toned muscles from long-term swimming in icy lakes. However, for some reason, most of those staring at Crumb were actually Hufflepuff wizards. Especially these little badgers, who also wore strange yet honest smiles. After all, Bulgaria had a very famous wizard singing group, half sitting in a bathtub, and this group had a very good affinity with English wizards. So, for this situation to occur, it was not surprising at all. After throwing his clothes onto the shore, Crumb waved his wand, transforming his upper body into a shark, while his lower body remained human. Clearly, this was a somewhat unsuccessful human transfiguration. As he transformed into half a shark, Crumb's arms became fins. His wand fell onto the shore, unable to be carried, and he simply plunged cleanly into the water. Entering the water almost simultaneously with him was Tsuchimikato Haruaki of Mahoutokuro. Clearly, his poor performance in the previous round, coupled with his severe injuries, had caused him to lose face for Mahoutokuro. To avoid further harsh punishment from Principal Kamo Doman, Tsuchimikato Haruaki went all out from the very beginning of this round of the competition. He wore a full-body sharkskin swimsuit, and also put a bubble head charm and multiple warming charms on his head. Finally, Tsuchimikato Haruaki also pulled out a strange and ugly fish-shaped shikigami, and then he lay on the shikigami's back and plunged into the water. Catherine's method was similar to Tsuchimikato Haruaki's, only lacking the assistance of the fish-shaped shikigami. However, her full-body swimsuit bore traces of alchemy, even saving her the effort of casting warming charms on herself. Miguel, meanwhile, was stuffing various herbs unique to the Brazilian rainforest into his mouth. As these herbs entered his stomach, 2 long, narrow slits, gills, like those of a fish, grew below his ears. At the same time, Miguel's hands and feet became slender, his toes were connected by webbing, and scales appeared on his body. This was the effect exhibited when fishy-smelling grass and gill-sack grass, among other plants, were mixed. It was Miguel's carefully designed herbal combination that allowed him to swim most effortlessly in the water. Fleur was now wearing the swimsuit she had once worn by the sea, the only difference being a layer of luminous membrane that appeared on her skin. After long periods of assisted training with Harley, Fleur could now flexibly change the shape of the bubble head charm to cover her entire body. At the same time, she drank a bottle of homemade warming potion, maintaining her body temperature to ensure she wouldn't quickly lose strength due to the cold. Harley's preparations, however, were different from everyone else's. When Harley's robe slipped off, it revealed her graceful figure. Harley wore long swimming shorts and a slim-fit leather suit, covering most of her body impeccably, yet precisely exposing her fair lower abdomen. And on Harley's lower abdomen, a vivid red witch pathway symbol was inexplicably drawn. However, strangely, this peculiar symbol was not visible on the light screen in the sky reflecting Harley's figure, and no one in the audience seemed to notice it either. Harley had not prepared any special charms or potions, she simply waved her wand casually, while simultaneously crushing a charm hidden in the palm of her hand. A flash of light instantly appeared, and a large number of gazes from the audience turned towards her. After the light dissipated, Harley appeared unchanged, only her demeanor seemed slightly different from before. A few Slytherins booed, but more people were expectant, eager for Harley to display new magic and provide everyone with a completely different experience. Under everyone's gaze, Harley stepped into the water. The moment her toes touched the icy lake water, the red pattern on Harley's lower abdomen suddenly bloomed with an eerie green light, quickly covering her entire body. As the water reached her waist, the green light grew even more vibrant, and Harley's legs instantly transformed into a massive fish tail. It was not like an ordinary fish tail, although it was covered in scales, the scales shimmered with a golden light. Harley, the mermaid potter, made a dazzling appearance. This morning, I shall strike as a mermaid. Chapter 316. Some things can only be dealt with through fighting. All about feelings, and I'll also add more to ask for monthly tickets. The Sequence 3 silent disciple of the prisoner pathway possesses the ability of cursed transfiguration, which can transform enemies or objects into other biological forms, temporarily losing most of their characteristics and extraordinary abilities. This ability is an innate power granted to an extraordinary being by the silent disciple potion, but it also belongs to the specific application of mystical knowledge. And a Sequence 2 sage who was active at the end of the Fourth Era and chose the seer pathway made significant contributions to restoring the mystical knowledge in this field. When he advanced to Sequence 4 Mystic, the mythical creature blood he analyzed for his ritual came from a Sequence 2 Ancient Evil, an earthly angel from the prisoner pathway. This sage flexibly used the mystical reproduction ability from the mystic and the scrolled transcription ability from the Sequence 6 professor to transcribe the information he had previously analyzed. And he ultimately succeeded. Much of the mystical knowledge from the prisoner pathway, including cursed transfiguration, was converted into scrolls by him and made available for others to learn. Of course, this process was certainly not easy, as there are many mysteries surrounding sequence potions and extraordinary characteristics, which even true gods dare not easily explore. Even though this sage was an earthly angel, the abilities used from the recorded knowledge, without the support of corresponding extraordinary characteristics, could only play a partially less critical role. For example, when people from other pathways cast Cursed Transfiguration after learning the relevant mystical knowledge, Cursed Transfiguration would lose its greatest effect. It would lose the core ability of temporarily making enemies lose most of their characteristics and extraordinary abilities, leaving only the ability to transform people or objects. In this situation, this ability might seem impractical in combat. However, this also means that Cursed Transfiguration can be used on oneself without affecting one's combat effectiveness, and it will be applicable in many special environmental situations. After all, birds fly, cheetahs have strong bursts of speed, and fish swim fast not because of extraordinary characteristics, but because of their unique physical composition. Harley found the relevant mystical knowledge left by this sage in a ruin belonging to a Fourth-era powerhouse. Even with the demoness of Unajing's bonus for learning mysticism, and Harley's own high talent, it still took her several years to master this knowledge. And Cursed Transfiguration was one of them. Although the Cursed Transfiguration Harley currently masters can only provide her with fewer than 10 temporary forms. Fortunately, the merperson form can be conjured using a charm, and Harley just happened to successfully create the corresponding charm before the competition. As for the pattern on her lower abdomen, it was partly preparation for successfully using this ability. On the other hand, Harley also wanted to minimize her own loss of power, or rather, add an extra layer of insurance. Before entering the water, Harley was wearing a leather bodysuit. Now, that leather suit had transformed into the merperson's skin, insulating her from the cold lake water. What do we see? Contestant Harley has temporarily transformed into a merperson. Ludo was clearly keeping a close eye on Harley and keenly noticed the difference between her transformed shape and ordinary fish. Oh my goodness, this is a miracle. Contestant Harley has transformed her legs into what appears to be the tail of a golden merperson from warm ocean waters. No, to be precise, Harley has transformed herself, based on her own form, into a magical creature extremely rare in the entire wizarding world, a golden merperson. But, I remember Animagus cannot transform into the forms of magical creatures, can it? Could it be that we are witnessing a historic breakthrough in the field of transfiguration here? A miracle. I'd bet what little hair I have left that we can say we have witnessed a miracle. What an accomplishment. As Ludo spoke, the audience erupted in a clamor, accompanied by excited shouts. However, Professor Dumbledore at the judges' table squinted slightly and quickly discerned part of the truth about Harley's form. And Ludo, after receiving a signal from Professor Dumbledore, immediately offered an explanation. Oh, that's really too bad, it seems my remaining hair probably won't be saved. Just now I received an explanation from Dumbledore, an expert in transfiguration, and unfortunately, our guess was not correct. Contestant Harley is not using an animagus form of a magical creature, but rather pure human transfiguration. It's just that the form she transformed into closely resembles the legendary golden merperson, which led to these misunderstandings. But in reality, Harley does not currently possess the abilities of a golden merperson. Of course, this is still a very astonishing feat. After all, only a wizard with extremely high attainments in the field of transfiguration can use such magic. I think the reason contestant Harley chose to transform like this is simply to facilitate swimming underwater. Harley paid no attention to the conjectures of Ludo, Professor Dumbledore, and others on the shore. She lightly leapt forward, like a streak of light across the air, then plunged straight into the lake's surface without making a splash. The figure quickly disappeared, leaving only spreading ripples, proving that someone had been there. The scenery at the bottom of the Black Lake was completely different from the surface, truly another world. At the bottom of the lake, large swaths of constantly swaying, tangled black aquatic plants formed an underwater jungle. The mud and sand at the bottom of the lake seemed to have been smoothed out, appearing very white and flat, with sparkling pebbles scattered across it. Numerous silver fish darted nimbly along the lakebed, like darts flying through the water. Occasionally, a few squids would pass by Harley, appearing to be offspring of the giant squid in the Black Lake. However, Harley did not linger to admire these scenes that she knew by heart. A faint chill emanated from her entire body, and she pierced straight towards the center of the Black Lake like a sharp sword. From that direction, a floating song could be heard, very faint, but still melodious. However, Harley did not need the assistance of Merperson's songs. After all, during the training in the previous months, she and Fleur had already completely pinpointed the location of the mermaid village. Along the way, although Harley did not deliberately release a threatening aura like she did during her previous night excursion with Hermione to the Black Lake, she still encountered few obstacles. After all, while most aquatic magical creatures don't have much brains, they at least have some memory. When Harley previously accompanied Fleur and Hermione for underwater training, various creatures in the Black Lake had more or less been beaten up. So, apart from a few Grindylows that were not very observant and had poor memory suddenly darting out, almost all other aquatic magical creatures hid themselves, not wanting to show their heads at all. As for those few less observant Grindylows, considering that she was currently being broadcast live in front of over 1,000 people, Harley did not strike too heavily, merely beating them half crippled. They would at most need half a month to recover. Clearly, our initial challenge was not particularly difficult for contestant Harley. On the shore, Ludo clearly did not think these challenges posed any difficulty for Harley. Oh, look, clearly, Harley is almost at her destination. In less than 10 minutes, Harley smoothly arrived outside the mermaid village in the deepest part of the Black Lake. In the murky lake water at the bottom, a huge rock appeared, painted with many merperson holding spears, chasing creatures that looked like giant squids. This was the pioneering history of the Black Lake merperson tribe, and also the only landmark of the mermaid village. After passing this huge rock, Harley slowed down, constantly sensing something. Even with this deliberate reduction in speed, she quickly reached inside the mermaid village. The mermaid village occupied a vast area at the bottom of the water, as the Black Lake bottom was home to only one type of humanoid intelligent creature, merperson. The merperson's houses looked more like haphazardly stacked stone hovels, or simply holes carved into small mountain-like boulders. When Harley appeared, the merperson curiously poked their gray iron-colored heads out of the holes, shaking their dark green tangled hair, and stared intently at the incoming champion, observing carefully. Most merperson immediately noticed the fish tail Harley had transformed into. Upon recognizing it as the iconic tail of the legendary golden merperson, they even showed malicious smiles. However, as these merperson's gazes slowly followed Harley's figure and they realized who this golden merperson they were observing actually was, almost all the merperson trembled, and many timid ones instantly whooshed back into their houses, retracting their heads. The vast majority of merperson immediately averted their gaze, their hands gripping their stone spears trembling slightly, and respectfully lowered their heads. And some larger merperson instantly darted out, surrounding Harley like fangirls, their faces filled with respect and adoration. Harley was oblivious to all of this, even feeling a bit annoyed. She had already anticipated this phenomenon, and it all started with her past combat training. After all, the merperson in the Black Lake have always been one of the strongest tribes, naturally having many subordinate tribes. Aquatic magical creatures like Grindylows were merperson's pets for guarding their homes, similar to dogs kept by Muggle humans. And during their training, the champions would inevitably encounter Grindylows. Facing these brainless water demons who wanted to harm wizards upon sight, the champions naturally showed no mercy, often giving them a good beating. Many of these Grindylows went back to complain to the merperson. As the saying goes, even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. If their Grindylows were bullied, the merperson's pride would be hurt. So, a group of hot-headed young merperson went out in droves, intending to cause trouble for the wizards. And then, they ran into Harley, Hermione, and Fleur, who were together for underwater combat training. There was no other way, as Harley and her companions were 3 people, making them the largest target. The merperson, wanting to teach the wizards a small lesson, naturally picked such a large target. These merperson naturally ran into the demoness of Unaging and had a near-death experience. Although Harley held back and did not kill them, she still beat the strongest warriors of the Merperson tribe so badly that they had to rest in bed for half a month. But surprisingly, from then on, the Merperson tribe not only did not hate Harley, but instead showed extreme reverence for her, mixed with fear. However, this is understandable, as Merperson, these aquatic creatures with significantly less intelligence than centaurs, still adhere to the law of the jungle. If wizards were weaker than Merperson, or if they couldn't make the Merperson realize that wizards were stronger than them, the Merperson tribe would completely ignore the wizards, and even dare to defecate and urinate in the Black Lake, polluting the drinking water. But if wizards were stronger than Merperson and subdued them, then the Merperson would be the wizards' most obedient dogs. Otherwise, why would this group of Black Lake Merperson obediently live in the Black Lake for so long, often providing materials to the wizards of Hogwarts? It was because the four founders had beaten the newly arrived, unruly Merperson half to death, which made the originally proud Merperson willing to lower their heads. And why did the Merperson revere Headmaster Dumbledore so much, even only willing to assist the wizards and participate in the Triwizard Tournament when Headmaster Dumbledore personally intervenes? On one hand, Professor Dumbledore understood the Merperson language and could communicate with them. On the other hand, Professor Dumbledore himself had a very high reputation and was kind-hearted. But the most important reason, or rather, the most crucial reason. When Professor Dumbledore was young, he was also an arrogant and talented young man who single-handedly defeated the entire Merperson tribe and visited their sacred relics. And now, Harley easily defeated the few strongest warriors of the Merperson tribe, and she did so effortlessly even when those strongest warriors teamed up. In the eyes of the Merperson, this achievement was not far from Professor Dumbledore's, and she was clearly someone worthy of their allegiance. So now, it's not hard to understand why so many young and daring Merpersons surrounded Harley as if escorting her. So, from this, one can also see. Some things just need a beating, they won't learn otherwise. I'm talking about Merperson, please don't misunderstand. Chapter 317 Tsuchimikato Haruaki, The Road to Evolution, Start. Warriors offer sacrifices to the heavens for monthly tickets. Harley ignored the sycophants, or rather, the sycophant merpeople. She landed steadily in a square in the center of the mermaid village. The square was very large, surrounded by merpeople. At this moment, they were singing loudly, guiding the champions in their direction. Making their songs resound through most of the lake bottom was clearly a tiring job, so the merpeople chosen were all strong and robust. In the very center of the square stood a giant Merperson statue, holding a long, thick trident in its hand. However, the statue's face was somewhat different from that of an ordinary Merperson, with an indescribable quality. Upon seeing Harley, several merpeople trembled, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. A senior female Merperson, the leader, quickly swam over, deliberately positioning herself half a head lower than Harley, and respectfully said in broken English. Respected Hogwarts champion, Great Lord Harley Potter, welcome back to the Mermaid Village. You should still remember me, I am Aloyeve Cello, the leader of the Merperson tribe. Are you here to get the competition map? As per Headmaster Dumbledore's instructions, we have kept the map safe. Headmaster Dumbledore asked us to randomly select a warrior to fight each champion who comes. But if you wish, you can take the map now, without bothering with those irrelevant procedures. No need. Harley glanced at the lake water above, her gaze seemingly penetrating the surface to the screen above. I should at least put on a show, and cause Professor Dumbledore less trouble. You can pick any warrior to fight me, don't worry, I'll go easy. The female Merperson's face fell, but she dared not refute, retreating respectfully and shouting, assemble. Half of the merpeople stopped singing and gathered, seemingly discussing something. Harley could vaguely hear some rather unfriendly, national essences, emanating from them. Clearly, no one wanted to take on this thankless task and get beaten up for no reason. Thus, they were arguing, trying to find the unlucky one. Harley didn't pay attention to what they were thinking, instead scanning the square. At the same time, Harley's free hand gently caressed the back of her hand, caressing the black gemstone ring hidden beneath her white silk glove. The reason she slowed down after entering the village was to find the wondrous location Professor Dumbledore had mentioned. Now, Harley already had a vague idea. Although these merpeople were a bit pitiful, their sacred artifact was about to be observed by wizards once again. But, well, Professor Dumbledore encouraged her to do this, so it had nothing to do with her. Harley the witch was a good child. Confirmed. Harley reached the mermaid village with ease, but other champions were not so fortunate. Fleur was still doing well, as she had a good professor and easily passed most of the checkpoints. The others, however, encountered various difficulties. For example, Crumb, with his upper body transformed into a shark's head and his lower body still legs, could breathe freely underwater. However, his legs did not increase Crumb's swimming speed, instead, they hindered his progress. Also, after losing his arms, Crumb could not use his wand. When encountering those aquatic magical creatures, he could only rely on close-quarters combat, using his shark's sharp teeth to bite and tear. So now, he was still some distance from the mermaid village. Catherine, on the other hand, showed everyone a different fighting style. An underwater alchemical gun had appeared in her hand at some point. Whenever Grindylows or other heedless creatures tried to attack her, they would experience the futility of flesh against alchemical bullets. It could be said that this method, aside from being expensive and consuming too many of those costly alchemical bullets, was very effective. Miguel's progress speed was similar to Catherine's. With the help of gillyweed and magical fish-scented grass, the harsh environment along the way didn't cause him much trouble. However, Miguel hadn't brought many aquatic plant seeds, so he was somewhat at a loss when two Felios alligator turtles launched a frantic attack. He could only rely on ordinary magic to constantly repel these frenzied turtles and try to accelerate his escape. But at this moment, everyone's attention was not focused on these champions, and even Harley didn't attract too much attention. Almost everyone's attention was now on the Mahoutokoro champion, Tsuchimikado Haruuki. Because he was probably going to die. Tsuchimikado Haruuki's initial journey into the water was smooth sailing. After all, to complete the task as quickly as possible and get a high score, he had brought out an infrequently used shikigami. The Plague Corpse Fish. This was not a traditional shikigami of Mahoutokoro or the Eastern Island Nation Wizarding World, but a shikigami designed by Tsuchimikado Haruuki himself. As a young genius who inherited the Great Eastern Island Nation Wizarding World surname, Tsuchimikado Haruuki had always been a strong contender for the family patriarch's position. Logically, as long as he continued to steadily improve his magic and conduct himself well, enhancing his reputation in the local wizarding world. Tsuchimikado Haruuki's succession to the family patriarch's position was practically a certainty. None of the other family members of the same age could compete. However, Tsuchimikado Haruuki always liked to take shortcuts, such as quietly eliminating his competitors or tarnishing their reputations, or bribing and buying off some family members in key positions. And for example, researching some taboo dark arts shikigami. The Plague Corpse Fish that Tsuchimikado Haruuki used was a significant harvest from his research into forbidden dark arts. This Plague Corpse Fish had little direct combat ability, but it could carry its shikigami master quickly through water. At the same time, it possessed a most important ability, Plague Infection. This plague could directly target other magical creatures, slowly infecting them and bringing them under Tsuchimikado Haruuki's control. What surprised Tsuchimikado Haruuki the most was that, through his experiments, the infected magical creatures had a chance of undergoing random evolution. With this ability, would Tsuchimikado Haruuki still worry about the second task of the Triwizard Tournament? As long as he continuously used the Plague Corpse Fish's infection ability to control various mutated magical creatures, he would surely be able to rest easy. However, Tsuchimikado Haruuki probably forgot that this was Hogwarts, not the biologically barren Mahoutokoro base. In the area where he conducted his experiments, even dangerous 4X level magical creatures were very rare. Most of his experimental subjects were magical creatures below XXX danger level. But the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest were not as safe as Mahoutokoro. Not to mention anything else, just the giant squid in the Black Lake, which normally seemed very friendly and often rescued students, its danger level could definitely reach XXXXX. Beyond that, there was the vast Forbidden Forest. There were simply too many XXXXX level magical creatures there. However, Tsuchimikado Haruuki probably would never see the Forbidden Forest again, because the Black Lake would be the final stop on his life's journey. Tsuchimikado Haruuki, following the songs, encountered a group of large squids halfway through his swim. These squids were direct descendants of the giant squid, and several of them were even the giant squid's first-generation offspring. With such prominent identities, they were naturally not weak in combat power. Originally, these large squids had no intention of provoking Tsuchimikado Haruuki, as they had always been friendly with wizards. However, some people, lacking experience, were inexplicably confident in their own strength, or perhaps lacked self-awareness, not treating a sleeping lion as a lion. Boasting that he had already gathered a large group of mutated Grindylows and Puffskeins, and even pulled out another trump card, a kappa, which is what the British wizarding world often calls a Kaba Shikigami. So Tsuchimikado Haruuki was now full of confidence, believing that infecting this group of squids would be a matter of minutes. He confidently activated the Plague Corpse Fish's ability, and the Plague Corpse Fish did not disappoint him. The ability quickly took effect. Unfortunately, there was good news and bad news. The good news was that at least half of the ability succeeded. These squids mutated and evolved in a more powerful direction. Their bodies grew larger, they quickly grew more tentacles in a short time, and these tentacles became increasingly robust and powerful. The bad news was that the ability only succeeded halfway, and only managed to make these squids mutate. In other words, these squids were not under Tsuchimikado Haruuki's control. In fact, because they had just mutated, the squids temporarily fell into a more frenzied state. And so, they directly launched a siege against Tsuchimikado Haruuki, and a tragedy that made one's mouth involuntarily curl upwards occurred. The mutated Grindylows and Puffskeins were defenseless, directly bound tightly by these pseudo-giant squids and torn apart and swallowed by the newly grown gaping maws and sharp teeth on their tentacles. The Kappa Shikigami still had some resistance, but its two fists were no match for a group of tentacles. Eventually, the magical liquid on its head, which provided its power, was sucked dry, and it died on the spot with regret. Facing this situation, Tsuchimikado Haruuki was completely dumbfounded. Although he released many more Shikigami, the most numerous Shikigami he had were Nekomata. Nekomata had little combat power in water. On land, a dozen Nekomata, through exquisite cooperation, could barely entangle a dragon for a short time. But in the water, even if they acted together, they couldn't defeat a pseudo-giant squid. Thus, the scene on the screen showed Tsuchimikado Haruuki being engulfed by a large number of squid tentacles. The sharp teeth that appeared on those tentacles due to mutation brutally pierced Tsuchimikado's skin. Although the live broadcast on the light screen in the sky did not transmit sound, seeing Tsuchimikado Haruuki's still exposed, wide-open mouth, everyone could feel how much pain he was in. And things happened too suddenly. The principals on shore didn't even react. There were many OR security personnel in the water, but they had never done similar work and didn't know how to position themselves correctly. So when the incident occurred, the nearest security personnel were still some distance from Tsuchimikado Haruuki and couldn't reach the scene to provide aid immediately. Only Professor Dumbledore suddenly stood up and gently waved his wand. A golden flame, as if transformed into a spear, fell from the sun, directly piercing the water's surface. Just 30 seconds later, Professor Dumbledore's flame appeared in the light screen reflecting Tsuchimikado Haruuki's figure. The flame circled, like a rope, enveloping Tsuchimikado Haruuki along with all the surrounding squids. Under the scorching flame, the squids' tentacles quickly loosened and tried to escape in all directions. Unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore certainly couldn't allow these creatures, clearly suffering from magical contamination and abnormal mutation, to pollute the Black Lake. Fire cages emerged in the lake water, rapidly ascending and quickly breaking through the surface. After emerging from the water, Tsuchimikado Haruuki's tragic state made everyone gasp. He was covered in blood, with bite marks everywhere. But this was not the most troublesome part. As for wizards who knew magic and potions, injuries caused by biting were never difficult to solve. The most difficult part was that Tsuchimikado Haruuki lost control of the plague corpse fish when he was severely injured. So the plague corpse fish's plague ability also enveloped the unsuspecting Tsuchimikado Haruuki. And so, the Mahoutokoro contestant from the Great Eastern Island nation began his commendable path of evolution. Now, Tsuchimikado Haruuki's left arm already showed a tendency to become tentacled, and a small protrusion appeared on the side of his right hand's pinky finger, as if a sixth finger was about to blossom. All the wounds on his body grew fresh granulation tissue at a visible speed. However, these granulations were not aimed at healing the wounds, but at transforming them. Some wounds turned into constantly opening and closing mouths, filled with teeth. From some wounds, an uncontrollable eye emerged, its blood-red eyeball rolling wildly. Tsuchimikado Haruuki clearly couldn't bear the torment, constantly rolling and wailing on the ground, his right hand continuously scratching his scalp. Each time his right hand swept past, a clump of hair would fall from his head, revealing his bright red scalp. Moreover, there were ridges on his scalp, as if threadworms were wriggling, trying to bore out but unable to due to their lack of strength. Soon, new hair would sprout from the hairless scalp, and these new hairs seemed to have a life and consciousness of their own, slowly crawling on the ground. And when Tsuchimikado Haruuki opened his mouth to wail, a ferocious eye even appeared within his mouth. Of course, it was unclear if this was a good thing for him. After all, for Tsuchimikado Haruuki, the path to a higher level of evolution had begun. Chapter 318. The first person to die in the top 6 competition. Please go well, please add more monthly tickets. A gasp rippled through the audience as they witnessed Tsuchimikado Haruuki's tragic state. Although the referees quickly reacted and cut off the sky screen broadcast, Tsuchimikado Haruuki's condition was still deeply etched into many students' minds, making them feel nauseous. Many Hufflepuffs, who were eating popcorn, directly vomited, causing an even greater commotion. It was a truly horrific sight. The referees quickly gathered around. Professor Dumbledore waved his hand, making the fiery cage dissipate, and cast several stupefy spells, knocking out all the unknown creatures that had been captured and brought ashore. However, this might not have been a bad thing for them, as Tsuchimikado Haruiki's screams showed how painful this evolution was. I am powerless now. Professor Dumbledore personally examined Tsuchimikado Haruiki's wounds and mutations, then stood up and shook his head. Tsuchimikado Haruiki's entire body has been completely contaminated by dark arts, and this kind of dark arts is a field I have never delved into. Give me some time, and I can research a way to break it. But I don't think this child will likely survive until then. Principal Kamo Doman's face was gloomy. He didn't even bother to crouch down like Professor Dumbledore to carefully examine Tsuchimikado Haruiki's wounds. He merely stood tall, pointing his wand directly at Tsuchimikado Haruiki. After a simple scan, Kamo Doman kicked his student, making him roll over. He had already discerned the approximate type of forbidden dark arts on Tsuchimikado Haruiki, but there was nothing good about it. After all, Kamo Doman's surname was Kamo, not Tsuchimikado. He had only seen descriptions of this forbidden dark arts, treasured by the Tsuchimikado clan, in his own family's ancient texts but knew no further details. Damn it, why save this good for nothing? Couldn't he have just died quietly underwater? Kamo Doman cursed in his native language, secretly blaming Professor Dumbledore. This scoundrel has completely disgraced Mahoutokuro and the wizarding world of the Great Eastern Island nation. A good-for-nothing should commit seppuku. Why should he live and waste precious resources? The other referees didn't understand what Kamo Doman was saying, but from his tone, they could tell they weren't pleasant words. Professor Dumbledore, however, understood. He merely frowned and didn't intervene. Finally, Kamo Doman looked up at Professor Dumbledore. Albus, I recall your school has a phoenix, and phoenix tears can heal most injuries and dispel most dark arts and curses. Tsuchimikado Haruiki suffered such severe injuries during the Triwizard Tournament. I believe Hogwarts should bear full responsibility and fulfill its duty to provide aid. Before Professor Dumbledore could speak, Professor McGonagall, who had arrived to assist, raised an eyebrow and interjected. There's a problem with what you're saying, Principal Kamo Doman. According to the contract we signed, all injuries sustained by champions in the Triwizard Tournament are their own responsibility. This is why champions are all adult wizards. If an underage wizard is chosen as a champion, they need to sign a contract. After all, they must be responsible for their own actions. What's more, Tsuchimikado Haruiki himself used dark arts but failed to control it, which led to this tragic situation. According to the contract we signed beforehand, Hogwarts and the British Ministry of Magic can provide basic treatment, and offer discounts if transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is needed. However, Phoenix Tears are an extremely precious resource and, according to the agreement, are not within Hogwarts' scope of provision. Out of humanitarian spirit, we can provide Phoenix Tears for a fee, but this is not our obligation. Professor McGonagall was somewhat polite when facing a guest, and although her tone was rather cold, she didn't directly accuse Kamo Doman of deliberate extortion. Professor Dumbledore's expression also became serious. He was kind, but that didn't mean he would accept such shameless moral blackmail. Did they really think anyone could exploit Dumbledore's kindness and walk all over him? Professor Dumbledore had originally intended to actively help Tsuchimikado Haruiki, but now that thought vanished without a trace. Kamo Doman's face was not good, but he didn't dare to refute anything. On one hand, Professor McGonagall was speaking the truth, and on the other hand, the people before him were European wizards, not Asian wizards. The Eastern Island nation might be arrogant on their own continent, but they didn't even dare to speak loudly to European wizards. If he dared to say a few more words, the wizards in his own country might tie him up and make him apologize to the European wizarding world, and his country's Minister for Magic would even have to publicly sing, Island Europe Family, to Fudge and Dumbledore. After much hesitation, Kamo Doman gritted his teeth, his lips moving as he whispered something to Professor Dumbledore. After listening, Dumbledore nodded and clapped his hands. A flash of fire, and Fawkes appeared on his shoulder. Good boy, 2 tears. Professor Dumbledore stroked Fawkes's head. Fawkes let out a dissatisfied coo, and 2 crystal clear, magic-infused tears rolled from his eyes. Kamo Doman waved his wand, and the 2 tears floated before him. 1 tear merged into the body of a squid lying nearby. The squid's wounds quickly vanished, and the aura of dark arts soon dissipated. Kamo Doman nodded in satisfaction, and the other tear fell into Tsuchimikado Haruiki's mouth. He stood there expectantly, watching Tsuchimikato Haruiki's wounds rapidly heal, many eyes slowly disappearing, and the teeth in his inexplicably grown mouths falling out. Seeing Tsuchimikato Haruiki about to return to normal, Kamo Doman became increasingly joyful. But the smile on his face froze. Because Tsuchimikato Haruiki's life force suddenly vanished. He died. The first contestant of the first Triwizard tournament to perish was Mahoutokoro's Tsuchimikato Haruiki. Quote. What's going on, Dumbledore? Although Kamo Doman immediately understood why this situation occurred, he still chose to shift the blame. Phoenix tears aren't supposed to dispel dark arts curses and heal injuries at the same time. Why did the Phoenix tears, for which I spent so many precious magical materials, cause Tsuchimikato Haruiki, who still had a glimmer of life, to die instantly? You must take responsibility for this. Professor Dumbledore glanced at Kamo Doman's indignant face, his voice calm and composed. I don't think this is the fault of the tears Fox provided, as the squid's injuries have almost completely healed. However, I would like to remind you that Phoenix tears can only break common dark arts curses, but they are ineffective against certain particularly powerful dark arts. I once obtained a magical ring, and the powerful dark arts curse attached to it could not be removed by Phoenix tears at all. And for champion Tsuchimikato Haruiki, his death is likely due to the same reason. His research into dark arts was too profound, already affecting his body and soul. Furthermore, he was too close to the dark arts creation he used in the competition, or rather, the dark arts Shikigami of unknown name. Therefore, various dark arts mixed together, creating an unknown and even more powerful dark arts curse. In this situation, although Phoenix tears healed the surface wounds on Tsuchimikato Haruiki's body, they were powerless against the damage from powerful dark arts deep within him. At this point, Professor Dumbledore looked at Kamo Doman expressionlessly. I wonder if Principal Kamo Doman is satisfied with my explanation. Principal Predrag chuckled nearby, saying sarcastically, No way, no way, you didn't notice anything, Principal Kamo Doman. Even I, who only have a superficial understanding of Mahoutokoro's Shikigami magic, can see that Tsuchimikato Haruiki's death was entirely due to his overly deep research into dark arts. Principal Kamo Doman, could it be that your magic skills are too poor, so you couldn't see anything and even needed Dumbledore to explain it to you? Although Predrag and Karkaroff were at odds, Predrag was very happy that Karkaroff had fled and he had successfully become the principal of Durmstrang. However, this didn't stop him from disliking Mahoutokoro. After all, Kamo Doman had previously given low scores not to Karkaroff but to Durmstrang's champion. For the honor of his school, Predrag naturally adopted Karkaroff's policy and continued to target Kamo Doman. Baka. Kamo Doman's face was grim, but he didn't say anything more, only cursed fiercely. It was unclear whether he was cursing Dumbledore, Predrag, or the deceased Tsuchimikato Haruiki. So what do we do now? Ludo, who had been silent for a long time, looked at his watch nearby. The audience needs an explanation, so you at least need to give me a reasonable statement. Also, the Triwizard tournament is still ongoing. I think we should go back and watch the other champions' matches, shouldn't we? After all, we are currently referees and must be responsible for this role and for the other champions, fulfilling our duty to score them. Although Ludo's words seemed disrespectful to a life that had just passed, they were entirely consistent with the role of a referee. Furthermore, since the deceased was not a student from their own school, apart from Professor Dumbledore, whose emotions were unreadable, the other principals didn't seem to care too much. All the referees looked at Kamo Doman, as Tsuchimikato Haruiki was his student. Kamo Doman lowered his head for a moment, said nothing more, and simply waved his wand, collecting the corpse before him. All problems are caused by Tsuchimikato Haruiki's foolishness and lack of skill. Mahoutokoro has no objections. He finished coldly, then strode back to his seat at the referee's table. Professor Dumbledore also collected the mutated squids, intending to go back and study them thoroughly. The referees all returned to their positions, while Ludo announced an important piece of news. Due to a problem with his own magic, Mahoutokoro's champion had died and regretfully withdrawn from the Triwizard tournament. A cacophony of voices once again erupted in the audience, and at the same time, the students gained a direct understanding of the horror of the Triwizard tournament. Some people had previously been arrogant, and after watching the first event, they still believed they could easily pass. But now, no one thought that way anymore. After all, one mistake could genuinely lead to death in the competition. At the bottom of the Black Lake, Harley had no idea that such a major event was happening above. She was leisurely looking at a parchment map that had been enchanted with a waterproof spell. The map depicted the general topography of the Forbidden Forest, as well as the living areas and specific encampments of unicorn and centaur tribes. Several of the strongest merperson were lying powerlessly by her tail, their bodies still covered in ice, a truly miserable sight. These merperson posed no threat to Harley, defeating them took even less time than it did to reach this place. So Harley also fulfilled her earlier promise and didn't strike too hard. Those minor injuries would heal in half a day for merperson with their strong regenerative abilities. However, after obtaining the map, Harley was not in a hurry to leave. On one hand, she wanted to stay here a bit longer and study the mermaid village more. On the other hand, Harley wanted to wait for Fleur to finish her battle. According to the original plan, the two would travel together for the rest of the journey. In the nearby square, Fleur was waving her wand, casting spells and swimming agilely in the water, battling a not-so-strong merperson. Soon, Fleur, who had undergone special training, defeated the merperson and obtained the map from the female merperson leader. Harley, Fleur quickly swam over, clutching the map. "Let's go, I've got the map." Harley nodded, waving goodbye to the merperson. The merperson excitedly waved back at Harley, tears in their eyes. "Oh, you little ancestor," after saying, "Goodbye, this time, let us never meet again. Our fragile merperson bodies can't handle your torment and exploitation." Harley was unaware of the merperson's thoughts. If she had known, Harley would only express her deep apologies, and at the same time, indicate she would be back next time. On the way back, Fleur's gaze couldn't help but constantly drift towards Harley. Harley's golden fishtail constantly swished gracefully, its golden scales shimmering, appearing extremely beautiful and captivating. Coupled with the peculiar green pattern on Harley's lower abdomen and her black hair floating in the water. Fleur wanted to concentrate on swimming, but she truly couldn't. As the two were about to reach the surface, Fleur finally couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Harley, I've wanted to ask since I first arrived at the mermaid village, what magic are you using for your merperson tail?" Harley kept her guessing, and finally felt that this thing was really not easy to explain. Considering that she had vaguely heard Professor Dumbledore seemingly making excuses for her when she went underwater. However, her attention was focused on the competition task at the time, so she didn't listen to the excuse Professor Dumbledore made for her. To prevent her life from being exposed, Harley deliberately drew out her tone, and seeing the curious expression on Fleur's face, she suddenly smiled mischievously. "Guess." Chapter 319, "Are you using this to test the warriors? I really can't stand the test." Fleur was a bit annoyed by Harley's teasing, but there was nothing she could do. If they were in the dormitory, she would have ways to make Harley submit by force, but with so many people watching the live broadcast by the lake, those methods wouldn't work. The two quickened their pace and quickly reached the shore. Harley's tail gave a slight push, accelerating, and at the same time, she held Fleur's hand. Fleur instinctively relaxed, letting Harley take control of her body. The two elegantly leapt out of the water, then, with bare feet, landed steadily on the ground. Harley's legs, which had transformed into a merperson tail, reverted the moment they touched the air, becoming as long, fair, and flawless as before. As soon as she stood firm, Harley heard Ludo's familiar loud voice. "Look, our two champions have emerged from the water together. They are the two champions who completed the first part of the second task the fastest." Immediately, thunderous applause erupted in the stands, accompanied by incomprehensible howls and fireworks bought from the Weasley twins' joke shop soaring into the sky. Harley waved towards the stands, and at the same time, lightly raised her wand. The lake water on both of them instantly evaporated, leaving them clean and dry. Fleur also waved her wand, and two robes and other clothes flew from a distance, automatically dressing Harley and Fleur. The two did not linger there, as the competition was still ongoing. Under the gaze of thousands of students, they set off towards the Forbidden Forest, entering the second stage of the second task. It was just 10:15 at this time. After entering the Forbidden Forest, Fleur opened the map in her hand and began to read it carefully. Fortunately, the unicorn and centaur settlements didn't appear in an extreme situation where one was in the far east and the other in the far west. Fleur's finger traced the map, outlining the route. "Harley, are there any more dangerous areas along this path? When we trained, we didn't seem to have walked through the direct area between the unicorn and centaur settlements." Harley brushed aside 2 strands of hair that had fallen to her ear and casually replied. "What dangerous areas could there be? I can blast through them with a single wand, so I didn't bother to memorize the specific living ranges of those magical creatures." Fleur stuck out her tongue, remembering Harley's performance during their practical training, and said no more. "Following the boss into a dungeon, do you need to worry about whether there's a map of the dungeon? Then let's speed up." Although we have 24 hours for the competition, I still really hope to bring Gabrielle back tonight. Poor Gabrielle, she must have suffered a lot and definitely didn't sleep well last night. Tisk, Harley couldn't help but shake her head. Fleur cared so much about Gabrielle, yet she hadn't even cared about Hermione until now. It made her seem so irresponsible. Harley reflected for a moment, then decided not to reflect anymore. After all, reflection was too terrifying, it could actually make her feel guilty. Reflection was definitely not a good thing. The Forbidden Forest during the day was vastly different from at night. Most creatures were still accumulating energy in their sleep, awaiting the arrival of their nighttime domain. However, quite a few magical creatures had begun their daily foraging, constantly moving through the forest. Just a short distance after entering the Forbidden Forest, Harley and Fleur encountered at least 2 Diracals and a Thestral herd head-on. Judging by the direction of this group of Thestrals, they were probably heading to Hagrid's hut for something to eat. "Good morning," Harley greeted the Thestrals proactively. The strongest Thestral leader at the front immediately stopped, then turned and approached Harley, snorting and gently nudging Harley with its nose. Several young Thestrals were a bit shy. Although they felt a little curious after seeing Fleur, they still chose to obediently hide behind their mother. "Stop it, stop it." Harley's arm was tickled by the nudging, and she couldn't help but scratch the Thestral leader's neck, stopping its behavior. "Let me introduce you, this is my friend, Fleur. Our relationship, is as good as my relationship with Hermione." "Harley, what are you talking to?" Fleur looked at Harley hugging the air and giggling inexplicably, feeling a little confused. She was about to say something more when she suddenly felt something furry gently brushing against her hand. "Ah!" Fleur screamed in fright, raising her wand high and looking around, but found nothing. Harley couldn't help but laugh, patting the Thestral leader beside her. "Don't be afraid, Fleur, these are just a group of Thestrals." Only after hearing that they were Thestrals did Fleur stop her abstract circling, but she still stood rooted to the spot, still shaken, clutching her chest and gasping. She couldn't help but recall various information about Thestrals, especially the information that one can only see Thestrals after witnessing and understanding death. Somehow, Fleur inexplicably thought of Harley's parents, her background, and Harley's initial nickname, the girl who lived. Fleur's nose tingled, and a hint of glistening appeared in her eyes. She stared at Harley, who was smiling like a flower and cheerfully playing with the Thestrals. Fleur suddenly wondered how many secrets and how much sorrow this girl hid deep within her heart. Harley didn't know that Fleur had evolved into a master of overthinking. She was currently discussing a big deal with the Thestrals. These Thestrals were a bit hungry now and craved fresh lamb, so they wanted to go to Hagrid's to have a feast. But Hagrid was still sitting by the Black Lake, enjoying the scene in the sky, so how could he be at the hut? And Harley was a good person, kind-hearted, and couldn't bear to see the Thestrals make a wasted trip, so she told them this fact in advance. At the same time, Harley also enticed the Thestrals, hoping to make a deal with them. The Thestrals would carry Harley and Fleur to the Unicorn and Centaur settlements, and Harley would help them buy a flock of sheep and treat them to a 3-day whole lamb feast. Although Thestrals couldn't speak, their intelligence was very high. They quickly understood Harley's meaning and raised all 4 hooves in approval of the proposal. Anyway, they couldn't get lamb from Hagrid, so why not run a little further and earn themselves 3 days' worth of food? Thus, the deal was happily struck. By the Black Lake, the other champions had yet to return. It might be because Harley had slightly messed with them, giving a small lesson to the merperson with the loudest voices. This resulted in the merperson songs not spreading as widely in the Black Lake, which inadvertently increased the difficulty for the other champions to pass. And little wizards were somewhat fickle, who would want to watch a stage they had already seen once. So, the attention of most people was focused on Harley and Fleur, who were making the fastest progress. When they saw Harley talking to the air, most of the Hogwarts students were quite worried. After all, who knew if there were magical plants or creatures in the Forbidden Forest that could cause hallucinations? And when both Harley and Fleur rode on the air, it startled many little wizards who didn't know the truth. "Oh my goodness, is that flying magic?" Many people in the stands asked this question. But Ludo quickly provided the answer. Harley and Fleur are truly quick-witted. They don't know what method they used, but they reached an agreement with a Thestral herd in the Forbidden Forest. Now they have Thestrals to ride. Obviously, Thestrals are an uncontrollable factor in the Forbidden Forest, so using them for transportation is within the rules. However, this is somewhat disadvantageous for the other champions, as the gap between the champions will inevitably widen further. I think the other champions need to work harder. With the help of the Thestrals, Harley and Fleur didn't take much effort to reach the vicinity of the Unicorns' settlement. However, once they arrived here, the Thestrals stopped and refused to go a step further. Harley found this understandable. After all, the sacred unicorns and the death-scented Thestrals had always had a strained relationship, one could even say it was not good. The fact that both parties could coexist peacefully in the Forbidden Forest was largely due to the forest's immense size, making it difficult for the two groups to encounter each other normally. Hagrid and the Centaurs had worked for many years on this matter, but they were never able to make the two groups absolutely friendly with each other. It wasn't until the emergence and growth of the Acromantula population that the two had a chance to join forces. Wait, in that case, the Acromantula really deserve a lot of credit. After bidding farewell to Thestrals, Harley and Fleur entered the unicorn territory alone. Within the unicorns' living area, there were extremely tall trees everywhere, their trunks much thicker than ordinary trees, and their height significantly greater. Harley, unicorns should be relatively easy to get along with, right? Fleur's heart was pounding the whole way. I remember unicorns shouldn't be able to speak human language, right? So how exactly did the organizers communicate with them? You'd have to ask Professor Dumbledore, Harley thought seriously. After all, Professor Dumbledore can communicate with his phoenix, Fox, and Fox can communicate normally with unicorns. Plus, unicorns have extremely high intelligence, not much different from ordinary wizards, so it's normal for them to participate in the competition. Before Harley could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt that the surrounding wind was wrong, something was rushing towards her rapidly. She didn't have time to think, directly giving Fleur a princess carry. At the same time, Harley nimbly leapt into the air. A sturdy spider web instantly formed between several large trees. Harley, holding Fleur, sat on it without even a wobble, let alone any possibility of it breaking. Below the spider web, a golden blur suddenly flashed past, but Harley relaxed her guard. What was that just zoomed past? Fleur was clearly still a bit dazed and hadn't clearly seen what that figure was. It was a unicorn. Harley's lips curled into a smile, and a unicorn foal. As she spoke, the spider silk broke in midair, and Harley, holding Fleur, landed steadily on the ground. Only then did Fleur realize what position they had just been in, and she quickly flipped over and jumped down. The two of them squatted under the tree, surrounding the golden figure that had just run back and stopped under the tree. It was a fluffy young unicorn. From its pure golden fur, without a hint of silver, this little darling was at most 1 year old. Are you separated from your family? Harley couldn't help but pick up the unicorn and secretly wondered if this might be related to the second challenge. She initially thought this possibility was small, as no family would risk its young. But soon, Harley felt at least 2 gazes from an unknown direction, but when she looked around, there were only trees nearby. So the result was clear. At least 2 adult unicorns were monitoring the area from a distance using magic. And the reason this little unicorn could run out to play alone wasn't because its parents had relaxed their guard, but because the adult unicorns had intended it. Oh, good heavens, it's entrapment, luring the champions, is it? Using this to test the champions, is it? This is simply too much. Harley indicated, she was quite susceptible to this, unable to withstand the test. Although she was very curious how Professor Dumbledore had convinced the unicorns, even to the extent of making them do this for the Triwizard Tournament. But that was irrelevant now. Harley and Fleur, like ordinary girls enchanted by the unicorn, kept playing with the little unicorn. Harley also found several herbs from her pocket and fed them to the little unicorn. And the little unicorn clearly didn't know fear, nor did it know to be wary of strangers, and happily ate the herbs. Looking at the little unicorn's simple-minded appearance, Harley seriously suspected that she only needed 15 minutes to trick it into leaving the Forbidden Forest with her, never to return. However, Harley overestimated this little fellow. Less than 10 minutes later, the little unicorn was coaxed into a daze and docilely followed the 2 older sisters forward. The little unicorn was very firm in its heart. The older sisters were so gentle to it and fed it delicious things, so they must be taking it to play now. However, the further it walked, the stranger it felt. Why did the surrounding scenery look so familiar? It hadn't run out many times, so it shouldn't be familiar with the outside environment. Wait, this seems to be its home. Only then did the little unicorn realize what had happened. It had been tricked by Harley and Fleur into being led back to the unicorn's encampment. In a daze, the little unicorn was lured by Harley and Fleur back to its old home, back to this place where it had stayed for a whole year and had only managed to escape with great difficulty. The unicorn's encampment was very different from the merpeople's, appearing much more natural. After all, they didn't need houses, they basically used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. Seeing strangers enter their encampment, unicorns curiously peeked out from between the trees. Seeing that the people in front of them were witches, this group of unicorns didn't react too violently. Alright, Little lost one, hurry back and find your mother. Harley placed the unicorn foal she was holding on the ground and simultaneously rubbed its head, saying. The little unicorn let out a whimper, shaking its head constantly, as if accusing these two bad women of not playing fair. But soon, it seemed to hear something that wizards couldn't hear, and it reluctantly, deliberately dragging its feet, walked towards the center of the territory. Oh ho! Harley's eyebrows raised slightly, feeling as if she had won a big prize with a casual single draw. Could a unicorn living in the central part of the unicorn tribe have a low status? It might even be the child of the unicorn tribe's leader. The two followed the little unicorn, quickly approaching the core area of the unicorn encampment. Along the way, there were many unicorns that looked much stronger than the ordinary unicorns outside, seemingly bearing responsibilities like guarding the leader. However, upon seeing Harley and Fleur behind the young unicorn, none of them stepped forward to block them. As they delved deeper, the little unicorn's originally slow pace also became faster and faster. Finally, it even accelerated, rushing to the side of a female unicorn and vigorously rubbing its head against its mother's leg. Harley and Fleur did not rush forward with it but looked around. Not far in front of them was a towering tree. Harley roughly estimated that this tree was about 100 meters tall or more. But this was abnormal. Trees in the Forbidden Forest were generally only about 8 to 10 meters tall, and while trees in the unicorn tribe's encampment outside were taller, they averaged only 15 meters, with few exceeding 20 meters. In front of such a stunted forest, this 100-meter tall ancient tree should have been very conspicuous, visible even from Hogwarts Castle. But the truth was, probably only Professor Dumbledore in all of Hogwarts knew of such a tree here, no one else had even mentioned it. Hello, champions of the Triwizard Tournament. A gentle voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere, echoing in their minds. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of hooves striking the ground, a pure silver unicorn, larger than the others and radiating terrifying magical fluctuations and deterrence, slowly emerged from beside the tree. It's a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Larui, the leader of this unicorn tribe. Chapter 320, Unicorn Leader continued to add more and ask for monthly tickets. Harley wasn't surprised that the unicorn leader could communicate directly with wizards using magic targeted at the mind. There were simply too many magical creatures that could speak human languages. Direct telepathic communication, in a sense, seemed a bit low-tech compared to them. Fleur, on the other hand, was a little surprised, but her expression management was impeccable. Hello, esteemed unicorn leader, I am Harley Potter, a champion from Hogwarts. I am Fleur Delacour, a champion from Beauxbatons. The unicorn leader looked at Harley with interest, then nodded. Indeed, very special. No wonder Albus wanted me to show you the item I guard. Harley's eyebrows twitched slightly, a little surprised. Judging by the merperson's attitude towards her, they probably didn't know that Professor Dumbledore wanted her to appreciate one of their core sacred items. So Harley hadn't planned to inform them, she was just going to sneak into the Black Lake in the dead of night for a quiet look. This was also why Harley had stayed underwater for so long earlier, as she needed to plan an effective escape route in a very short amount of time. Based on this, Harley had originally thought she would also have to quietly sneak into the centaurs and unicorns' territories to secretly observe their holy relics. She hadn't expected Professor Dumbledore to have already told the unicorn leader the truth. May I ask what is special about me? A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, but Harley still politely continued the conversation. I think you should understand what is special about you. Although I don't particularly like the bloody darkness and cruelty about you, I have no reason to comment further. The unicorn leader's sky-blue eyes fixed on Harley, and the following words seemed to be meant only for her. After all, you have an unfortunate past, a time of peril and pain that you were powerless to resist. And your specialness was brought to you by past dangers, you yourself were powerless to change it, and we outsiders have even less right to criticize after the fact. Harley listened quietly to the unicorn leader's words, feeling a little surprised. How much had Professor Dumbledore made up and told others? Harley really thanked him. Quote. And the kindness and gentleness you showed when facing my defenseless child also proved Albus's words to me. The unicorn leader continued to speak eloquently. Some people are born with dark arts, but that doesn't mean their hearts are dark. Let me tell you, I secretly cast a spell on that child, amplifying the greed in the hearts of those who saw it. But you held on to your true self, and that is very good. Therefore, I am willing to let you witness the unicorn's holy relic, that unique spring. I hope you can gain a deeper understanding of death through it. Harley felt a little embarrassed for a moment, she hadn't felt any magic on the little unicorn. Perhaps her willpower was too strong, and she had already cast hypnosis and suggestion spells, so she didn't feel any external interference. Besides, she was currently in a competition, and it was being broadcast live to so many people. Harley was worried that LaRue might get carried away and just ask Harley to go with her right now. Fortunately, LaRue still remembered that the competition was ongoing. However, you will probably need to choose a time after the competition to come back here. It's still competition time, I think you need to complete your tasks first. Before she finished speaking, 2 golden stones rose from the grass and landed in Harley's and Fleur's hands, and at the same time, a voice echoed in both their minds. These are the keys you will need to retrieve your treasures from the Centaur tribe, please keep them safe. Fleur blinked, she only felt that after the unicorn leader introduced herself, she started staring at Harley in silence. Then, the keys inexplicably appeared in her hands. This left Fleur a bit bewildered. Esteemed unicorn leader, Mr. LaRue, has the task been completed just like that? What do you think? LaRue opened her mouth for the first time and let out a soft chuckle. The purpose of the second task itself is to test your wisdom, your ability to solve riddles, and whether you consciously made sufficient preparations. Moreover, sneaking into the cold black lake without a map and traversing the forbidden forest with only a rudimentary map are inherently very difficult tasks. So, apart from the merpeople symbolically resisting by sending a warrior to duel you, the unicorns and centaurs will not add any more difficulty. After all, you are only 17, just coming of age, adding more difficulty would be excessive. Fleur opened her mouth, then just nodded silently. However, LaRue suddenly winked playfully. Of course, if you want to abduct my child outside the forbidden forest, then we might have a chance to fight. Quote. So we got the keys this easily. Fleur was still a bit dazed as she left the unicorn's territory, and couldn't help but exclaim. Although the unicorn leader said so much, I still find it a bit hard to believe. Harley didn't reply, she just recalled what Peter Pettigrew had learned from Bertha Jerkins about the original competition tasks. The Ministry of Magic had originally only planned for the champions to go down to the Black Lake, run to the Mermaid Village, rescue their hostages, and that would be the end of the competition. The merpeople were even forbidden from attacking the champions, and sharp stones had to be prepared in advance around them, in case a champion couldn't use the severing charm and couldn't cut the ropes. Compared to that, the difficulty of the current second task was much higher. Wait, so did the Ministry of Magic originally treat the champions like children? It sounds ridiculous. The two mounted Thestrals and began to head towards the Centaur tribe. The map thoughtfully marked the shortest straight-line path between the Centaur and Unicorn territories. At the same time, the mapmaker had deliberately drawn a red X on it, and thoughtfully wrote a sentence. Warning, this path is extremely dangerous. Harley stared at the map for a long time before remembering that this path seemed to pass through the Acromantula's territory. Well, no problem then. A bunch of material suppliers know better than chickens and dogs, would she be afraid of them? And that was exactly what happened. As the two rode their Thestrals, accompanied by a group of smaller Thestrals, strolling along the path, 4 Acromantulas suddenly appeared. These 4 poor creatures were probably starving and, not understanding death, didn't perceive the Thestrals' presence. So when they saw 2 delicate-skinned young girls, they immediately attacked. And then, there was no then. The Thestrals were originally eager to hunt their old rivals. But Harley was afraid they would damage the Acromantula's venom glands, so she personally intervened, performing a swift and decisive public demonstration of beating up Acromantulas. She didn't even exert much effort, simply manipulating a large amount of spider silk with her 10 fingers, and hung them from a tree using the very method the Acromantulas were best at. Fleur, cooperating with Harley, cast 4 stupefy spells, hitting the Acromantula's most vulnerable eyes to stun them, giving herself a sense of participation. At this point, it was exactly 12:30, and Harley, Fleur, and the Thestrals were all hungry. So Harley naturally performed a perfect dissection of an Acromantula on the spot, extracting both its venom and silk glands. As for the remaining spider meat, it was completely devoured by the Thestrals, magical creatures that even eat carrion. Harley had tried Acromantula meat before, but the taste was genuinely unpleasant. Of course, with such abundant resources in the Forbidden Forest, the two couldn't possibly go hungry. Harley performed a 100 paces pierce a rabbit with an ice spear, and it was a 1 spear 2 rabbits shot. Fleur, meanwhile, skillfully demonstrated her talent in potions, quickly skinning, gutting, and cleaning the meat. Soon, a bonfire rose in a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, emitting wafts of roasted rabbit meat. The two even pulled out various auxiliary ingredients from somewhere and sprinkled them on the rabbit meat, making the aroma spread even further. This left the little wizards in the audience dumbfounded. What in the world? We were ready to eat our fish and chips and watch you go on a difficult adventure with empty stomachs. How are you already eating roasted rabbit meat? Darn it, the packed lunch in our hands doesn't smell as good anymore. The Thestrals clearly smelled the rabbit meat too, and instantly lost interest in the Acromantula's spider meat. However, they were very polite and didn't directly snatch the rabbit meat, instead staring intently at Harley, while also opening their mouths wide and deliberately letting saliva drip. Look, we're so hungry, can you really not share some with us? Harley felt a little creeped out by their stares and could only temporarily act as a hunter to satisfy the cravings of these greedy creatures. She had to satisfy them. What if they went on strike immediately? Thanks to this group of Thestrals, Harley and Fleur, who could have set off at 1:15 p.m., were delayed until 2:30 p.m. However, the rest of the journey was much smoother, as wandering through the Forbidden Forest with such a group of Thestrals naturally meant the Acromantulas wouldn't easily come looking for trouble. They had fought the Thestrals too many times and knew how troublesome these seemingly gaunt horses were. Nearing 3 o'clock, during the Thestrals' leisurely post-meal stroll, the two arrived outside the Centaur tribe's territory. The Thestrals stopped once again, and Harley, after skillfully calming them, entered the Centaurs' territory with Fleur. As a tribe that has always championed the protection of nature and forests, the Centaurs' homes, like the Merpeople's, exuded a natural and wild beauty. Their houses were also built of stone, adorned with naturally fallen branches and leaves. Many small huts had garlands woven from thin twigs and petals hanging by their entrances, adding a touch of color. However, the colors of those petals and twigs were somewhat faded, clearly having been collected only after the plants had naturally withered and fallen. A group of foals was running around the village, shooting toy bows and arrows that had no stone arrowheads and had soft cotton wrapped around the tips of the shafts. However, unlike the unicorns and merpeople, as soon as the two stepped into the village, they immediately encountered Ronan and Firenze, two figures of considerable status within the Centaur tribe. Good afternoon, Harley and Miss Delacour. Firenze's voice was still as familiar, his platinum blonde ponytail swaying rhythmically. Ronan merely nodded to the two, his face full of melancholy. We saw in the stars yesterday that you would arrive at this time, so we came out specifically to greet you. Firenze said cheerfully to Harley. You've come to, well, in your Hogwarts terms, to retrieve the treasures we stole from you, right? But truthfully, we feel the word, stole, is a bit inappropriate. Bane is still sulking about it. Yes, sir. Fleur eagerly interjected, so, could you please return Gabrielle and Hermione to us? Of course not. Ronan spoke for the first time. The unicorns have already given you the keys directly. If we were to simply exchange hostages, that would be too boring. You now have the keys, so you must use them to find your treasures yourselves and break the magic that holds them captive. During this time, the Centaurs will not stop you, but they will not offer you assistance either. Of course, to be honest, even if we wanted to help you, we would be powerless against the magic personally cast by a great wizard like Headmaster Dumbledore. Chapter 321. Is this an insult to my intelligence? Seeking monthly votes. Both Centaurs had declared in advance that they would not provide any assistance to the champions, and helping to break magic with divination was even more nonsensical. However, Harley was not surprised by this. Even if she really wanted them to help break Professor Dumbledore's magic, wouldn't that be putting them in a difficult position? This was equivalent to Lord Voldemort telling Lucius, the Minister of Logistics responsible for providing funds under him, go and get rid of Dumbledore for me. It was like delivering a package under Big Ben, with the top putting on a show and the bottom sending it off. Even in dreams, one wouldn't dream like that. If they had that kind of strength, why would they still work for him? They would just get rid of him directly. The kind-hearted witch never made things difficult for others, so she didn't even steer the conversation in that direction. Harley and Fleur parted ways at the intersection, then followed the guidance of the key in her hand, walking in the correct direction. Ronan leisurely strolled back to his home to admire his latest woven flower wreath. Firenze, on the other hand, volunteered to accompany Harley to her destination, acting as a tour guide to show her around the Centaur village. Along the way, ordinary Centaurs kept peeking out from around, curiously observing Harley. Many of these Centaurs had a hint of hostility in their eyes, but they also seemed to be wary of something. However, towards Firenze, who was accompanying Harley, their attitude was not so amiable. Harley vaguely heard many curses, and more than one Centaur accused Firenze of being a traitor, betraying the inspiration of the stars. But Firenze seemed indifferent to this and continued chatting with Harley. The two talked about everything from the ecology of the Forbidden Forest to the species invasion of Acromantulas, and finally, to the life of wizards in Hogwarts. Firenze even seemed to yearn for it, appearing to want to leave the forbidden forest to explore and understand the world of wizards. Finally, Harley asked as if casually, "By the way, Firenze, are there any particularly worthwhile places to visit in the Centaur village?" Places worth visiting. I think there's one place that's quite worth visiting, but it's also very boring to visit. Firenze answered without hesitation, speaking of which, that place is even called our Holy Land. Holy Land. Harley subconsciously followed up, "Why do you say that?" Our Holy Land is the open space at the entrance of the Centaur village, Firenze explained. That open space appears empty during the day, with no grass growing on it, and one can walk freely without touching any objects. But on the night when the starlight is most brilliant, a tree will appear out of thin air in the open space, a real, completely black tree. After divination, all the elders unanimously agreed that the open space is the Centaur's holy land, and that black tree is the sacred tree of our Centaur tribe. Because the stars tell us that the great tree protects our safety. And that great tree indeed possesses magical mysteries. Whenever it appears, that period is theoretically the most suitable time for us to observe the inspiration of the stars. However, what is regrettable and perplexing is that we have never succeeded in divination at that time. No, to be precise, we have never performed divination during that period. Because whenever our sacred tree appears, within 5 minutes, we will all collectively fall into a deep sleep. And when we wake up, the starlight is always gradually dimming. Within 5 minutes, the great tree will disappear back into nothingness. This troubles us greatly, but we will not actively try to change this phenomenon. Because we believe this is an enlightenment given to us by nature and the forest, instructing us not to perform divination at that moment. Harley couldn't help but nod. It seemed the centaurs were indeed right in believing this tree was their sacred tree. After all, literally, the time when the starlight is most brilliant is most likely when an outer god gazes upon earth, casting down the most light. In the centaurs, divination was much more reliable than Professor Trelawney's. If they divined a certain old one, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. So, it was no exaggeration to say that this mysterious black tree protected the entire centaur tribe. However, in that case, there were indeed many secrets surrounding this great tree. Then, "May I visit your holy land?" Harley guided the conversation step by step. "Of course, you may. We have not placed any protection on the holy land, nor do we prevent any outsiders from visiting." Firenze's voice carried a hint of emotion. "After all, this is also an inspiration brought to us by the stars. We can observe the sacred object in the Holy Land, that sacred black tree, during the 10 minutes we are awake, but we have no right to interfere with it. Even according to the revelations that the stars and nature tell us, if an outsider who is not a centaur can see this tree, we cannot stop them. If this tree voluntarily leaves, we also have no right to search for it, otherwise, it would be a betrayal of nature and the stars." Harley temporarily maintained a skeptical attitude towards the Holy Land and sacred object that Firenze spoke of so miraculously. After all, scoundrels similar to diviners often had their brains muddled by excessive superstition in divination. Of course, if it were those terrifying sequence ones whose names were only recorded in murals, then their brains weren't muddled, rather, they were too sharp, having reached a level of wisdom almost akin to a demon. The person and the centaur soon arrived at the location indicated by the golden stone, and Firenze stopped. "Harley, you need to walk the rest of the way yourself," Firenze said apologetically. "I won't accompany you further. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our holy land." "Okay, goodbye." Harley waved goodbye to Firenze, then looked at the golden stone in her hand. The golden stone seemed to have arrived at a special location, so it quickly floated into the air, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, the large tree in front of her suddenly came alive, responding to the golden stone by emitting the same radiance. The two beams of light collided in midair, emitting waves of magic fluctuations, seemingly dispelling some magic. A small house slowly formed in front of Harley, but the door of the house was tightly locked, and the entire house was filled with powerful magic. Harley looked up and down at the house, thinking that if she wanted to, a continuous stream of black fireballs could easily blast it open. As for other more powerful methods, they could quickly destroy the house. However, these violent methods were too likely to harm Hermione inside the house, so Harley ruled them out first. On the open space in front of the house, there was also a table, on which were placed 2 keys, one black and one white, and a roll of parchment. Harley walked forward and opened the parchment. It was blank, but upon sensing the light of the golden stone, ink slowly seeped out. Harley felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. She suddenly remembered, wasn't this the way Senior Riddle's diary communicated with wizards? Tisk tisk tisk, it seemed Professor Dumbledore unhesitatingly plagiarized it, without paying Senior Riddle a patent fee. The ink finally settled and formed a sentence. Good afternoon, Harley. Welcome to the challenge. You have 3 choices. 1. Directly use violence to open the magical house. The advantage is that it is fast enough and doesn't require much thought, but the disadvantage is that it is very likely to harm Hermione inside. 2. Use your superb magical attainments to break the magic on the house. The advantage is that it is safe enough, but the disadvantage is that it requires some thought and will take a long time. After all, I am quite confident in my magical attainments, and the magic I left on the house is not something easy to break. A friendly reminder, the house only left Miss Granger enough food for 1 day. 3. Solve the riddle I gave you and choose the corresponding key based on the answer to the riddle. The advantage is that this is stable enough, but the disadvantage is that your intelligence must be high, and you must have sufficient logical ability. Harley couldn't help but roll her eyes, seemingly imagining an old man cackling mischievously as he input riddles into a parchment. She didn't hesitate, tapping her wand on the number 3. The ink quickly dissipated, then reappeared, forming new words. Question. There are 5 wizard hats, 2 white and 3 black, and 3 little wizards. The 3 little wizards are arranged in a line, each wearing one of the 5 wizard hats. The little wizard in front cannot see the color of the hats of the little wizards behind him, but the little wizards behind him can see the color of the hats of the little wizards in front of him. Now a professor asks them if they know the color of their own hat. The last little wizard says he doesn't know, and the second to last little wizard also says he doesn't know. However, the first little wizard, after hearing the answers from the 2 behind him, suddenly figures out the correct answer. What color is the wizard hat he is wearing? Harley couldn't help but rub her forehead. Is this a magic problem? Isn't this a basic logical reasoning question? But thinking about it carefully, when Professor Dumbledore set up the challenges in first year, using the Philosopher's Stone as bait to catch riddle, the second-to-last challenge seemed to be set up this way too. At that time, there was a parchment on the table with a similar logical thinking problem on it. Very good, this is very Dumbledore. Harley closed her eyes and thought for a minute, then tapped the parchment, choosing black. Are you sure? The text on the parchment changed again. 2 keys of different colors each have a hole. Only by inserting a golden bit into the hole can the key be completed. Once the golden bit is inserted, it will automatically disappear, so you only have 1 chance to choose. Of course I'm sure, Harley confirmed again, simultaneously picking up the black key from the table and inserting the golden bit into the hole. Immediately, golden light flashed, and the key was fully repaired. Harley inserted the key into the lock, twisted it gently, and the door opened. A figure rushed out from inside, giving Harley a tight hug. Good afternoon, Harley. I knew you wouldn't leave me here for too long. It was Hermione, wearing a beautiful dress. It seemed the princess was waiting for her champion to rescue her, and the champion didn't keep her waiting. We can see that Harley has completed most of the task. As long as she successfully leaves the Forbidden Forest, she can end the second round of the competition. At the commentary stand by the Black Lake, Ludo hadn't even eaten yet, still energetically commentating. At the same time, his face was full of excitement, and he kept vigorously waving his fists, as if something wonderful had just happened. And Miss Delacour only needs to solve the riddle on the paper to see her treasure. However, everyone else seems to have encountered a small problem. Let's continue to cheer them on. At this moment on the screen, although the other 3 champions had all left the Black Lake and entered the Forbidden Forest, the situation was still not optimistic. Miguel was a bit disoriented at this time because a diricol accidentally landed on his head, and this unintelligent and timid bird scared itself. Then the diricol started running around, and its claws were still tightly gripping Miguel's hair as it ran, taking him with it via apparition. So when Miguel finally got rid of the diricol, he was completely lost deep in the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, Castelobruxo itself is a school built in a tropical rainforest, and students get lost in the rainforest every year. Therefore, many anti-getting lost spells are compulsory courses at Castelobruxo, and Miguel also has his own techniques for finding his way in the rainforest. And Crumb, for some reason, inexplicably got entangled with a large group of billywigs. These little creatures fly very fast and can easily dodge most magical flames. And most of the dark arts Crumb mastered were single-target attacks, so he had no way to deal with this group of billywigs and could only rely on his seeker's physical fitness to run wildly. When he finally got rid of the billywig's entanglement, he unfortunately encountered a lively Noondu. I can only wish him good luck. And Catherine's journey was not smooth either. Soon after entering the Forbidden Forest, she ran head-on into an extremely dangerous erumpent. At this moment, 1 person and 1 beast were facing each other. The erumpent's explosive horn was pointed at Catherine, and Catherine held an alchemy-crafted pistol, which fired alchemy bullets that would produce violent explosions. As for Tsuchimikado Haruaki, oh, he's still in the revival match, so he probably won't be able to appear. This made the judges extremely anxious and they couldn't help but wail. In this round of the Triwizard Tournament, Hogwarts would probably dominate again, and even Bobatons posed no threat to it. Watching the Triwizard Tournament trophy get further and further away from their school, how infuriating. Harley led Hermione away from the Centaur village, and the two exchanged what they had seen and heard in the second event. I didn't expect Professor Dumbledore to come up with such a logical problem. It's a pity I'm not a champion and can't solve these riddles. Hermione seemed a little regretful, but then excitedly chatted with Harley about her experience of being called by Professor McGonagall last night. The two strolled to the outskirts of the Centaur village, where Thestrals were standing in the open space outside. Harley specifically looked at the location of the sacred tree Firenze had told her about, but unfortunately found nothing. It seems she can only come back on a starry night. She just doesn't know what pathway this big tree is, it's so magical. Soon, Fleur also led Gabrielle away from the Centaur's village, with a puzzled expression on her face. Why did Professor Dumbledore give such a simple problem? Fleur exclaimed as soon as they met. I seriously suspect Professor Dumbledore is insulting my intelligence. Harley looked at Fleur curiously. What problem did Professor Dumbledore give you? Fleur thought for a moment and recited the problem word for word. A wizard went to his good friend's potion shop to buy potion ingredients, buying a total of 30 galleons worth of ingredients. Does he owe his friend any galleons? If he owes, please choose the black key. If he doesn't owe, please choose the white key. Do you think Professor Dumbledore is underestimating my intelligence? He definitely doesn't owe, Hermione replied without thinking. This is much simpler than Harley's problem. Yeah, it's clear he doesn't owe, Fleur agreed. That's why I said Professor Dumbledore looks down on me. By the way, what was the riddle Harley got? The two exchanged problems, unaware that a quarrel had already broken out in the audience outside. Nearly a quarter of the students believed the answer was wrong, and that the wizard should be in debt. Another quarter of the students had gotten themselves confused and still hadn't figured it out. As a result, the students erupted in a fierce argument, with no one able to convince the other. Even Kamo Doman expressed his confusion. Headmaster Dumbledore, why doesn't that wizard owe money? No matter how I think about it, I feel he owes his friend 30 galleons. Professor Dumbledore looked suspiciously at Kamo Doman next to him, unsure whether he was pretending to be foolish or genuinely that foolish. Indeed, the logic education of wizards worldwide urgently needs strengthening, without delay. Chapter 322. Sometimes, the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. Seeking monthly votes. The four returned on Thestrals, and with the faint aura of threat emanating from Harley, no magical creatures were foolish enough to charge at them. Occasionally, a few fire crabs with poor eyesight would emerge, only to be startled and flee when they encountered Harley and her group. Feeling the dispirited aura from them, Harley strongly suspected these fire crabs were the same ones Hagrid used to create blast-ended Scroots. Tisk tisk tisk, poor little guys, they haven't recovered even after all this time. Hagrid is truly a brute. Gabrielle, however, was excitedly jumping around. After all, she hadn't had any chance to explore the Forbidden Forest since arriving at Hogwarts. Now that there was a reasonable, legitimate, and legal opportunity, how could Gabrielle pass it up? Just riding a Thestral made the little girl excitedly chatter for 10 minutes. So Fleur had to carefully watch her sister to prevent Gabrielle from getting lost. With a smooth and playful journey, Harley and the three others left the Forbidden Forest before 5:30 p.m. Before leaving the woods, the Thestral leader confirmed the payment with Harley again, then departed contentedly. Outside the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall stood smiling, giving Harley and Hermione big hugs. Well done, Harley. A perfectly splendid competition. Professor McGonagall's voice was filled with joy. You now need to return to the Black Lake, to the spot where you started, and wait for the judges to score you. Of course, if you wish, you can go to the medical tent and ask Madame Pomfrey to prescribe some potions for you, if you feel you need them. Professor McGonagall seemed to find her own words amusing, so she chuckled. But I think, you probably don't need any treatment, after all, you cleared it so smoothly. Under Professor McGonagall's urging, the four walked towards the competition area by the Black Lake, deliberately circling around the back of the stands. As they passed beneath the stands, Harley vaguely heard many little wizards arguing about whether they owed money. This puzzled Harley greatly. How strange. Perhaps next time, she should let the Weasley twins try something similar in their shop and see if these little wizards would voluntarily send extra money to repay their debts. Harley thought about it carefully and decided against it, as these little wizards might actually send money. Soon, the four saw the tents set up for the champions. Madame Pomfrey's expression was even more distressed than during the first task, a mix of anger and anxiety. Sneaking into the Black Lake to find the Merperson village, entering the Forbidden Forest to find the Unicorn and Centaur encampments, and having to pass through Acromantula territory in between. After Madame Pomfrey forcibly settled them down, she meticulously checked them while enumerating the dangers of the competition with a tone of disgust. I also saw Noondoos, Billywigs, and all sorts of other dangerous magical creatures. Professor Dumbledore is truly senile, he must have eaten too much honey and muddled his brain. I think I should prescribe him some bitter potions. Soon, Madame Pomfrey completed her detailed examination and allowed Harley and Fleur to return to the competition area. On the judges' stand, the 8 judges began scoring as soon as the first champions returned. Without Karkaroff this time, the new judges naturally wouldn't intentionally target or suppress scores. Considering that Harley hadn't even used half of the official time given for the task, the judges unanimously awarded high scores of 95 points or more. Ludo, without hiding his favoritism towards Harley, gave her a perfect score. Ultimately, Harley's total score for the second task reached an impressive 781 points, maintaining her top position. As for Fleur, considering she hitched a ride with Harley but performed very well herself, each judge also gave her high scores of 90 points or more, and she ultimately received 744 points. When the scores were announced, the stands once again erupted in countless collective cheers and celebrations, with many people jumping up and down. Fred and George were the happiest, their portable fireworks were almost sold out. The professors were also beaming, so they let the students cheer and celebrate, not bothering to maintain order. Only the seats in the stands suffered. Well done. Ludo, stealing a moment from his busy schedule, slipped down from the judges' stand. Ahem, as a representative of the judges, please allow me to say a few words. The third task, the final task of the Triwizard Tournament, will take place on the evening of June 24th. Unlike the previous 2 tasks, this time the Ministry of Magic will directly reveal the relevant information, not through riddles but by directly telling you the specific content of this task. However, you will only know the specific content 1 month in advance. Before then, please prepare yourselves in the appropriate directions. I also wish to remind you both as an elder that since the Ministry of Magic is no longer concealing the specific information, this proves that the final task will be the most dangerous and difficult. So I hope you can prepare well to avoid unnecessary casualties. In fact, one champion has already permanently left us today, poor Tsuchimikato Haruaki. He didn't even manage to wait for the Aurors, assistants, and Headmaster Dumbledore couldn't cure him. Ludo glanced at his watch, then looked back at the judges on the stand still meticulously watching the light screen, and the noisy little wizards in the audience. Realizing no one was paying attention to him yet, Ludo quickly added 2 more sentences. You 2 may now leave. I imagine after a busy day like today, what you both need is hot broth and a warm bed. I wish you both good luck in the 3rd round of the competition, this is my personal blessing. Harley and Fleur returned directly to the Great Hall, where Hermione and Gabrielle had been waiting for a long time. The diligent house elves in the Hogwarts kitchen had opened a private kitchen for the champions, specially preparing a sumptuous feast. After a while, it was 6:30, and students began to pour into the Great Hall to enjoy dinner. 3 of the 6 screens had now gone dark, and the remaining 3 had been moved back into the Great Hall. It could be seen that among the other 3 champions, Miguel had not yet reached the Unicorn encampment. After all, he had been carried too far by the Diricol earlier, so he had to make a large detour to reach the Unicorn's dwelling. At this moment, Miguel was like a nimble monkey, constantly swinging forward on vines, with a net made of vines around his waist, holding many fruits. This was his dinner for today and breakfast for tomorrow, and thanks to his good herbology skills, Miguel didn't have to go hungry. Catherine, on the other hand, had already obtained the key from the unicorns and was now camping near the unicorn encampment. Her approach was very clever, staying near the dwelling of unicorns, creatures very friendly to wizards, especially female wizards, undoubtedly allowed her to avoid many dangers in the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, it was already dark, and moving in the dark was extremely inefficient, and if she encountered danger, it would be even more detrimental. However, while her accommodation was sorted, Catherine would suffer when it came to food. She didn't have Miguel's excellent herbology skills and dared not determine if many fruits in the Forbidden Forest were edible. As for hunting, Catherine only remembered that she hadn't prepared food when it was already dark, so she could only tighten her belt and go to bed, planning to wake up at dawn the next day to ensure she had some meat for breakfast. As for Crumb, although Crumb was different from typical sports stars, he was quite capable and had undergone outdoor survival training in icy, snowy conditions. But he had no experience living in a forest. There was no ice and snow, his favorite, no snow rabbits and seals, which he was skilled at hunting, and no sleds, his most preferred method of land travel. Unable to build an ice house, Crumb ultimately had to climb a tree and set up multiple warning spells around him before he could barely fall asleep. As for food, Crumb was relatively lucky. He found 2 herbs he recognized, which somewhat filled him up. Looking at these 3 unfortunate champions, and then at Harley and Fleur enjoying their feast in the Great Hall, the students couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, sometimes the difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. The next day, the 3 champions finally emerged from the Forbidden Forest, but each looked utterly miserable. Catherine emerged almost at the deadline, while Crumb only successfully left the Forbidden Forest by noon. As for Miguel, by 6:30 p.m. the next day, as Hogwarts students began dinner again, he completed the task under the starlight. Although he knew he was severely over time, Miguel still yearned to go to the Black Lake for some cheers. Then he felt distressed. The entire Black Lake was empty, without a single soul. This made Miguel severely doubt himself. Could it be that because he was the only champion who failed to emerge on time, the audience had abandoned him? Fortunately, Professor McGonagall rushed over and led the child back to the Great Hall, preventing him from doubting life too much. The final scores of the 3 champions were also quickly released, as everyone had brought back treasures, so the 50 base points were still there. And returning on time also earned an additional 15 base points, which made everyone look a bit better. In the end, Miguel received 497 points, Crumb received 533 points, and Catherine received 621 points. Looking at these freshly released scores, the various principals were once again in agony. But soon, they were relieved. After all, their excellent students had returned safely, unlike Tsuchimikato Haruaki, who had died after embarking on the path of evolution. Wasn't this something to be grateful for? Moreover, the principals had vaguely heard from Ludo about the rules of the 3rd task. According to Ludo, the 3rd task would no longer use a scoring system, so even if one scored 0 in the first 2 tasks, it wouldn't affect their chances of winning the 3rd task. Of course, whether one could win ultimately depended on individual ability, but at least it offered a glimmer of hope, didn't it? At least the Hogwarts students didn't believe the other champions still had a chance to win. Everyone already had, "We are the champions," written all over their faces. Another celebratory feast was held in the Gryffindor common room, extending to several other houses. The professors were also very happy the next day, even more energetic during classes. Especially Professor Snape, his shouted, "Gryffindor, 10 points from," sounded even more melodious. However, Harley did not participate in this school-wide celebration at this time, only leaving a doppelganger, transformed from her wand, to participate in daily activities. Harley herself, carrying several books and various materials, quietly disappeared. Chapter 323, The River in the Water Corroded by the River of Eternal Darkness. After an entire week alone in the Room of Requirement, Harley finally left one night. However, Harley did not return to the Gryffindor common room, but headed straight for the Black Lake. By then, it was already March, and the weather had turned clear. This made Harley's plan much smoother, as the stars appeared much more frequently. According to Harley's deductions and divinations, in a few days, it would be the moment when the starlight was most brilliant, most suitable for observing that magical black tree. Before that, Harley needed to visit the mermaid village and the unicorn habitat. It was late at night, and many intelligent creatures were asleep in their dreams, but the Black Lake was teeming with life. The large, lazy squids of the daytime were now lively and energetic, hunting various fish in groups, occasionally startling a few Grindylows. The two sides would even have a small skirmish over food, but soon separated again. Harley did not disturb them, nor did she even use curse transformation on herself to become a golden merperson. This time, Harley chose to dive using a combination of warming potion, waterproofing potion, and underwater breathing potion. Although this method slowed Harley's progress considerably, it ensured that there would be no major disturbances, avoiding attracting too much attention. Under Harley's careful caution, she smoothly arrived at the mermaid village. At the entrance of the mermaid village, two large Grindylows were tethered, just like the guard pets kept by wizards. However, Harley had already used invisibility at this point, and could also conceal her aura with her assassin abilities. So, these two Grindylows discovered nothing, still foolishly staring at the floating waterweeds in front of them. Along the way, most of the merpeople were also asleep, allowing Harley to easily reach the merperson square. The square was empty, with only the merperson statue standing there. The bright moonlight penetrated the water, shining on the merperson statue, reflecting a strange glow. This statue was very unusual. Harley had discovered its peculiarity during the second task. If she hadn't misjudged, this statue contained an extremely strong aura of battle in the Twilight domain. However, these two powers were not emanating from the statue itself, they had another source, so they were not Harley's target. Following her discovery during the second task, Harley swam all the way to the tail of the merperson statue. The scales here were arranged neatly, without any gaps. The patterns on the scales were also carved exceptionally clearly, showcasing the sculpture's superb skill. But Harley wasn't there to admire the scales. She stopped in front of a floor tile with an anomaly, and the long unseen green light rose in her eyes. Streams of magic were injected into the ground through the floor tile, but upon encountering a more powerful aura, they were forced to stop. But that was enough. Harley had already understood the special magic attached to the floor tile. She gently tapped the ground and softly chanted a spell. The floor tile instantly vanished, as if it had never existed, revealing the steps beneath. Harley swam down the steps, and the ground closed back up. At the same time, a chilling scene suddenly occurred in the square. The merperson statue's eyes, which had been gazing into the distance, suddenly came alive, staring in the direction of the floor tile, pondering something unknown. A moment later, those eyes slowly closed again. When they reopened, the merperson statue's eyes had returned to their previous lifeless state. However, that indescribable special meaning Harley had once felt grew even stronger. Below the merperson square, Harley was unaware of the thrilling scene that had just occurred. At this moment, she was swimming down a narrow, long passage. This was no easy feat, as the deeper she went, the greater the inexplicable pressure became. At the same time, from the depths of this narrow passage, there was a faint sound of rushing water. When Harley descended the last step and looked forward, she saw a surging river ahead. Yes, beneath the lake-filled ground, another river within the water appeared. The river water and lake water were distinct, not mixing. This river's origin was unknown, and its destination was also unknown. The faint aura of death emanating from the river proved its extraordinary nature to Harley. Harley stepped forward and stood at the river's edge. The river water was crystal clear to the bottom, and its depth was unknown. At the bottom of the river, there was a faint grayish-white mist, and the aura of death seeped from these grayish-white mists. These faint grayish-white mists were clearly present, yet they gave a feeling of being ethereal and insubstantial. For some reason, Harley inexplicably recalled a term Seven Lights had once told her. River of Eternal Darkness. No wonder the statue emanates the power of the battle and twilight domains. No wonder Professor Dumbledore was able to gain some understanding of death through the merpeople's sacred object, the trident on the statue, and through Fox's Nirvana reversal, comprehend life. Harley frowned slightly, but then relaxed, sighing. So, the river here was slightly eroded by the power of the River of Eternal Darkness, and it was transmitted upwards. This also makes sense. The statue has always been located above this river, so a certain degree of erosion is normal. The trident in the statue's hand, in a sense, is also very compatible with the warrior pathway, naturally allowing it to gather more power and thus become a sacred object. Harley extended both hands. On her left hand was the ring containing the resurrection stone, and in her right hand was the invisibility cloak. When she first obtained this invisibility cloak, it had given Harley an ominous premonition. And now, that feeling became even stronger. This invisibility cloak, ranked among the Deathly Hallows, seemed to be stimulated, its silver surface becoming increasingly luminous. At the same time, it finally began to reveal its secrets, its extraordinary aspects. A rich aura of the night pathway emanated, and a powerful yet silent corrosive force spread wantonly. At this moment, the invisibility cloak was no longer an ordinary garment that merely made its wearer invisible, but rather seemed to have transformed into a garment capable of concealing the wearer's existence. Harley was certain that anyone who wore this garment would be locked onto by the concept of concealment, and could even transform into a concealed state. Previously, when this garment was in a semi-sealed state, not yet radiating its own brilliance, it could achieve permanent invisibility. And when this garment completely brushed away the surface dust and washed off the lead, it finally fully radiated its own light. Moreover, its abilities were certainly more than just this. Harley simply hadn't had time to explore them further. However, Harley also vaguely felt the extremely powerful negative effects attached to the invisibility cloak. At the very least, if this garment was worn for too long, the wearer would very likely be permanently concealed, never to appear in this world again. On the other side, the resurrection stone on the ring also glowed, and the cracks on it slowly healed. At the same time, Harley vaguely heard the ring emit a call to the undead, seemingly summoning the return of bodies and souls. This item, similar to the invisibility cloak, should be an extraordinary item from the death pathway, and the magical item most befitting the title of Deathly Hallows. It's truly astonishing. The so-called Deathly Hallows are actually magical items corresponding to the sequence 2 of the 3 pathways held by the eternal darkness, the singularity of all things, and the unifier of time and space. The invisibility cloak corresponds to the night pathways sequence 2, servant of secrecy, and the resurrection stone corresponds to the death pathways sequence 2, death archon. It seems the elder wand should be an extraordinary item corresponding to the warrior pathways sequence 2, glorious one. No wonder it makes the wielder's combat power so strong. At the same time, only those who achieve victory and possess glory can become the master of this wand and wield it. Harley couldn't help but sigh. A picture had already formed in her mind. Professor Dumbledore had once held a Deathly Hallows and visited the sacred lands of the 3 races, merpeople, centaurs, and unicorns. And these 3 locations should all have some connection to the river of eternal darkness, so holding the relevant items could draw out a certain amount of power. No wonder Professor Dumbledore called them keys. Perhaps it was because he gained nothing when he went to those places alone. Wait, which key did Professor Dumbledore hold at that time? Harley suddenly remembered. This invisibility cloak is my family heirloom. Professor Dumbledore shouldn't have borrowed it then. The resurrection stone was always in the Gaunt family's hands. According to the memory fragments I've seen, Senior Riddle later snatched the ring from his uncle and made it into a Horcrux, so that can also be ruled out. The Elder Wand. Harley's thoughts paused slightly. Professor Dumbledore didn't seem to have mentioned when he obtained the Elder Wand. However, according to Professor Dumbledore, this wand has always been passed down through extremely bloody means in the history of magic. So, it was unlikely that Professor Dumbledore obtained this wand when he was young, as he probably hadn't encountered many bloody incidents in his youth. Furthermore, even if Professor Dumbledore held the Elder Wand or the invisibility cloak at that time, it would be useless, as the extraordinary item most compatible with the death domain is the resurrection stone. It's not necessarily the Deathly Hallows. After all, Professor Dumbledore didn't say there were only 3 keys. At least other high-sequence extraordinary items from the death pathway, warrior pathway, or night pathway should be able to connect to the river of eternal darkness. It seems Professor Dumbledore still holds other items related to the death pathway, and that item was the key he used at the time. Professor Dumbledore judged purely by the name of the item, so he believed the Deathly Hallows were also keys, which is why he said I held at least 2 keys. Harley shook her head, no longer pondering deeply, but focused her attention on the extraordinary items in her hands. With the injection of magic, both extraordinary items seemed to be gradually activating. At the same time, about 2/3 of the grayish-white mists related to the river of eternal darkness at the bottom of the long river began to slowly rise. However, this startled Harley. She didn't want to directly touch these grayish-white mists. If this was the power belonging to the City of Calamity, Harley could temporarily try to make contact. But this was the power of the River of Eternal Darkness, a primogenitor that was temporarily incompatible with the pure witch pathway. Although Harley wanted to become a pseudo-fourth pillar, she always kept in mind the knowledge 7 Lights had introduced to her. Until she became the Scourge of Destruction, the Root of Calamity, she would absolutely not proactively touch the River of Eternal Darkness, nor the uniqueness of the darkness, death, and warrior pathways. For her own safety, Harley had to stop injecting magic and first hung the invisibility cloak with spider silk. Subsequently, demigod-level power surged forth, firmly enveloping the resurrection stone ring in Harley's hand. Although the resurrection stone ring corresponded to the extraordinary characteristic of the death pathways sequence 2, Death Archon, it had just awakened and was powerless to resist. After a simple isolation treatment of the resurrection stone ring, Harley hung it with spider silk and then picked up the invisibility cloak from the spider silk again. Magic became active again and was individually injected into the invisibility cloak. Indeed, as Harley had guessed, another third of the grayish-white mists became less active and gradually subsided. The remaining grayish-white mists, presumably corresponding to the power of the night pathway, continued to slowly float upwards, all targeting the invisibility cloak in Harley's hand. Harley cautiously controlled her body, not allowing herself to touch those grayish-white mists, and integrated all of them into the invisibility cloak. The grayish-white mists in the river seemed abundant, but in reality, they were extremely thin, with a very small total volume. Soon, the grayish-white mists that had actively floated up were completely devoured by the invisibility cloak, and no more mists floated up from below. It seems the connection here with the river of eternal darkness is not close enough, so the replenishment rate of these grayish-white mists is very slow. Harley quickly made a judgment. However, this amount of mist is not enough. I still need more aura from the river of eternal darkness to separate the sequence 3 Bishop of Fear extraordinary characteristic within me. It seems I still can't avoid going to the unicorn habitat in Centaur Village in a few days. Putting aside her scattered thoughts, Harley carefully put away the invisibility cloak, then took down the resurrection stone ring. Adhering to the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained, Harley prepared to collect the aura of the river of eternal darkness related to death here as well. Although she didn't need it now, what if she needed it in the future? After all this trouble, the night had almost passed. Only 1/3 of the grayish-white mists in the depths of the river remained, and all of them were related to the warrior pathway. After all, Harley currently didn't have the Elder Wand in her hand, no medium to store those grayish-white mists. Seeing that her wristwatch had already reached 4 in the morning, and all her work was complete, Harley glanced at the river in front of her and turned to leave without hesitation. She quickly swam out of the passage along the way she came, reopening the floor tile. After confirming that the merpeople had not yet woken up, Harley once again silently passed through the streets and alleys, quickly disappearing outside the mermaid village. The moment Harley stepped out of the mermaid village, the statue's eyes came alive again. And this time, the statue's movements were even greater. The golden figure separated from the statue and seamlessly merged into the floor. A moment later, that statue stood where Harley had previously stood, letting out a soft chuckle of unknown meaning. Hey, the fourth. P.S. About the Deathly Hallows, how is this setting? I anticipated that someone would ask why the Elder Wand corresponds to the Warrior Pathway's Sequence 2, Glorious One, since the Warrior Pathway doesn't seem to be related to spellcasting at all. This part is mainly to set up the content about the pillars later. Besides, apart from the spellcasting aspect, the fact that the Elder Wand only follows victors, in a sense, isn't that a manifestation of following glory? Furthermore, it is possible to mix other extraordinary characteristics when making extraordinary items. I believe that if the Elder Wand had some spellcasting-related extraordinary characteristics mixed in, it's a plausible explanation. Chapter 324. There are dreams here, and in dreams, there is a tavern named Banshee. After leaving the Black Lake, Harley did not immediately head to the unicorn's habitat, but instead returned to the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement was empty, but that was to be expected. After all, a small part of Harley's consciousness was controlling her clone, staying vigilant at all times, and finding ways to trick Fleur and Hermione into not going to the Room of Requirement. Sighing softly and rubbing her sore legs and feet, Harley took out the 2 Deathly Hallows that were becoming increasingly dangerous. At this moment, the concealment power of the invisibility cloak was gradually strengthening, and the aura of death on the resurrection stone was growing more intense. Why are these 2 magical items activating so quickly? If they aren't dealt with immediately, Hogwarts might be silently and eternally concealed, or turned into a necropolis with all the students inside becoming undead. Harley muttered to herself, pulling various materials from her pocket and beginning to draw lines on the floor. At the same time, Harley's little finger had been cut at some point. Trickles of blood slowly slid down, dripping onto the ritual materials and successfully establishing a mystical connection between them. Finally, Harley placed the resurrection stone at the center of the ritual, whispering in the languages of dragons and giants, leveraging the power of nature and the spirit world. The Room of Requirement seemed to suddenly turn violent, but it quickly returned to calm. Harley silently wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out a sealed diadem from her pocket. When she had previously sealed the resurrection stone, there hadn't been any major issues, but this Horcrux diadem of Riddle had suddenly erupted. Fortunately, she had been cautious enough to apply multiple layers of dark arts and curses to it, preventing the ritual from spiraling out of control at this critical moment. Harley placed the resurrection stone and the diadem in the 2 corners of the room furthest from each other and attached a partial ritual to isolate their auras. Afterward, Harley began to clean up, removing the materials from the floor. She needed to replace them with a new batch of ritual materials corresponding to the night pathway to temporarily seal the invisibility cloak. Busy until nearly 9 in the morning, Harley finally succeeded in temporarily sealing the 2 items to prevent their power from leaking too severely. After completing all this, an exhausted Harley didn't even have time to take a shower before collapsing onto the bed. It was truly exhausting, even more tiring than dealing with 10 of the most troublesome noble ladies in Backland. In the following days, Harley's main energy was focused on studying these 2 Deathly Hallows. It could only be said that the Deathly Hallows were worthy of the name, as powerful magical items corresponding to Sequence 2 of her pathway, and having come into contact with the aura of the pathway's source, they vaguely showed signs of activation. Therefore, Harley had to be 120% vigilant when studying them. In between, she took one day to travel to the unicorn's habitat. The unicorn leader, Laurie, hosted Harley very enthusiastically and readily agreed to take her to observe the unicorn's sacred relic, a spring that was crystal clear and possessed the power of the domain of death. Laurie also allowed Harley to use her own Deander abilities to dive underground and search for the source of the spring. The source of the spring, just as Harley had expected, was that same rushing underground river. However, it seemed that an inexplicable barrier separated the underground river beneath the unicorn colony and the underground river beneath the Merperson Square, preventing communication between them. The idea of going down from above the spring, following the river, and then leaving through the Merperson village was not feasible. Harley tried many times, but always inexplicably returned to the starting point. Harley was not surprised by this result. After all, there was the power of a source here. Although the power coming from the source, the river of eternal darkness, was minimal, only some aura contamination, she was, after all, only a small, fragile sequence for demigod. And here, Harley had absorbed a large amount of gray-white mist that was more compatible with the death pathway and the night pathway. Especially the gray-white mist of the death pathway, the amount absorbed here was particularly large. It was just a pity that what Harley needed more was the gray-white mist closer to the night pathway, so the trip to the Centaur village was unavoidable. Finally, time arrived at a Saturday in late March. Tonight was exceptionally heavy, yet the stars were unusually bright. When Harley arrived at that clearing, it was not yet particularly late. Layers of spider silk spread across the nearby trees, forming a hammock, and Harley lay lazily upon it. The weather had warmed up, and combined with the excellent physical fitness of a witch in the potential battle tonight, Harley chose to wear cropped leggings paired with ankle socks and sneakers, along with a short-sleeved t-shirt, exposing her smooth arms, fair ankles, and soft, boneless-looking calves to the breeze. She didn't know where she pulled out 2 sandwiches and a bottle of pumpkin juice from, swaying the hammock leisurely and enjoying the food. The sounds of insects rose around her. If one didn't know Harley's true purpose, the scene would have been incredibly harmonious. As the night deepened, the sounds in the Centaur village gradually faded, and layers of thin smoke rose. It seemed the centaurs were about to begin their daily stargazing activity, divining from the stars. Harley couldn't help but think of a question she had always been curious about. Were the results the centaurs divined the results they wanted to see, or the results the Great Old Ones wanted to see? Or was it that the Great Old Ones simply didn't bother to pay attention to this group of ants, and thus hadn't interfered with the movement of the stars at all? Considering that the awakening of the first was drawing closer, the Great Old Ones likely didn't have the nerve to tamper with things on Earth at will. Therefore, Harley finally concluded that the answer should be closer to the latter. The centaurs were still happily divining, but their divination activity today was forced to terminate. Because the starlight today was too brilliant, a large black tree was slowly emerging on the clearing at the entrance of the Centaur village. Harley sat up subconsciously, while simultaneously pulling out the gold-rimmed glasses from her pocket and putting them on. Layers of hypnosis and suggestion deep within her mind took effect one after another, preventing any unexpected situations from occurring. When this black tree took shape, a loud whistle sounded from within the Centaur village. The smoke used for divination in the village dissipated in an orderly fashion in an instant, and the flames were extinguished. At the same time, sounds of hooves echoed from the Centaur village. Clearly, they were quickly returning to their homes, preparing to enter dreamland. Harley sat there quietly waiting, ready to go and investigate at any moment. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick, tock. The mechanical watch on her wrist ticked forward, and Harley silently counted the time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. When the second hand had completed 4 revolutions and began its 5th, Harley's attention became increasingly focused. But in an instant, darkness descended. A warning from her spirituality exploded in Harley's heart. Harley barely hesitated and immediately lay back. The spider silk grew wildly in an instant, wrapping around Harley and forming a thick cocoon. And large patches of ice quickly formed on this cocoon, adding extra defense. And inside the silk cocoon, Harley had already forced herself to enter dreamland. When Harley opened her eyes again, the surrounding environment was vastly different. Beneath her feet was a straight stone path, with no idea where it came from or where it was going. To the left of the street was a pervasive gray-white mist, which seemed to connect heaven and earth. And just by using magic to touch this gray-white mist, one could clearly feel resistance, as if those gray-white mists were a solid wall. To the right of the street was a black ocean, but this ocean did not contain water. It was filled with a black liquid as viscous as petroleum. Those liquids were still rising constantly, spreading across the sky on the right, forming another insurmountable wall. On the left was a high wall of gray-white mist, while on the right was a high wall of black liquid, with a stone path sandwiched in between. Although the stone path was 30 feet wide, it still appeared incredibly narrow in front of these two sets of walls that reached the sky. Most people walking on such a path would likely feel immense mental pressure. Those with weak willpower might even suffer a mental breakdown directly. Of course, for a witch who had traveled far and wide and was knowledgeable, such a small scene could almost be said to have no impact. At this moment, Harley could already be certain that she had arrived in a dream. She had heard of this phenomenon elsewhere, especially from many Sequence 6 Faceless of the Seer pathway. They often asked Harley, who still had her own ship at the time, to take them to the entrance of certain ruins, and these Faceless would enter the ruins alone to seek opportunities for advancement. Although most of these poor fellows would not return, there would eventually be one or two lucky ones. Harley had the fortune of hosting a Sequence 5 marionettist of the Seer pathway and heard him brag about the various dangers in that ruin. Among them, this marionettist had once mentioned that a special darkness existed in that sea area. When the darkness arrived, no matter where one was, one had to fall asleep immediately, otherwise, it was very likely they would disappear into the darkness forever. And upon entering the dream, one would encounter many strange things. Harley had previously associated this with the situation, and combined with the reminder from her spirituality, she chose to sink directly into the dreamland at the first opportunity. Considering that she didn't know when this dream would end, Harley subconsciously touched her side. The pocket with the undetectable extension charm was still there, and various materials were still complete. This made Harley heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, her wand and dagger slid from her sleeves into her hands, and a magic mirror was also hanging at her waist. She didn't know when it had appeared there. Harley maintained a steady speed, exploring forward along the road without affecting her combat capability. This road seemed very long, but Harley had only walked for less than 5 minutes when she discovered that the road had come to an end. No, it shouldn't be said that the road had ended, but rather that the gray mist walls and black liquid walls on both sides had come to an end. At the same time, the stone path became wider, densely covered with red and purple mist. On both sides of the stone path, there were rows of neatly arranged buildings of varying heights. Among all the houses, the most prominent and clearest one was a standalone 2-story building. Above the second floor of the house hung a sign, on which was written a name that made Harley somewhat terrified: Banshee Tavern. Chapter 325. Hello, my name is God, his name is Mystery. Banshee. Banshee. Harley was startled instantly, subconsciously taking a step back. The dagger in her left hand was immediately covered in black flame, and the smoke charm in her right hand's wand was ready to be cast. Harley was not unfamiliar with the name Banshee. After all, while wandering the 5 seas, she had once heard a Sequence 6 wind-blessed pirate captain from the Storm Pathway mention that a port named Banshee had been inexplicably destroyed. And that pirate general also mentioned that the port was destroyed by people from the Storm Church, because the residents of Banshee were worshipping an unknown evil god, the god of weather. A port that could be personally destroyed by the Storm Church, regardless of the reason for its destruction, must have been extraordinary. If there were no evil god cultists there, then the port must have hidden an unusual secret. Even if it was truly destroyed because of an evil god, it still indicated that the port was out of the ordinary, otherwise why would it be worth the Storm Church's group of hot-headed brothers completely destroying it? And in this mysterious dream, a tavern with the same name as Banshee appeared again, which was unusual no matter how Harley thought about it. However, Harley vaguely recalled that in order to understand whether true gods existed in this world, she had read myths and legends from various countries, including both wizard and Muggle myths, and among them were the local Celtic myths of Britain. And in Celtic mythology, there seemed to be a banshee that symbolized disaster and misfortune, foretelling the arrival of war and death. And the name of this banshee was also Banshee. Thinking of this, Harley's expression calmed down slightly, somewhat suspecting it was pure coincidence. Of course, necessary vigilance would not be lessened. A wand slipped from where Harley's t-shirt hugged her lower abdomen and fell to the ground. The wand rolled a few times, then transformed into another, Harley, out of thin air. Harley's pupils constricted, and she subconsciously turned around, her wand and dagger both pointing at this freshly created clone. She did intend to create a temporary clone to scout ahead. To avoid feeling distressed if the clone was destroyed, Harley had specifically chosen a wand that had just been made and was of average quality. But the problem also lay here, as the formation of this clone was far too smooth. According to Harley's prediction, if this wand could condense the power it contained into a human form within 3 minutes, it would already mean her control ability was very strong. But now, the wand transformed into her clone almost instantly, which made Harley feel very uneasy. Harley tried to give commands to the wand clone, but the Harley in front of her remained motionless. At the same time, she seemed to sense something and began to mechanically twist her head. Her emerald green but lifeless eyes turned in Harley's direction, staring intently forward. This bizarre behavior and the loss of control over the clone made Harley's ominous premonition grow stronger. She didn't have time to think much, nor did she dare to hold back. Black flame surged from Harley's back and wand, turning into black flame chains that instantly enveloped the out-of-control clone. The Harley, in the flames remained motionless, her expression blank, unable even to mobilize her magic to protect herself. She did not resist at all, and in an instant, turned into a pile of ashes. Who? Harley let out a long breath, but didn't dare to get close. The black flame instantly condensed into a ball, was compressed to its limit, and then merged into a small box Harley had prepared beforehand. After all, she didn't dare to easily absorb these black flames that had incinerated the bizarre clone back into her body, but she also didn't dare to let the extraordinary power dissipate into magic here casually. After dealing with the black flame, Harley cautiously released several spider silks, using them to wrap up the ashes. Harley also didn't dare to put these ashes into her pocket, fearing any further changes. So she simply let the spider silks form a fishing rod, and these ashes, like fresh catch, hung from the rod. At this moment, Harley's spirituality was not alarming, but a voice kept reminding her internally, preventing her from going further. She originally wanted to actively leave the dream, or wait for the dream to end here. But Harley regretfully found that she seemed unable to leave this dream at the moment. There was no fear on her face, only a hint of perplexity. After hesitating for a moment, Harley seemed to have made a decision, choosing to proactively break the situation and walk towards the tavern. At the same time, a glow bloomed on Harley's body, and her capri sports pants and short-sleeved t-shirt seemed to melt, forming a brand new magnificent magenta robe. After completing her grand transformation, Harley stood before the tavern door, gently knocked, and politely asked, "Excuse me, is the tavern still open?" "Yes, please come in." A magnetic voice sounded. The voice was very normal, like any Muggle tavern on the street. But in this bizarre place, normal was the greatest abnormality. As the voice sounded, the door creaked open inwards. Harley did not hesitate, her wand and dagger silently slid into her sleeves, and the spider silk, pulling the wrapped ashes, retracted beneath her skirt. After completing her preparations, Harley slightly adjusted the wrinkles in her clothes, concealed the weapons under her long dress, and then elegantly walked into the tavern. She deliberately shortened the distance of each step. In case unknown dangers appeared in the tavern, she would have no space or time to react. The tavern named Bansi was not large, with about 7 or 8 round tables. The tavern was almost full of people at this time, but most of the customers were quite unusual. To Harley's left, there was a man whose entire body was swollen and shiny, his fingers 3 times as thick as Harley's. He had a few wounds on his body, from which yellow pus was now oozing. However, the man didn't care. He was currently raising a cup of what appeared to be butterbeer, an unknown liquid, in a jerky motion. At the round table to Harley's right, a lady wore a long robe embroidered with patterns of flowers and birds. But the flowers in the pattern were enveloped in flames, and the birds were pierced by long swords. Her exposed skin was also somewhat purple, as if she had been poisoned by something. At the same time, the lady's left hand was pierced by a small knife, but she didn't care, still using her injured hand to pick up a piece of dark bread. Not far away, an old man was reaching out to pick up peanuts from the table and put them into his mouth. But his fingers were only bones mixed with black and white, and below his shriveled, bloodless head was not a neck, but a solitary skeleton. The entire tavern was a chaotic dance of demons, a gathering of 100 ghosts, with not a single normal person. Any ordinary muggle or wizard who stumbled in here would be scared and flee in terror. But Harley didn't even frown, as if she was already accustomed to this. She walked straight through the crowd and sat down at a table closest to the bar. Only one person sat at this table, one of the only 2 people in the tavern who could be called normal. He wore an ancient and elegant black robe, was handsome, but his expression was extremely cold. On the table rested a black hat and a pair of black framed glasses, and leaning against the table was a scepter. The other normal person in the tavern was the tavern owner who had responded to Harley earlier. However, Harley truly felt that he was overqualified to be a tavern owner. This owner wore a white tailcoat evening dress, and his entire body was impeccably clean. Although his appearance was ordinary, he exuded a unique charm that made people involuntarily feel good about him. To the owner's left lay a thick book filled with dense, tiny script, with a pure white quill tucked in the middle, and a pitch-black cross hanging around his neck. And to the owner's right was a stemmed glass, with a stirring rod still inserted in it. But looking closely, what appeared to be a stirring rod was actually a miniature sky-blue trident. At the same time, the cabinet behind the owner was filled with densely packed bottles of alcohol, and at the very top, a golden crown was placed diagonally. "Good evening, sir." Harley curtsied slightly, greeting the man in the black robe at the table. "May I sit here?" "You may." The man glanced at Harley, his eyes calm as an ancient well, and replied in an extremely cold, indifferent voice. Harley didn't mind. A spider silk handkerchief appeared in her hand at some point. She gently wiped the chair, then slightly lifted her skirt and sat steadily on the chair made of unknown material. The chair creaked, as if it hadn't been maintained in a very long time. "My dear Miss Harley Potter, would you like a drink?" The tavern owner's magnetic voice sounded, and Harley almost instinctively wanted to nod in agreement. But a hint exploded in her mind. Harley's expression remained unchanged, but a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. This unknown bar owner not only knew her name, but with just one sentence, he had silently influenced her. "I'm sorry, just a glass of plain water, please." Although she realized something was wrong, Harley still chose to respond. The tavern owner took a normal glass from behind, wiped it gently, and then poured a glass of water from a nearby kettle. He slightly raised his hand, and a gentle breeze lifted the glass, placing it steadily in front of Harley. Harley extended her right hand, and a layer of spider silk had already covered the underside of her white silk glove at some point. She picked up the glass, carefully took a sip, trying not to open her mouth too wide. And in places out of sight, Harley's oral cavity and respiratory tract were already covered with fine spider silk. The spider silk extended all the way to Harley's stomach, forming a small spider silk water pouch. The water from the glass flowed down Harley's throat, all falling into the spider silk's embrace. A small mirror emerged from the flesh of her stomach, and a tiny, delicate hand reached out from within, directly pulling the spider silk package into the world inside the mirror. "Actually, you don't have to be so careful." When Harley put down the glass, the tavern owner smiled and nodded at her. "You jest." Harley maintained a polite smile on her face. "Sir, you seem to already know my name. May I then inquire about yours?" "Of course." The owner walked out from behind the bar and sat down next to the man in the black robe. "Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me God, Creator, Maker, Omniscient and Omnipotent, Lord of the Astral World." As for him, the owner looked at the man in the black robe, his smile still as dazzling. "You can call him Lord of Mysteries, King of Time and Space, Beacon of Destiny, Incarnation of Source Castle, Ruler of the Spirit World. Of course, we can also make it simpler. For example, you can call him Mysteries, and me God." At this instant, the black flame that Harley had prepared in her body almost exploded, and she was ready to rush towards the tavern door with all her might at any moment. She had already guessed that the two men in front of her were not ordinary, and perhaps not human. But Harley truly hadn't expected, how could they be anything but human? Sitting before her were two living old ones. No, to be precise, they were pillars. However, Harley quickly calmed down and began to doubt the identities of these two unknown beings. After all, according to the Seven Lights, both God and Lord of Mysteries had already fallen, taken out first by the first. If the Seven Lights hadn't lied to her, then these two in front of her must be fakes. They were just trying to deceive people everywhere, relying on the fact that God and Lord of Mysteries couldn't crawl out of their graves to prove their innocence. "I know you must have some doubts. After all, the Seven Lights of the spirit world have said we are dead." God seemed to see through Harley's confusion, so he smiled and nodded at her. "Of course, that's not wrong to say. We are indeed dead, but it can also be said that we are not." Facing Harley's suspicious gaze, God explained calmly. "You know, Mysteries is good at finding loopholes in rules, defrauding rules, altering history, and can even forcibly make people stupid." God hadn't finished speaking when Mysteries looked up and glared fiercely at God with a gaze that could kill gods. However, God completely ignored the cold Lord of Mysteries and continued chatting with Harley. "And with the assistance of the spectator pathway, I can split off some thoughts and leave myself a way out." So the two of us teamed up a little. After all, the first merely forcibly revived within our bodies, occupying our power and Beander characteristics, but it didn't prevent us from setting up some contingencies before our demise. I was responsible for splitting off two mechanical thoughts, and Mysteries defrauded the rules, twisting the concept of our deaths, allowing the mechanical thoughts to remain. This is our current state of existence. It's wonderful, isn't it? Truly wonderful. Harley covered her mouth, speaking with an extremely surprised and interested tone. So, what matters do the two great old ones need help with from a small, weak, and not yet recovered demoness of despair like me? Let me say first, if you want me to help revive you, I suggest you don't even bring it up. Saying that, Harley first chuckled lightly, as if she had told a very funny joke. After all, both of you are gentlemen, and shouldn't make things difficult for a lady like me, right? Miss, you worry too much. How could we make such an excessive request? A glass of wine appeared in God's hand out of nowhere. He drank the wine in one gulp, then gently tossed the glass. 1 second the glass was spinning in midair, the next it simply vanished, as if it were an imaginary item that had never existed. What do you think, Mysteries? We just want to place a bet on you. Mysteries spoke for the first time. His voice was still cold, devoid of any emotion. Thanks to the great, Zhuwei Yanhu, for the reward. P.S. The form of uniqueness can be modified. The uniqueness held by Mr. Door was a key, but when it came to Aemon, it became a pair of eyes containing starlight. So the author just made things up here. The uniqueness belonging to Lord of Mysteries is not written according to what Aemon and Klein held, and God's was also directly invented. The author is starting school, has to take a train and tidy up the dorm, so tonight's bonus chapter for the monthly pass will be a bit late. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.